Meanwhile, Yuna was running through Karakura town at high speed. Every time she ran past a hollow, her sword arm would blow, resulting in the hollow's head falling to the ground. That stupid Four Eyes. What was he thinking activating a hollow bait in the middle of the city? Who knows? Besides that, aren't there too many? I don't think that guy expected this many hollow to spawn. True, there is no way he could have handled this many all by himself. Considering that he expected only Ichigo and him to be able to kill hollow, this many would have easily overwhelmed him and, consequently, the whole town. You think this has something to do with the person spying on Ichigo? Possible. However, I think they only are taking advantage of this situation, as I couldn't feel their gaze on Ichigo when Ishida started this nonsense. They only started spying on Ichigo during the middle of the accident. As Yuna conversed with Kurama, she noticed a tall man carrying Sado on his shoulder while Hinata stood in front of him, pointing her sword at him. Now, please calm down, I'm not trying to kidnap him. That is something a kidnapper would say. The middle-aged man could only smile helplessly as Hinata immediately shot his words down. He briefly wondered how he was supposed to handle the situation before he resumed speaking. Look, here, you are friends with Kurosaki Ichigo, right? Sado here has just awakened a new power that made it possible for him to defeat Hollow. So, I want him to see Ichigo fight, to make him realize whether he wants to continue on this path or discard his power. Hinata paused briefly when she heard the middle-aged man's words. She looked deeply into his eyes, and although she wasn't as good as this as Yuna, she saw no deception inside them. She thought about the situation some more before simply nodding her head. Fine, but I'm coming with you as well. The man sighed in relief when Hinata finally caved in. As for Hinata following him as well, he didn't really care. Or rather, he wanted her to come with him since his boss, Urahara Kasuke, mentioned that he had some interest in Yuna's little group. Call the police. A sexual deviant is on the loose. As Hinata heard these words, two arms passed by her hips from behind and clearly aimed for her breasts. Hinata reacted at lightning speed and let go of her sword to catch the two hands just before they could reach her breasts. You have gotten better, Hinata. Well, there are lots of training opportunities after all, Yuna. Yuna chuckled in amusement as she wiggled her finger, trying to get at least a slight touch in. On the other hand, Hinata's face deadpanned when she saw Yuna's wiggling fingers. We are in public. I know, right? How exciting, Tilda. Hinata could only roll her eyes while letting go of Yuna's hands, resulting in Yuna moving them away from Hinata's breasts. Since she had lost, she wouldn't claim her prize either. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man had no idea how he was supposed to react to what he had just witnessed. He was aware that Yuna was a rather unique character, but he still felt like he had just witnessed a very unusual interaction. Nevertheless, since Yuna was here as well, he might as well invite her too. Anyway, shall we go? I feel like things are about to reach a conclusion. Yuna nodded her head as her gaze went skyward, where hordes of Hollow were currently gathering at a single place. So, without any further delay, the small group walked towards their destination. Whistle, that's a big boy. A short moment later, the small group arrived at a huge park where Ichigo and Ishida were currently staring at a huge hole in space that showed a giant masked monster. Additionally, they were surrounded by a massive group of Hollow, painting a rather dire picture. In no way, a Menos Grande. Hearing someone murmuring what appeared to be the name of the giant Hollow, Yuna looked at the voice's source and noticed Rukia looking at the giant creature in disbelief. Menos Grande. Is that some kind of special Hollow? Rukia awoke out of her stupor when she heard Yuna's question and quickly explained what was in front of them. Menos Grande are formed when hundreds of Hollow pile and mix together. However, so far, I have only seen a Menos Grande in a book and never a real one. While Rukia was explaining what kind of Hollow a Menos Grande was, it opened its mouth, and moments later, a long tongue shot out of it and pierced through multiple smaller Hollow. Then, it retracted its tongue, pulling all the Hollow it had previously pierced through into its mouth. It's eating other Hollow. While Ichigo was bewildered by the creature's weird behavior, Yuna drew her sword and eyed the Menos Grande while licking her lips in excitement. Well, guess I'll take a look if the size is the only thing that Hollow has going for it. Could you please leave that to Ichigo? Yuna was just about to attack the massive monster when a middle-aged man wearing a striped dark green and white bucket hat. He had grey eyes, messy blonde hair and was accompanied by Naruto, who looked at him with suspicion. As expected, you really are planning something shady, Kasuke. Uraha Kasuke's eyebrow twitched a little due to how casually Naruto called him while happily accusing him of doing something shady. Now, please don't throw dirt on my good name. I'm not doing anything shady, Tilda. Meanwhile, Yuna let her eyes briefly wander over Kasuke before coming to the same conclusion as Naruto, shady merchant. Anyway, who is this Naruto? He looks like someone who walks around a busy beach and sells fake sunglasses and watches. Could you stop insulting my style? I don't know him too well either. Met him for the first time a few minutes ago and helped him transport 2 unconscious high school girls into a hidden location. OI, please formulate that differently. While Kasuke was sweating a little due to how Naruto was currently portraying him, Yuna nodded in understanding when she heard Naruto's words. I assume there were no witnesses. Naruto seemed almost offended when he heard Yuna's question and puffed out his chest with confidence. Obviously. If I help someone kidnap little girls, I'll do it properly. Excuse me, Tilda, could I ask you not to tarnish my name like that, Tilda? Yuna chuckled in amusement as she glanced at more and more frustrated Kasuke before her gaze wandered back to the huge Menos Grande and the crowd of standard hollow filling up the park. Anyway, since suspicious sandal guy wants Ichigo to deal with the big one, let's get rid of the little ones. Oi, who the hell is suspicious sandal guy? Hinata and Naruto ignored Kasuke's comment and simply nodded their heads, while Hinata pulled out her sword and Naruto coated his fists in a layer of wind. Ready to go, Nei-san. I'm ready as well, Yuna. In that case, let's jump right into the fray. As Yuna said that, she drew her own blade and lowered her stance, quickly followed by Hinata and Naruto. Seeing that Yuna and Naruto were done making inappropriate comments about him, he sighed in relief while simultaneously putting more attention on the trio. He was looking forward to seeing them fight. He had already gotten a glimpse of what Naruto could do, and he was a little excited to see what the other two were capable of. The thought that neither of them could fight didn't even cross his mind. So, a few moments later, the images of Yuna, Hinata, and Naruto blurred as the trio propelled themselves into the hollow horde with great speed. Not even a second later, they reached the first hollow, allowing Yuna to cut off its head instantly. While she was doing so, another two took notice of her, but before they could do anything, a thin metal blade decapitated one of them while the other's head was pierced through by a wind-covered hand. Seeing the trio's flawless teamwork, Kasuke's eyes sharpened. Not only are these three used to combat, but they are also actually used to fighting in a team as well. I checked their backgrounds and didn't find any instances of professional training, so something fishy is going on. I can only assume that their backgrounds were faked to hide some sort of secret. Damn, now I'm really curious about what is going on. Ichigo. We'll deal with the small fry, so concentrate on the big one. While Kasuke was deep in thought, the trio reached Ichigo and Ishida, who were still somewhat dazed due to the enemy's overwhelming size. Hearing Yuna's shout, Ichigo managed to get out of his daze and glared at the Menos Grande. That's right. If it's something this big, there is no point in making a plan. I'll just cut and cut and cut until there is nothing left. Ichigo nodded in approval at his own interesting idea and charged at the giant creature. Moments later, he swung down his sword at one of its legs, leaving a small cut behind. Unfortunately, Ichigo's sword got stuck in the Menos Grande's leg, preventing Ichigo from retreating and earning him a powerful kick that sent him flying away. Yuna could only shake her head at the bloody Ichigo who had just crash-landed next to her. Out of curiosity, what were you planning to do? It's simple. Since I can reach its head, I wanted to continue cutting away parts until I could reach it. Yuna looked at him dumbfounded before she shook her head with a wry smile on her face as she remembered a game called Jenga that was rather familiar with what Ichigo had planned. Meanwhile, Ikeda looked at Ichigo like he was an idiot and fired one of his arrows at the Menos Grande, dealing exactly 0 damage. He clicked his tongue in annoyance while mumbling something about coming up with a proper plan. However, before he could come up with anything, he accidentally touched the back of Ichigo's sword, resulting in his bow doubling in size. Oh, as expected of my beauty, you became this big just by seeing me, Tilda. Ikeda decided to ignore Yuna's innuendo and focused on his bow instead. What is going on? Where is all the spiritual power coming from? He quickly realized that his weapon was flooded with power as soon as he touched Ichigo's sword, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Ridiculous, this is power I absorbed from Kurosaki's sword. Just how much spiritual power does he have for me to gain this much just by touching his sword? Kurosaki, I might have an idea how we can win this. A few seconds later, Ikeda was kneeling on the ground while Ichigo was standing behind him, resting his sword on Ishida's head. Preparations complete. Now we can fight. Are you an idiot? No, you certainly are. What? Who are you calling an idiot? Like this, I'm constantly absorbing your spiritual pressure, allowing me to power up my bow. Like this, my arrows should be strong enough to hurt the Menos Grande. Now, control your spiritual power and increase your output to the maximum so we can finish this. Instead of adhering to Ishida's request, Ichigo awkwardly scratched his cheek while tilting his head to the side. Control my spiritual power. How do I do that? Ha! How can you not know how to control your spiritual power? How in the world were you killing Hollow without knowing that? No idea. I just cut them with my sword and they die. As for my spiritual power or whatever, maybe it's just always at the maximum output. Ikeda frowned deeply due to Ichigo's words, and after thinking about it for a brief moment, he nodded his head. He considered Ichigo's words to be possible. However, before he could settle on that conclusion, Yuna entered the conversation. That's impossible. You can't always give it your all. There is a reason why there are sprint and marathon categories in regard to running. No human being can perform at 100% all the time. In conclusion, Ichigo either uses his power instinctively or he doesn't use it at all. Personally, I'm pretty sure it's the second option. Ishida was shocked by Yuna's words, but before he could comment any further, the spiritual pressure oozing out of the Menos Grande started increasing rapidly. Ishida's eyes widened in shock as he quickly prepared his bow. Quickly, Kurosaki. Put your sword back on my head so we can finish this thing before it can attack. However, Ichigo completely ignored Ishida's words and charged the Menos Grande instead, dumbfounding Ishida. What the hell are you doing? While Ichigo was running, a red ball of energy formed in front of the Menos Grande. It kept getting bigger for a short moment and then blasted toward Ichigo, forming a red laser beam. Ichigo's eyes sharpened as he moved his sword above his head, blocking the attack. Initially, it looked like he would falter, but the longer he blocked the beam, the steadier his posture became. He is getting stronger. No, he is tapping into his spiritual power. Yuna nodded in agreement when she heard Ishida's words. Now she knew why Kasuke wanted Ichigo to fight the Menos Grande. He wanted him to power up. Under the threat of death, every soul will tap into its potential and increase its power. This might not teach Ichigo how to control his spiritual power properly, but it will make it easier for him to learn it in the future. Ishida simply nodded his head when he heard Yuna's words. Although he didn't know if her words were true, he thought that they at least made sense. A few seconds later, a loud roar escaped Ichigo's mouth as he pushed back the red energy attack and slashed his sword upwards, resulting in a large gash appearing on the Hollow's front. It seemed to hesitate for a short moment before turning around in an attempt to leave through the portal it had used to get here. However, just as its head was about to disappear behind Ben's space, powerful spiritual pressure crashed into the beast, making it stop. Since you are already here, why not stay? Yuna appeared next to the Hollow's head with a vicious expression on her face. Since Ichigo got his power up and the Menos Grande was retreating, Yuna decided to finish it, so she swung her drawn sword down on the middle of its head. Unfortunately, its skin was too hard, and Yuna was in midair without a foothold, resulting in a somewhat shallow cut. However, she had already expected that would happen, so there was no surprise on her face as her grin grew even wider. Hinata. Oh. Hinata appeared next to Yuna, her sword already cutting downward. A loud clang echoed over the battlefield as Hinata's sword smashed on top of Yuna, restoring some of its momentum and allowing Yuna's blade to deepen the cut. Despite the duo's efforts, the Hollow was still alive, but luckily there was a third person in the group. Finish it, Naruto. Got it, Nei-san. This time Naruto appeared and stomped his foot on the back of Hinata's blade, deepening the gash even further, finally turning it into a fatal wound. A final loud roar escaped the hollow as his body started crumbling away, indicating its defeat. While the Menos Grande was dying, Yuna, Hinata, and Naruto landed next to each other with satisfied expressions on their faces. This was the first time in this life that they defeated something worth defeating, so the trio was in a good mood. Yuna and Hinata weren't even too bothered that the swords they carried were pretty much done for, as their blades were nicked and bent out of shape. Normal swords clearly weren't made to cut through the skin of a Menos Grande. Phew, what a nice hunt. Yep, it's been a while, Nay-san. Yeah, it has been an especially long time since it was just us three. Hearing Hinata's words, Yuna and Naruto nodded in agreement, while the other people in the vicinity were somewhat perplexed by the trio's conversation. They couldn't help but wonder what kind of hunts they were talking about. However, before anyone could comment on that, another burst of spiritual pressure covered the vicinity, attracting everyone's gazes. Ichigo was currently wiggling around on the ground as his sword was distorting like crazy. Seeing that, Yuna rubbed her chin as a frown appeared on her face. This is slightly dangerous. While clashing with the hollow, there was a proper outlet for Ichigo's spiritual power, but now that that outlet is gone, and Ichigo still doesn't know how to control his power, it's all flowing inside his weapon, which is currently incapable of holding so much power. Ishida had a similar guess. However, he had a different problem as the moment he came too close to Ichigo, his bow started distorting and growing at an absurd pace. Seeing his bow growing, Ishida's face twisted in shock as he started pondering the situation at lightning speed. The power in my bow is overflowing due to Ichigo's power. If this continues, my bow will be destroyed. No. I'll just have to get rid of all the excessive power. As he came to that conclusion, Ishida raised his bow and created a huge arrow which he smoothly shot skyward. This allowed his bow to shrink a little, but due to the overabundance of energy in the air, it grew back immediately. He cursed under his breath as he made more arrows and shot them into the sky, using up the excess energy and helping Ichigo in the process. What are you doing, Ishida? Shut up. Hearing Ichigo asking him a question, Ishida immediately shot him down and continued shooting more arrows. I know what you want to do, but you might lose your arm. Don't overdo it. I said, shut up. Following the second, shut up, Ishida started a little speech while still trying to pretend that he was ignoring Ichigo. Basically, he wanted no thanks for helping Ichigo and was only doing so because he hated Shinigami, so he had to keep Ichigo alive so they could continue their fight. In other words, he's at tsundere. Yep, full-on tsundere, no matter how I look at it. I am not saving you because I like you, I hate you, stupid Tilda. Ha ha ha, somehow that image is both funny and disgusting enough for me to almost throw up in my mouth. I wonder if it's Ichigo x Ishida or the other way around. Ugh, now you are really pushing it. Pushing it? No, I only want to know who is pushing their day. Yeses, I got it. A while later, Ishida finally managed to stabilize his weapon and Ichigo fell to his knees. Seeing the duo's condition, Yuna could only shake her head. Who the hell almost dies due to their own power? That's a rather sad way to go, isn't it? Instead of answering, Hinata and Naruto simply nodded their heads in agreement. The highest priority in their training has always been control, so neither of them could even imagine that their power would go out of control. At least not in an uncontrolled environment like Ichigo's just did. Suddenly, a tall, muscular man flew towards the hole that was still somewhat visible in the sky. If Yuna remembered correctly, he was the guy who moved Sado around. Simultaneously, two young kids appeared and started squashing a few nearby insects, causing Yuna to squint. They are crushing the devices used to monitor Ichigo. Why are they doing it now and not while the fight was happening? Let me see, I guess their faction and the one who is frequently monitoring Ichigo have similar goals but also quite a few differences. Seems like things around Ichigo are even more hectic than I expected. ARA, seems like things went well. Good job, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Kasuke approached the trio and happily started chatting with them as if there was nothing fishy going on. It was easy to guess that the large man, who was currently fixing the hole in the sky, and the two children crushing monitoring devices were of the same faction. If it isn't the shady merchant. Good to see you here, as I have a few questions for you. Kisuke chuckled good-heartedly, but before he could comment further, his senses sharpened as he immediately took a more cautious stance. Without him even realizing it, Yuna, Hinata, and Naruto had spread out a little, surrounding him in the process. Yeah, these definitely aren't normal kids. Since his opponent appeared to be rather serious, he took on a more serious facial expression as well. Very well, I have a few questions of my own. How about taking turns? Yuna hummed in acknowledgement as she reduced the pressure she was oozing to show that she wouldn't mind a civil conversation. Very well, here comes the first question. Why are you in another faction I don't know grooming Ichigo to become stronger? Kisuke had to try really hard not to change his facial expression when that question was asked. He briefly wondered whether he should try to get rid of the trio to prevent information from leaking out, but discarded the idea rather quickly. Currently, these three are either neutral or allies. Although Kurosaki is the most important person in this plan, having these three as enemies might be an unwanted variable. The speed at which they arrived near the Menos Grande was no joke, so I might not be capable of catching all three of them. For now, I won't take any drastic actions. Kisuke was about to answer Yuna's question when a smirk appeared on her face as she relaxed her stance. So you have decided to talk it out first, huh? Good decision. Anyway, it's not like I want you to spill your deepest, most hidden secret. Just give me what you can, and I will do the same. Kisuke was somewhat bewildered at how easily Yuna could read what decision he had come to, resulting in him increasing Yuna's assumed danger level even further. He took a deep breath as he prepared himself for a conversation that undoubtedly would be rather dangerous. He gave his surroundings a brief glance, and after making sure that Ichigo and Ishida had fainted and that Rukia wasn't nearby, he started talking. I can't tell you all the details, but what I can tell you is that Kurosaki has the potential to become very powerful. More powerful than anybody else. The other faction and I both want Ichigo to reach that level. Yuna squinted her eyes as she digested what she had just heard. After a short moment, she simply nodded her head in understanding and notioned Kisuke that it was his turn to ask a question. Who are you three? No matter how I look at it, you are not normal high school students. Whether it's your strength, combat experience, or ability to cooperate. All of them are abnormal. Yuna nodded her head in understanding, and after briefly thinking how she could best structure her answer, she resumed talking. As you undoubtedly have gathered some information about us, you probably have already realized that most of our resume is fake. Kisuke quickly confirmed Yuna's question as he eagerly waited for her to continue. Well, up until our adoption, everything is real, but afterward, everything was edited. Instead of growing up normally, we grew up in a shinobi village deeply hidden inside a forest. There, we were trained to become skilled shinobi. Just like in your case, I can't tell you everything, but let's just say something went wrong, and here we are, three young adults with the skills and strength to kill a bear barehanded. Hearing Yuna's claim, Kisuke couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in doubt. Obviously, he had heard about shinobi before, but that was usually either inside fiction or at some kind of tourist attraction. I'm sorry, but you must be aware that that claim is rather hard to believe. Yuna could only shrug her shoulders when she heard the doubt in Kisuke's voice. After all, she would have been more surprised if he had just eaten every piece of information she gave him without question. True, it's rather hard to believe, isn't it? Well, our obvious skills in combat aside, how about I show you something else? Make a guess. How many hidden weapons am I currently carrying? As Yuna said that, she spread her arms, allowing Kisuke a better look at her clothes. He couldn't help but frown when he heard Yuna's words. After all, he was once part of Seireide's stealth force, so being incapable of discerning that someone was wearing hidden weapons was a huge blunder. He inspected Yuna's clothes, but no matter how much he looked, he couldn't find anything, making him frown. Is she bluffing me? Why would she do that? I don't get the situation. You aren't carrying any. Hee, too bad, that's wrong tilde. As Yuna said that, she flicked her wrists, resulting in two small daggers appearing in her hands, making Kisuke's eyes go wide. She was really carrying something. Shit, it's been a long time since I was last active, I must have gotten rusty. Nonetheless, even if I'm rusty, I guess there is no longer any point in doubting her. Fine, I believe you about going through shinobi training. Although I still find it weird, it's the most reasonable explanation I have so far. Anyway, your turn. Yuna nodded her head in agreement as she opened her mouth and resumed talking. Very well, next question, who is the other person spying on Ichigo Tilda? A shiver went through Kasuke's spine when he heard the tone of Yuna's voice. On the one hand, it had a certain sweetness to it, like she couldn't wait to receive a piece of excellent news. On the other hand, it sounded like a demon awaiting the announcement of the next soul it was supposed to harvest. Despite that, Kasuke straightened his spine and quickly answered Yuna's question. His name is Aizen, one of the captains of Seirei, but I hope you won't interfere with him or spread this information up to a certain point in time. Him having his way, for now, is a crucial part of my plan, and I truly hope you won't meddle too much. Yuna pondered Kasuke's request for a short moment before humming in acknowledgement without really meaning it. If she found a good opportunity, she would undoubtedly mess with him to no end. Fine, but there is one thing I need to make absolutely clear, Aizen is my enemy. Kasuke simply nodded his head at Yuna's declaration. Obviously, he had no trouble with that, as it was the same for him. Very well, I believe it's my turn again. This one is specifically directed towards you, little brother. As Kasuke said that, his gaze wandered from Yuna to Naruto, who nodded his head, indicating that he was ready to answer. Why can you use wind like that? Controlling wind that freely without a Zanpakuto should be impossible. Hearing that question, Naruto could only shrug his shoulders with a wry smile on his face. Sorry to burst your bubble, but who knows? Personally, I just feel very close to the wind, and someday I somehow manage to control it a little. From there on, I continue training this unknown ability, bringing it to the current point. A frown appeared on Kasuke's as he thought about Naruto's answer that wasn't really an answer. Although he briefly considered that Naruto simply lied to him, the young didn't give off such a feeling as he was confidently holding eye contact, waiting for Kasuke to say something. Moments later, Kasuke visibly deflated before he immediately bounced back as a goofy smile appeared on his face. My Tilda, it can't be helped, it can't be helped. How about you occasionally visit my shop, so I can test a few things? Instead of answering Kasuke's request, Naruto took out a phone and held it to his ear. Yes, Mr. Police Officer, the suspicious man is back. He invited me into his shop and wanted to do some kind of experiment with my body. Yes, like always, green and white striped hat, yes. Okay, please hurry up. As soon as Naruto was done talking, his phone vanished back into his pocket and his gaze returned to Kasuke. Sorry, very important call. What were we talking about? Yet again, Kasuke's eyebrows started twitching in irritation. He really wondered why these damn twins acted so rampant but decided to shelf the matter. Somehow, he felt like he would only get another nonsensical answer. Anyway, let's stop here, as I'm done with asking questions for now. I'm not willing to give out information for free. Hearing Kasuke's words, Yuna's face fell as an annoyed expression appeared on her face. Seriously, you make me all hot and bothered for information, and then you leave me hanging. Are you into tease and denial? Kasuke could only facepalm when he heard Yuna make yet another innuendo. He briefly pondered whether he should retort, but he discarded that idea. He could already feel a headache coming. Anyway, I'm leaving. I have accomplished everything I wanted to accomplish, so there is no point in staying any longer. Wait for a second, at least give me a little freebie. How long is this round of 4D chess going to last, and when can I start kicking against the table? Yep, that headache is definitely coming. As these thoughts briefly passed through Kasuke's mind, he refocused on Yuna and briefly considered telling her that she shouldn't interfere at all, but considering what he had seen of her personality so far, that was pretty much begging her to run amok. So this mess should be over in about a year. As for when you can interfere, in a few months. You will know exactly when that will be. It's a rather obvious incident. Well, did this guy just assume that you would be capable of using common sense to realize when you can start messing with people? Well, Kurama, nobody is perfect. But I wonder what kind of incident he is talking about. I guess me arriving home today would be a good point. So I wonder for how long have these two factions been carefully building their card houses just for you to burst into the room, scantily dressed, drunk, and with a giant sword in hand. Well, that wouldn't be the first time that happens. I know, that's why I'm mentioning it. Ha ha ha, don't be like that, Kurama. I'll control myself this time. I appreciate the lie, so thanks, I guess. Hee hee, no big deal. Meanwhile, in a nearby safe house, 3 people wore different expressions. One was excited, one was worried, and the last was stoic. These 3 people were Tatsuki, Orihime, and Sado, who were brought here by Kasuke's people so they could spectate the fight. Amazing. What amazing power. Naruto definitely has to teach how to do that. MMPF, he better not think that he can act so bold in front of me and not teach me how to fight like that. As Tatsuki remembered how assertive Naruto went after her, she couldn't help but blush while a small giggle escaped her mouth. While Tatsuki was giggling, Orihime's expression grew even more worried. Is this where we choose our path? What am I supposed to do? Hearing Orihime's words, Tatsuki got out of her daze and briefly glanced at Orihime. If I were to be honest with you, Orihime, you are not a fighter. Orihime flinched when she heard Tatsuki's words before lowering her head. Although she felt that to be true, she still wasn't happy about that. Meanwhile, Tatsuki saw her downed expression and only shook her head with a wry smile. Please don't misunderstand me, Orihime. I said you are not a fighter, I didn't say that you shouldn't help. You can heal and shield people, making it rather obvious that you are a better fit for supporting people rather than fighting directly. Orihime somewhat relaxed her posture as she nodded her head in agreement. Although she had something she could attack with as well, she had very little confidence in actually launching a proper attack. Rather than aggressively attacking, she would rather use her power for defense. After briefly making up her mind, some confidence returned to Orihime's gaze as she started considering how she could improve herself. On the other hand, there was not a smidgen of doubt in Sado's mind. Ichigo's fighting this creature, so I'll do the same. I'll grow my power, making sure I can protect everyone I want to protect. Meanwhile, in Seirei, Aizen had a satisfied smile on his face as he watched Ichigo wound the Menos Grande. He had planned for Ichigo to have such an encounter soon, but Ishida's action allowed him to speed up his plan. Everything went even better than planned. How satisfying. However, Aizen squinted his eyes as he looked at the Yuna, Hinata, Naruto combo that killed the Menos Grande. How fascinating. A mere 3 humans actually achieved a level of power that allowed them to kill Menos Grande. Truly fascinating. Additionally, Aizen's gaze wandered towards another screen that simply showed the picture of an orange-haired young woman. This one is the most interesting. Albeit not as strong as the other 3, this one has the power to reject things. Marvelous, a power that might even surpass a god. I wonder how far it can be developed. After I finish setting my base up properly, I'll definitely have to capture her and inspect her power properly. As for the other 3... Yet again, Aizen let his gaze wander. This time, he inspected monitors that displayed pictures of Yuna, Hinata, and Naruto. The twins interest me. One is the leader of that little group, and the other has an unknown wind-based power. Should I capture both or just one of them? Anyway, that matter can be solved later. For now, I'll have to arrange some people to capture Rukia. Aizen couldn't help but smirk when he internally went over all the events he had planned for the near future. He had prepared a lot of things. Some plans don't matter whether they succeed or not, some do, and some are somewhere in between. Picking the ones that will lead to the best outcome will be a huge challenge, but he loved nothing more than a good challenge. A bit of excitement gleamed in Aizen's eyes which he quickly suppressed. He was looking forward to pulling all of Seirei into his game and winning it all in the end. Finally, it's time for the main act to begin. Meanwhile, a few days later, in the world of the living, 2 people were standing in the air and observing the device one of them was holding. Okay, now that we are here, where is the compass scroll? No idea. Huh? Whatever. Let's release the hell butterflies, they will find her. There was a brief pause between the 2 before 2 almost entirely black butterflies flew in a certain direction. As the duo was following the butterflies, one of them took out a few pieces of paper and started reading them. Capture her, and if that is impossible, kill her, huh? Is that really the job for a Shinigami? Oh well, we are coming for you, Rukia. A few days later, Kasuke was lazily sitting in his little shop, drinking tea, when the room door was opened by a little girl with black hair and a bland facial expression. Mr. Kasuke, there is a black cat at the door. Kasuke's eyes lit up when he heard that and quickly got up from his seat. He swiftly moved through his house and reached the front door, where a black cat was patiently sitting on the ground, waiting for him. "Oh Tilda, if it isn't Yoruichi. You are back." As he said that, he quickly approached the cat and picked it up, resulting in a small meow. "What happened?" "That cat is..." "That's Yoruichi, one of Kasuke's closest people." The question was asked by a young boy with orange hair that frequently did chores for Kasuke and was answered by a tall man with black hair that previously carried Sabo away. A cat is one of his closest people. Isn't that a little pitiful? At that question, the tall man simply shrugged his shoulders and went back to work. Moments later, Kasuke set the cat down on the ground in his living room and fetched a bottle of milk. "What's going on, Yoruichi? Why did you come here? Is it going to rain?" "Oh, let me get you some milk, Tilda." However, before Kasuke could pour any milk, a deep manly voice echoed through the room. "Stop acting, Kasuke. You should be fully aware that they started moving." Hearing the words that surprisingly came from the black cat, a serious expression appeared on Kasuke's face. "I see. I guess you want to talk about that first before I pour you your milk, Tilda." The cat answered that by simply rolling its eyes as it resumed speaking. A few minutes later, Yoruichi finished reporting, resulting in Kasuke sighing deeply as a frown appeared on his face. "This is where things get seriously dangerous. I hope everything will work out as he has planned it." Yoruichi simply nodded and waited for Kasuke to continue speaking. He was usually the one planning different schemes, so Yoruichi didn't bother interrupting him during his thought process. "Anyway, besides that, I would like you to investigate someone for me." "Oh? Investigate? It's been a while since I had to do something like that." Kasuke nodded his head as he gathered his thoughts, and after a short moment, he resumed speaking. "I would like you to investigate a young, seemingly human woman living in a world of the living." "Huh? A human woman? Have you developed a crush or what?" Kasuke chuckled in amusement when he heard Yoruichi's accusation. Honestly, he wasn't even surprised that Yoruichi came to that conclusion. After all, why else would he be interested in an average human? No, you misunderstood, Yoruichi. As I said, she is a seemingly normal human, but she and two of her friends managed to take out a Menos Grande by themselves, so I have gotten rather interested in them." "Oh? A Menos Grande? Did they receive a special power like you expected some people to do?" Kasuke simply shook his head before pausing as a complicated expression appeared on his face. "One of the three, Naruto Uzumaki, has some kind of wind manipulation ability but is significantly too skilled in using it for him to only have acquired it recently." The black cat nodded its head in understanding as it started pacing around the room with measured steps. Strictly speaking, it should be impossible for a human without modern weaponry to kill a Menos Grande, so Yoruichi couldn't help but become slightly interested in the trio as well. "Any additional information you have for me?" As that question left Yoruichi's mouth, a merchant-like smile appeared on Kasuke's as he took out a fan and started fanning himself. "Oh my Tilda, you don't think I would allow my good friend to go into their mission blind, did you?" Instead of answering, Yoruichi simply rolled her eyes. Frankly, she felt little tension about collecting information about a simple human, no matter how special she was supposed to be. Yes, killing a Menos Grande is quite an achievement for a human, but Yoruichi could easily kill dozens of them. "Spit it out already. What do you have?" "Well, I have already had a little chat with them, and they claim to have been trained as shinobi, so they are rather skilled in trickery, stealth, and hidden weapons." Although Yoruichi found that to be a rather unconventional path to train in the end, it didn't matter. "Well, guess I'll take a look. Since I have to deal with self-proclaimed shinobi, I should probably look out for traps. Anything else?" "Oh, just so there are no misunderstandings, I want you to focus on Yuna first. We don't have the time to go into a full-time investigation about all three of them, and my guts are telling me she holds the most secrets." The small black cat simply nodded, and after receiving information about the trio's whereabouts, it vanished with a burst of speed far beyond what a typical cat was capable of. Seeing Yoruichi leave, Kasuke couldn't help but frown. Somehow, this whole situation left a bad taste in his mouth. However, after thinking about how powerful and fast Yoruichi actually was, he quickly dismissed his worries. If one were to look at speed alone, Kasuke was certain no one was Yoruichi's match. Meanwhile, Yuna had finished her daily training a while ago and was currently stepping into her bedroom with nothing but a towel wrapped around her body and another one around her long hair. As soon as she stepped into the bedroom, her steps paused as she noticed a pair of golden cat eyes intently staring at her. Naturally, that was Yoruichi, who had decided to finish Kasuke's request immediately. Good, she is surprised due to an unknown cat suddenly sitting outside of her window, but I can detect no trace of wariness in her eyes. Meanwhile, Yuna had slightly different thoughts when she saw the black cat for the first time. That's not a normal cat. What makes you think so? The intent behind its eyes. Normal animals usually act based on their instincts, but this cat isn't here due to its instincts. It's here for a purpose. Now that you mentioned it, I can feel somewhat human-like emotions from it. Yuna hummed in acknowledgement as she walked to the window and opened it without a moment of hesitation, allowing the cat to do what all cats like to do, whatever they want. So, without even a second of delay, the black cat jumped into Yuna's bedroom like it owned the place. Yoruichi couldn't help but be satisfied at how easily she managed to infiltrate her target's room. That was easy. I wasn't expecting her to open the window for me so easily. She must be a cat lover. I feel like someone just thought something insulting. Don't worry, Kurama, oddly colored foxes with 10 tails will always be my favorite tilde. Oddly colored. And whose fault do you think this is? Hee, I dyed you in my colors. I feel like I have fallen for this more frequently since we got here. Maybe you are falling for M. Nope tilde. While the duo was bantering, Yoruichi happily explored the room while completely disregarding Yuna's presence. So, Yuna did the only thing one could do when ignored by a cat. She crouched down and... PS. What the hell is that supposed to do? Tama Art's ancient cat attraction technique, the almighty PS. Right, what else could it have been? Meanwhile, Yoruichi froze when she heard one of the sounds she hated the most. She wasn't certain why, but whenever a human in the world of the living saw her strolling through the streets, they would crouch down and make that sound, expecting any and all cats to approach them immediately. Usually, Yoruichi wouldn't indulge anyone, but the situation actually fit her mission quite well. The best-case scenario was that Yuna insisted on her staying her, which would allow her to easily search the house when the trio left for school tomorrow. Obviously, she could break in as well, but she would rather not do so. That is some nice pussy. Yoruichi almost tripped when such a weird-sounding praise suddenly left Yuna's mouth. For some reason, it sounded like a sexual innuendo, but that surely wasn't the case. Who would even make a sexual innuendo in front of a cat? That is unless she had found out about my real form. Impossible, even skilled Shinigami have trouble seeing through my transformation. However, she disregarded her worries as nonsense, as Yuna was just a human. Even if she had spent all her life training how to sense spiritual power somehow, wouldn't that still only amount to a measly 16 years? So, without further delay, Yoruichi allowed Yuna to pet her back, and as soon as Yuna's hand came into contact with her fur, a shiver went through her spine. Suddenly, I have a terrible feeling about this whole operation. On the other hand, Yuna couldn't help but smirk as soon as her hand touched Yoruichi's back. This isn't a cat. It's a woman that had used some means to transform into a cat. Oh, someone just activated a few dozen of trap cards. Indeed tilde. So, without any further delay, Yuna unleashed her petting might on the black cat, immediately causing its knees to buckle. A surprisingly human-sounding yelp of surprise escaped the transformed woman as Yuna mercilessly started attacking her belly and head. Per SST. Per. Yoruichi involuntarily started purring as Yuna's hands weaved through her fur with machine precision. She tried to stop her by talking to her, but every time she tried to do so, a loud purr came out, shaming her greatly. I'm not even a real cat, why am I purring? Obviously, Yuna heard the cat's feeble attempts to stop her with a surprisingly deep voice, but Yuna continued her assault unhindered. Suddenly, the black cat started shining, as she had lost the firm hold of her spiritual power needed to maintain her cat form. The cat's limbs grew as the black fur simply vanished, revealing healthy dark skin hiding a set of well-defined lean muscles. Naturally, not only did her limbs change, but her torso swiftly became human-like as well, revealing a pair of well-endowed breasts and a well-toned butt. A little NSFW from here on. Not even a second later, a naked, dark-skinned beauty was fully formed in front of Yuna's eyes. She had long black hair, which was styled into a simple ponytail, and deep golden eyes, matching her cat transformation. Seeing a beauty suddenly appearing in front of her, what else could Yuna do but thoroughly inspect her body with her eyes? After a few seconds, she nodded in approval. Well, I was correct. That is a very nice pussy. Yoruichi, whose face was still flushed due to Yuna turning her to putty through petting, quickly regained her sense when she heard Yuna's words. After regaining her wits, Yoruichi moved instantly, pinning Yuna's torso to the ground with her body, quickly gathering Yuna's hands and holding them firmly above her head. Simultaneously, she moved her other hand and stabbed it toward Yuna's neck, only stopping when the tip of her fingernail touched Yuna's skin. Coincidentally, while Yoruichi was pushing Yuna to the ground, the towel covering Yuna's body fell to the ground, resulting in two naked beauties lying on top of each other on the floor. You saw through my transformation from the start, didn't you? Yuna chuckled in amusement as she wiggled her upper body to get a better feeling for the two buttocks pressing into her stomach. Soft yet firm, just as I like it. As for your question, yes, I knew about it the moment I met your eyes. Yoruichi frowned when she felt Yua wiggling around and frowned even deeper when she commented on the feeling her butt was giving her. She briefly considered mentioning sexual harassment but quickly ignored the idle thought. Well, I'm currently the one pinning her down, so is it not me who is doing the assault? No, wait, wasn't she the one who attacked me first? But I was in my cat form while she was petting me. However, she knew that I wasn't actually a cat. How confusing. While Yoruichi's thoughts were going back and forth, there was a knock on the door, and moments later, a young man with long spiky hair and blue eyes entered the room. Nei-san, I heard some noise. Is everything all right? So didn't I tell you to at least close the door when you are having fun with someone in here? Hee, oops tilde. Naruto could only sigh again and again as he shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Seriously, I get that you like people watching, but why does it have to be your little brother? Ma, what can I say? That makes it kinkier. On a side note, you do realize that this woman here is in a rather convenient position to piece my neck, right? Answering Yuna's question, Naruto rolled his eyes in annoyance and turned around to leave the room. Nei-san, how often do I have to tell you that I don't want to know your fetishes? As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto left the room and closed the door behind him, leaving a chuckling Yuna and a dumbfounded Yoruichi behind. After a few seconds of digesting what had just happened, Yoruichi's eyes met Yuna's, the desire to have a specific question answered deeply burning in their depth. Is your little brother gay? Yuna almost laughed out loud when she heard Yoruichi's question before shaking her head in denial. No, pretty sure he isn't gay. What makes you think he is? I mean, it's fine that he had no reaction to his sister, but what about me? Not to tut my own horn, but I'm quite the beauty, but despite that, he only briefly scanned me with his eyes before redirecting his attention at you. Shouldn't he be more fascinated by my body? He didn't even blush. Yuna found it rather amusing that Yoruichi wasn't annoyed by Naruto seeing her body but by Naruto not being captivated by it. Well, considering Yoruichi's looks, there were probably few 16-year-olds that wouldn't gape when seeing her naked. However, cultivators tend to be rather resistant to beauty simply because even below-average-looking women would turn into so-called jade beauties after cultivating for a while. Well, that's just how he is. Let's just say he has a lot of experience, so he wouldn't blush from just seeing a naked woman anymore. Anyway, as much as I enjoy your naked butt resting on my stomach, how about you get up so we can get into a more normal seating arrangement? Only now did Yoruichi realize that she was still pinning Yuna to the ground, so she quickly let go of her, allowing her to stand up. The reason why Yuna treated Yoruichi so casually, despite pinning her down in quite a deadly stance, was that Yuna could easily get her emotions through Kurama's ability to sense them. Additionally, the only time she felt some killing intent from Yoruichi was when she realized that her cover as a cat was blown. Since getting one cover blown usually was an almost certain death sentence, Yoruichi's instincts as a trained assassin immediately kicked in, going for the kill. However, as soon as she realized what was going on, she suppressed her instinct and went for a pinning hold instead, immediately dispersing all hostility Yuna might have had for her. Anyway, a few moments later, the duo was sitting opposite of each other on a couch while two steaming cups of tea stood in front of them. Out of curiosity, do you know what shame is? Yuna, who still wore no clothes, tilted her head in confusion as she took a sip of tea. Shame? Is that some kind of new candy? Do you know what it is? Yoruichi, who wasn't clothed either, scoffed in disdain when she heard Yuna's question. Obviously. The only reason I'm willing to sit here naked is that there are no men in the room. Yuna nodded her head in understanding while not really understanding the correspondence between the two factors. Anyway, who are you and why are you here? Hearing Yuna's question, Yoruichi strained her back as a serious expression appeared on her face. My name is Yoruichi, and I was sent here by Urahara Kasuke. Yuna's eyes widened as she nodded her head in understanding. As expected of a shady merchant, he even has services like that. Very well, let's forget about the couches and get on my bed. At first, Yoruichi was puzzled about what Yuna was suddenly talking about, but she realized what she meant a few moments later, causing her to glare at Yuna. I'm here to gather information, not to pleasure you. Well, in that case, you have to forgive me for misunderstanding since you have done quite a bit of the second and nothing of the first. Yoruichi's glare intensified before her shoulders sagged down. Damn, she is actually correct. So far, I have achieved nothing and only had her play with my body. To think my first mission in such a long time would end in such an epic failure. Hell, I can't even be certain that my takedown was legitimate as she was clearly enjoying herself. A wry smile appeared on Yoruichi's face as she prepared herself to simply leave when the door was opened heavily, revealing a young woman with blue hair and piercing blue eyes. Just like Yuna initially was, she was only dressed in a simple towel that was bound around her torso. I knew something was going on. I'm such an idiot. My instincts were telling me to search for Yuna, but I dismissed them since Yuna was home. There is no way she could pick up a new woman if all she is at home. Shit, for how many years have we been together now? How stupid am I to think that Yuna couldn't pick up women in her own home? Without a moment of hesitation, Hinata walked towards where Yuna was seated and, while walking, loosened the bath towel clinging to her body, causing her to be completely naked as well. As Yoruichi eyed the newcomer, she briefly met eyes with her and couldn't help but be surprised about what depth they held. Is she really 16? That's not the gaze of such a young woman. As soon as Hinata arrived next to Yuna, she sat down on top of her lap and hugged Yuna while pressing her body against Yuna's, seemingly trying to cover her in her scent. Hinata, this is Yoruichi. She tried to gather information about us and was sent by Kasuke. Yoruichi, this is Hinata, my wife. Although Yoruichi didn't care too much that the duo in front of her was already married, it still surprised her quite a bit. Anyway, as Yuna chuckled in amusement and stroked Hinata's back due to her antics, Yoruichi could hardly believe what she saw. Seems like everyone in this house is a weirdo. I guess a tidbit of information is better than no information at all. Moan. While Yoruichi was bewildered due to the duo's behavior, a small moan escaped Hinata's mouth, snapping Yoruichi out of her contemplations. Her gaze landed on Yuna and Hinata, who seemed to be surrounded by a pink atmosphere as Yuna's hand slowly wandered down from Hinata's shoulders to her hips and even further down. Oi oi oi, what the hell? I'll be excusing myself. Although Yoruichi dealt with the embarrassment of being naked in front of other women pretty easily, what was currently happening was a completely different event. She quickly got up from the couch she was sitting on, making sure she left no stain behind. Just when she was about to leave, Yuna's mischief-filled voice echoed through the room. Now, why would you want to leave already? We don't mind you watching Tilda. These words shocked Yoruichi as she glanced at Yuna, whose gaze made it rather clear that she wasn't joking. What's with these perverts? It's worse than I thought. Seeing the conflict in Yoruichi's eyes, Yuna couldn't help but smirk as she quickly made her next offer. Or maybe you would like to participate. Yoruichi's whole body froze as she looked at Yuna in disbelief. Watching was one thing, but actually participating was a completely different story. Usually, Yoruichi was very headstrong and almost impossible to fluster, but Yuna and Hinata's abnormal behavior completely threw her off. Sure, Hinata would be against that. Moan, let's FCK already. Unfortunately, instead of a jealously filled denial, Yoruichi's question received a lust-filled confirmation, dumbfounding her. Frankly, Hinata had enjoyed the long time she could spend with Yuna by herself. However, she had started craving the harem life as well. Spending alone time with Yuna was great, but having more people in the mix was fun as well. So, despite acting angry when she saw Yoruichi for the first time, Hinata actually didn't mind her joining too much. On the other hand, Yoruichi had no idea what she was supposed to do. If she had known that this would happen from the start, she would have probably just participated for the fun of it, but now she was completely overwhelmed. Additionally, if it is about relationships, she actually preferred women. A cute young woman with black hair briefly passed by her mind before shaking the image off again. Well, the problem was that she suddenly had to deal with two people. For some reason, she felt like the following a fight would very quickly dissolve into a 2vs1 where they would thoroughly toy with her body. A shiver went through Yoruichi's spine when she remembered how good Yuna's petting alone felt. Another moan echoed through the room, snapping Yoruichi out of her contemplation yet again. However, she had come to a conclusion now. I've decided. Hearing Yoruichi's voice, the duo briefly paused and glanced at her. I'll think about it maybe next time, bye. And just like that, Yoruichi fled the room, causing the duo to chuckle in amusement. She had to find a quiet place to recenter herself. You have become quite good at manipulating people, Hinata tilde. Hinata chuckled in amusement as she tightened her grip on Yuna's waist while nuzzling her head in the nape of Yuna's neck. Hee, I wonder what you are talking about, tilde. Yuna shook her head at Hinata's best attempt at sounding innocent of all charges. Frankly, considering that Yoruichi had no trouble sitting naked in front of them, there were few reasons not to accept having some fun, but due to Hinata pressuring her with her actions, she gave Yoruichi no chance to properly figure the situation out, resulting in her fleeing the scene. Oh well, since you caused my second meal to run away, you'll just have to work twice as hard today, Hinata tilde. Hinata paled a little when she heard Yuna's voice before chuckling in amusement. Oh well, guess I won't be able to go to school tomorrow. Hee, that's right, tilde. Yuna casually lifted Hinata off her bed and laid her on her bed. Well, any preferences for tonight, Hinata? A shiver went through Hinata's spine as Yuna lifted up her chin, forcing her to lock eyes with Yuna. Hinata couldn't help but lick her lips in excitement before answering Yuna's question. Your wish is my desire, Yuna-sama tilde. Yuna's smile widened when she heard how Hinata addressed her. It was rather obvious that she was in the mood for something rougher today. NSFW and... Meanwhile, Yoruichi, in cat form, returned to Kisuke's shop, shocking him. Aura. You are already back, Yoruichi, how efficient. I'm not going there again. Hey. I'm not going there again. Naturally, Kisuke was bewildered by Yoruichi's words. After all, they pretty much confirmed that she failed her mission. No way, how? How did that Yoruichi fail to infiltrate and collect information from 3 humans? What the hell happened? What happened, Yoruichi? A shiver went through Yoruichi's spine as she reluctantly answered Kisuke's question. I was toyed with and almost eaten. Ha! Obviously, Kisuke had no clue what she meant by that, but considering Yoruichi's bad mood, he shelved that topic for a later date. Meanwhile, Yoruichi wasn't satisfied with her own performance in the slightest. Damn it, what was wrong with me? Why did I allow them to toy with me so easily? You will see, you damn brats, next time I'll take the lead and show you who the boss is. A few hours later, Abarai Rinji was not having a good time. He and his captain, Kuchiki Byakuya, were sent to the world of the living to capture Kuchiki Rukia for the crime of giving her Shinigami powers to a human. Although Rinji wasn't entirely sure why that was a problem, he would simply follow his orders for now. Apparently, Rukia would be executed after she was brought back to Soul Society, which didn't sit well with Rinji at all since he considered Rukia to be his friend. However, he decided to agree to this mission anyway since he was certain that the next to him, Byakuya Kuchiki, would prevent Rukia from getting sentenced to death. Since he was Rukia's big brother, a captain, and the head of a noble clan, Rinji was confident that this would end with a slap on the wrist for Rukia. Finding Rukia went reasonably well, but this is where things took a weird turn. Just when he was about to capture her, a Quincy of all people interrupted him, claiming he was Rukia's classmate. Anyway, although Renji was rather surprised due to meeting a supposedly extinct race, he still fought and won rather quickly. However, he was just about to finish the Quincy of when another person intervened, a Shinigami. Although Renji was surprised at how big the Shinigami's sword was, he quickly shoved that issue aside when he realized that the person in front of him was likely the one who had taken Rukia's power. Although his primary mission was capturing Rukia, killing the one who got her power was also part of it. Unlike with Rukia, Renji had no qualms about killing the unknown human in front of him. After introducing himself as Kurosaki Ichigo, the fight between the two people started, and Renji pretty much overwhelmed his opponent, only receiving a small gash on his shin while he was careless. Following that, Renji called out the real name of his sword, Zabumaru, causing it to transform under the bewildered eyes of Ichigo, who didn't even know that Zabuket could change their forms. Following this transformation, Renji proceeded to completely overwhelm Ichigo, easily dealing an almost fatal wound. However, this was where Renji's bad time began. While he was mocking his opponent, ridiculous amounts of spiritual power started radiating out of his foe. The spiritual pressure alone almost pushed him to the ground, and before he knew what was going on, a large gash appeared on his shoulder, resulting in his weapon falling to the ground. Impossible. As these words left Renji's mouth, Ichigo's blade appeared in front of his face. Although he could see, he couldn't dodge due to his previous injury. Will I really die at the hands of an amateur that only could fight me due to his absurd spiritual power? However, just when Ichigo's blade was about to hit him, something flickered between the duo before vanishing again. Ichigo and Renji both looked at Ichigo's sword, that now had its top half missing in bewilderment. Ichigo quickly scanned his surroundings and noticed another Shinigami standing not too far away from him with the top half of Ichigo's sword in his hand. He was so focused on Renji that he didn't even notice that there was a second Shinigami. What just happened? I couldn't see him move at all. The other Shinigami, Kuchiki Byakuya, drew his blade, and before Ichigo understood what had happened, Byakuya appeared next to him and vanished yet again, appearing behind Ichigo. Blood splattered as a big wound appeared on Ichigo's chest, causing him to fall to the ground. What was that? I didn't see anything. I didn't see how he unsheathed his sword nor when or how he attacked me. What's with that speed? While Ichigo was getting somewhat delirious due to his fresh wound, Rukia was torn between checking Ichigo's condition or ignoring him. Frankly, even if she were to check his condition, she couldn't do anything for him, and if she were to show sympathy, Ichigo's situation might get even more complicated. However, before she could make a decision, she heard a playful voice. ARA tilde, such a deep penetration in the middle of the street, how naughty tilde. Yuna. He, the one and only tilde. While roaming through the city, Yuna felt a powerful burst of spiritual pressure that felt similar to Ichigo's but was much stronger, so she decided to investigate the matter. When she arrived at the correct location, she could only shake her head at the mess in front of her. A familiar presence was yet again stalking Ichigo. Kisuke and his merry band were lurking in some nearby bushes, and Ichigo just had his torso impaled by someone rather fast. Yuna, stay away, this has nothing to do with you. Hearing Rukia's warning, Yuna could only shake her head as she leisurely approached Ichigo's body. Well, you seem to have a hole in your chest. Have you become a hollow? Instead of answering Yuna's teasing words, Ichigo glared at her weakly, making her chuckle in amusement. Almost unconscious but still glaring at people, huh? Pretty good resolve. Oh well, jokes aside, his condition is pretty bad, but nothing that can't be solved with some medical care. I'm not an expert, but I think he might lose his Shinigami powers. Well, it's not like it were his anyway. Anyway, let's resolve this, shall we? Here is my offer, you hand over Rukia, and then you may leave. As Yuna made her offer, she pointed her sword at Byakuya, whose eyebrows rose. He was not expecting Yuna to act this arrogant. He was just about to draw his sword and attack when someone else moved first. What do you think you are doing? Aren't you just a mere human? Don't point your sword at my esteemed brother. Know your place. As these words left Rukia's mouth, she walked in between Yuna and Byakuya and looked at Yuna with arrogance. It was rather apparent that Rukia wanted to stop Yuna from fighting by acting arrogantly and dismissing her, but Yuna couldn't care less about Rukia's considerations. Know my place. I'm fully aware of my place. As she said that, she started moving her spiritual power, resulting in the ground beneath her cracking as powerful spiritual pressure radiated out of her body, making Rukia choke. I am above all and beneath none. Byakuya couldn't help but frown when he felt Yuna's spiritual pressure washing over him. It was far stronger than a human had any right to have. Nevertheless, he didn't care too much about that, as Ichigo had already demonstrated that just having a lot of spiritual power wasn't enough to win against Byakuya. So, Byakuya decided to end this farce already, drew his sword, and vanished from his position. Big brother, stop. Klein. He ignored Rukia's scream and attacked Yuna in the same way he had previously defeated Ichigo, but instead of his sword cutting into flesh, the sound of two blades colliding was heard. Fancy movement technique you have there. What's it called? Although Byakuya was shocked that his blade was stopped, he still answered Yuna's inquiry with a calm and different voice. It's called flash step. He tilde flash step, huh? In that case, allow me to steal a tilde. Before Byakuya could react, Yuna vanished just like he had previously done and appeared behind him, her sword already piercing towards his back. For the first time since he came to the human words, Byakuya was genuinely shocked as his eyes widened in surprise. Nevertheless, he wasn't a captain for nothing and managed to expertly block Yuna's strike and retreat a few steps. Just now, you used a flash step, didn't you? How is that possible? Yuna chuckled in amusement as she vanished again and again, followed by her reappearing a few meters away, seemingly moving smoother with every iteration. Well, I'm a genius, so this is only natural. Byakuya looked at her like she was an idiot for a few seconds before shaking his head to get rid of his idle thoughts. He was considered a genius in his youth as well, but it took him around a week to get proper mastery over flash step. So, he decided to shelve that matter for later. Very well, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. It seems like I have to get a little serious. As Byakuya said that, he lifted his sword and pointed the tip upwards while holding it in both hands. Scatter, Senbonzakura. Byakuya's sword suddenly started shining as it divided itself into thousands of small cherry blossom-like blades that freely danced in the air. Oh? Your sword transformed. How interesting, tilde. When Yuna arrived here, Renji's sword was already in its transformed state, so this was the first time she was a Shinigami's sword transforming, immediately making her curious. However, she didn't have much time to inspect what had happened as Byakuya pointed his now bladeless sword hilt at her, forcing her to dodge a shower of small sharp blades in the form of sakura petals. She expertly moved through the countless attacks at a steady pace, seemingly already used to such a complex attack pattern, and arrived in front of Byakuya only a few seconds later. Yet again, Byakuya was surprised, this time due to how easily Yuna managed to read his attack and shorten the distance. As Yuna slashed her sword down, a heap of petals appeared in front of Byakuya and slowed down Yuna's sword, giving him just enough time to dodge the strike. Despite keeping his stoic face, Byakuya was quite shocked that Yuna could still keep up with him even after he released his sword by calling its name. Although it wasn't as bad as the people from the 11th Division in Tsurade, who only worshipped strength, Byakuya was someone who could respect the strong. Especially if it was a simple human that managed to reach such heights. So, he decided to put a little more effort into this to not dismiss the struggle the human in front of him undoubtedly put into growing stronger. Calling you a genius would be an insult. You are a monster. Yuna chuckled in amusement when she heard Byakuya's claim before simply nodding her head in agreement. Yeah, this isn't the first time I'm called that. Byakuya pondered his next move a little before deciding that there was no point in delaying the inevitable any longer. He might be able to win this by just releasing his sword, but that fight would take a long time, and he would rather get this over with. So, his sword reformed as all the sakura petals vanished. He was just about to activate his sword's second form when Yuna did something he didn't expect. She sheathed her sword, seemingly not intending to continue fighting. What are you doing? Why are you putting away your sword? Hearing Byakuya's question, Yuna could only shake her head with a wry smile on her face. You have a seal on you that restricts your power, right? I would say around 1/5. Defeating you in that kind of state is meaningless, and if I had to fight you at full power, this town would probably vanish. So, take Rukia with you and leave. I would rather give Ichigo here some medical aid and rescue Rukia after his life is out of danger. Rescue Rukia? Do you genuinely think you can get her back after she entered prison in Soul Society? Yuna laughed out loud as a face-splitting grin appeared on her face. Byakuya couldn't help but take a step back when he saw her insanity-ridden facial expression as cold sweat flowed down his back like a river. Hee, doesn't it make the situation more fun when the odds seem to be stacked against you? I'm looking forward to it, ha ha ha. A shiver went through Byakuya's spine as he sheathed his sword as well. He briefly pondered if he should get rid of Yuna here and now, but decided against it. Killing humans that weren't blocking his way was beyond his pride as a noble. He realized that she might pose a threat someday, but that was not something he would have to deal with now. Very well, we are leaving. Yuna nodded in approval when she saw Byakuya quickly making a decision and focused her attention on Ichigo, who had gotten visibly paler. She was just about to tend to him when she remembered something else. Oh yeah, Byakuya, right. Haven't you forgotten something? Forgotten? I don't think so. As soon as he heard Yuna's questions, he put his attention back on Yuna, but no matter how he thought about it, he hadn't forgotten anything. No, I'm certain you have forgotten something. And that something is... Yuna dramatically raised her right hand, drawing attention from everyone present, and moments later. You're for well present, Tilda. Snap. Splat. Before Byakuya could realize what was going on, a cake smacked him in the face, utterly dumbfounding him. He hastily wiped it away to look at Yuna, but she was already gone. What was that all about? Rukia and Rinji, who were both dumbfounded while they tried to suppress their laughter, decided not to comment on that question. A while later, a loud groan escaped Ichigo's mouth as he sluggishly opened his eyes. Groan, I am not dead. The last thing he remembered was getting stabbed, falling to the ground, and then... Yuna suddenly appeared and said something silly. As he slowly pieced together what had happened, his eyes widened in shock. Shit. Is she all right as well? No, wait, since I'm fine, I doubt anything had happened to her. Let's hope that is what happened. As Ichigo came to that conclusion, resulting in his body relaxing, a nearby door was opened, revealing Urahara Kisuke. Oh hi. Seems like you have woken up. Don't move around too much, or your wounds will reopen, Tilda. Hearing Kisuke's words, Ichigo simply nodded his head as he got comfortable on the bed. What happened to Yuna? I vaguely remember her appearing before I lost consciousness. She briefly fought Kuchiki Byakuya before deciding to give up on Rukia. Ichigo's eyes widened as anger flashed through them due to Yuna giving up on Rukia. Kisuke saw that facial expression and could only shake his head. It was the correct choice to make. You were bleeding to death, and her opponent was restricted to only 20% of his power. If things escalated further, a lot of innocent people might have died. Hearing Kisuke's words, Ichigo visibly calmed down. Yes, he wanted to save Rukia, but he didn't want to sacrifice other people to reach that goal. However, he quickly latched onto something else Kisuke had just told him. Wait a moment. That was only 20%. Impossible. Ah, please don't misunderstand, his strength was reduced to 20%, not his speed. Since he never clashed with him in the first place, that strength reduction had very little effect on your fight. Ichigo sighed in relief when he heard Kisuke's assurance. He closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. While thinking about the current situation, a deep frown appeared on his face. Shit, what am I supposed to do now? Rukia is in Soul Society. How am I supposed to get there? Damn it, I still want to save Rukia. Suddenly, the mood in the room shifted as an uncharacteristically serious expression appeared on Kisuke's face while the room's atmosphere became somewhat suffocating. Well, so you really think there is no way to get to Soul Society? Ichigo's eyes widened as he looked at Kisuke in surprise. Hope started brimming in his eyes. There is one. Please tell me what I have to do to get there. Kisuke hummed in acknowledgement as he raised his finger, stopping Ichigo from talking any further. I can help you get there, but I have one condition. Allow me to train you for the next 10 days, then I will help you get there. What? That's too long. I need to go there now, or I won't be able to save Rukia. Before Ichigo could react, Kasuke appeared next to him, with his walking stick threateningly pointing at Ichigo's face, making him feel like a sword tip was about to impale him. You don't understand. If you go there as you are, you will die. Do you honestly think you could fight them again and win this time? Ichigo gritted his teeth in anger as he realized that he was totally helpless in his confrontation against Byakuya. What was the point of invading Soul Society and instantly getting stabbed again? Anyway, Soul Society waits at least a month before they execute someone, so we have plenty of time. Let's see Tilda 10 days of training and 7 days to open the gate to Soul Society, leaving us a generous 13 days to save her. Doesn't sound too bad, does it? Ichigo nodded his head as he felt his stress levels lowering due to not having too much time pressure. That's good, however, are a mere 10 days really enough to reach that kind of level? Can I defeat that Kuchiki Byakuya after mere 10 days? Hehe, if you wish to save her with all your heart, I'm sure you can make it, Tilda. Ichigo nodded his head with determination, not noticing that Kasuke dodged his question. For now, he had to give it his all and see where things go from there. Very well, I'll be in your hands then. Let's do it. Ara Tilda, how can you plot to invade a foreign nation and not invite me? How rude, Tilda. Ichigo and Kasuke's head snapped towards the door when a third person suddenly started talking. Seeing 3 people walk into the room like they owned the place, Kasuke could feel his eyebrow twitch. You do realize that this is private property, right? Well, in that case, you shouldn't have left the door open. Pretty sure I closed and even locked it. Well, what can I say? I was open after I lockpicked it, so who knows what had happened. Kasuke resisted the urge to facepalm before he decided not to bother with this. In the end, he would have contacted Yuna and her little group anyway, so it didn't matter that they heard about it early. Oh? So it was like that, how mysterious, Tilda. For now, he decided to blatantly ignore Yuna's wording, as she seemed to like doing the same. Anyway, since you heard the conversation, do you plan to join in and save Rukia? Yuna lightly held her chin as she pretended to think about it for a short moment and then resumed speaking. Frankly, this is a suicide mission. We don't know the enemy's strength, and only one of them could easily one-shot Ichigo. And we do all that to save a person we haven't even known for a year. In conclusion, this mission is utterly insane. The more Yuna spoke, the more depressed Ichigo became. Obviously, he was aware of how ridiculous this whole thing was, but he didn't want to think about it. Now that Yuna had said the situation out loud, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Before he could comment on Yuna's words, she resumed speaking. So, I'm obviously coming with you. Yuna, you. HAAA. You are coming. Ichigo wanted to convince Yuna to come with him anyway, but Yuna suddenly agreed, shocking him greatly. Yep, I'm coming as well. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Soul Society. Moments later, Hinata and Naruto agreed as well, dumbfounding Ichigo. He wasn't expecting that the other 2 would agree so easily, despite all the negative things Yuna had mentioned about the plan. Ha ha ha, isn't that great? Seems like you have already found a few comrades that can come with you. Isn't that great, Ichigo? Ichigo could only smile wryly as Kasuke encouraged him with a goofy tone. He really wasn't sure how he should react to Kasuke constantly switching moods from goofy to serious. Well, for now, getting stronger has priority, so he would worry about stuff like that when he had time to do so. Anyway, take these pills with you and take one every 2 hours. This will fully heal over the course of the day, resulting in you being fully healed tomorrow morning, just in time to start our training. As Kasuke said these words, he handed Ichigo a pill bottle that had a skull on it, causing Ichigo's eyebrows to rise. Oi, is this really the correct bottle? Doesn't the skull usually mean that it's poison? Ma, don't worry about it. Don't you know that all medicine is poison if taken in too large quantities? That wasn't the question. Ha ha ha, as I said, don't worry about it. Hearing Kasuke's words, Yuna nodded her head in agreement and patted Ichigo on the shoulder. Ma, don't worry about it too much. Sometimes taking a bit of poison isn't that bad. Ha. How is that not bad? Obviously, if it tastes good, Tilda. Ichigo wanted to retort but had no idea what he even was supposed to say to that. What kind of weird criteria was that? He briefly glanced at Hinata and Naruto to gauge how serious Yuna was with her statement. However, the duo only averted their eyes. Seriously? Somehow I get the feeling that her coming with me will be very troublesome. Just like that, the meeting was suspended and everyone went their way. Kisuke still had quite a few preparations to make for Ichigo's training, while Ichigo simply wanted to go to bed as soon as possible. Almost dying was a rather exhausting affair, after all. However, the mood around Yuna and her little group was a little different. While Hinata wore a wry smile that held hints of pity, Yuna and Naruto's faces were twisted into a demon-like appearance. Soul Society, you know tilde. Hee, that's right, Nasan tilde. There will be lots of arrogant noble clans, right, Naruto tilde. Hee, that's right, Nasan tilde. Let's start baking, Naruto tilde. Yes, let's start baking, Nasan tilde. While Hinata could only shake her head in pity, a collective shiver went through the spines of every single person in Soul Society. Somehow, they felt like something bad was about to happen. Just like that, the day ended and a new one started. It was the last day of school before the summer holidays started, and Yuna, Hinata, and Naruto were currently sitting on the school's roof, eating lunch. While the trio was casually chatting with each other, the roof's door opened, revealing Tatsuki, who wore an annoyed and confused expression. What's wrong, Tatsuki? Hearing Naruto's question, Tatsuki became even more annoyed and approached the trio with a glare on her face. Rukia? What happened to her? Why does no one remember her? Rukia, who is that? Her glare became even more intense as she stared at Naruto hard enough to set him ablaze, causing him to chuckle in amusement. Sorry, I was just kidding tilde. She apparently committed some kind of crime in her home place, so 2 people came and captured her yesterday. Apparently, she will be executed in about a month. Somehow, Tatsuki managed to glare at Naruto even harder. She was just about to scold him for coming up with nonsense like that, but Naruto resumed speaking before she could do so. Well, no need to worry, though. We are already forming a group to raid the place and get Rukia back. Wanna come as well? Tatsuki couldn't help but frown when Naruto continued his nonsense. Usually, he would stop acting after being seen through, but this time, he actually continued his story and elaborated further. Are you actually serious? Yep, everything I said was true, even if it sounds like utter nonsense. Tatsuki frowned deeply when she heard Naruto's words. She wasn't too close to Rukia herself, but she was pretty close to Ichigo, who definitely would go after her. Additionally, Naruto went as well, so after thinking about it for a few seconds, her choice was rather obvious. I want to help you as well. Ha, sure. This will be a fun trip tilde. Tatsuki had some doubts about that but didn't comment any further. However, there was something else that was bothering her. Won't I be a burden? Although Tatsuki got her new power, she was fully aware that she was much weaker than Naruto. She witnessed how easily Naruto could dispatch Hollow and even saw how the trio in front of her killed that giant monster Hollow. There is no way she could do anything to such a creature. Well, to put it bluntly, yes, the current you would be a burden. Tatsuki gritted her teeth and clenched her fists when Naruto bluntly told her that she would be a burden. If that was really the case, then she would rather not come with them, her pride be damned. Obviously, Naruto could easily read Tatsuki's expression and chuckled in amusement. Before she could say anything else, Naruto resumed talking. What are you getting all depressed for? As I said, the current you would be a burden, so can't we just make you stronger so you stop being a burden? We still have 17 days before we actually have to leave, so let's use that time to get stronger. Although Tatsuki was reassured when she heard that there was still time to get stronger, in the end, she could only deflate. 17 days. What can be done in such a short time frame? No matter how I look at it, becoming meaningfully stronger in such a short time period is impossible. Naruto nodded his head in agreement as he continued leisurely eating his lunch. Normally, 17 days were pretty much meaningless, especially if it concerned someone who already trained regularly, which Tatsuki undoubtedly did. Despite that, a smirk appeared on Naruto's face, which immediately gave Tatsuki some confidence. Yes, that would normally be the case, but we don't do normal in our little group, so I can guarantee you a significant power boost in those 17 days. There was a certain amount of doubt in Tatsuki's eyes, but she nodded her head nonetheless. She loved improving herself, and this was the perfect opportunity. Despite that, she still had to mention some doubts. What makes you so confident that I can improve? It's actually pretty simple. Recently, you gained a new power. Do you think you have mastered that yet? Tatsuki was taken aback due to Naruto's words, and while thinking about how to answer that, she realized the situation herself. I see, I've gotten myself a power-up, but there is no way I can perfectly use it after just a few days. Although my body is heavily trained, my new skill is pretty much untrained, leaving a lot of potential. Seeing confidence and determination returning to Tatsuki's face, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Seems like you have found the answer yourself. That's right, we'll be focusing on developing your new ability. There is no way that coating your hands in lava is all you can do. Maybe the end result will be a full-body suit. Or maybe you will be able to fully transform into lava, making it almost impossible to hurt you. Hehe, I'm looking forward to what your ability will evolve into. Tatsuki's eyes gleamed in excitement when she heard Naruto's words. Both possibilities sounded interesting, but who knew what the end result would be? For now, all she could do was train. All right, I'm in. Do you have a good place where we can train, or should we use my family's dojo? Don't worry, we have a very good place. Just follow us after school and we'll show you a neat place. Hehe, I hope you are prepared for a training program straight out of hell. Although a shiver went through Tatsuki's spine as Naruto's smile twisted into something demonic, her eyes were still overflowing with determination. Bring it on. After the training is over, I'll be even stronger than you. Naruto nodded in approval before he noticed that a mischievous glimmer briefly flashed through Yuna's eyes, catching his interest. Clearly, Yuna was planning something. Naruto, you can't just promise stuff like that without thinking about the consequences. I don't know what exactly you want to teach Tatsuki, but it sounds a lot like you want to teach her that. Although Naruto had no idea what Yuna was talking about, he knew exactly how he should act in this kind of situation. So, he acted surprised after hearing Yuna's scolding, and after a short moment of thinking about the situation, his face visibly paled. "Ine-san, it's not like that, I swear." Hearing Naruto's words, Yuna snorted in disdain as she continued talking. "Yeah, sure, as if I would believe that. You clearly wanted to teach her our family's secret training method. You know full well that there are certain criteria that need to be fulfilled before you are allowed to do that. Ine-san, I swear I wasn't going to do that." Seeing that there seemingly was a conflict between Yuna and Naruto, Tatsuki decided to intervene. "Please don't argue like that. I'm sure Naruto didn't plan to go against your family's traditions. Didn't you say that there are certain criteria that need to be fulfilled first? I'm sure that Naruto planned to solve that issue first before teaching me anything." Hearing Tatsuki's words, Yuna went silent for a short moment while Naruto finally realized where this was going. He had some trouble suppressing a smirk as he resumed talking. That's right, that's definitely what I wanted to do, cough. As Naruto said that, a blush appeared on his face, making Tatsuki wonder what exactly those requirements were. After hearing Naruto's words, Yuna hesitated a while longer before nodding her head in approval. "I see, if that's the case, then there is no problem. Are you aware of the conditions that need to be met, Tatsuki?" Seeing the serious expression on Yuna's face, Tatsuki couldn't help but straighten her back. Seeing a serious Yuna was incredibly rare, so she couldn't help but take the situation seriously as well. Only family members are allowed to learn this technique, so for you to learn it, you need to be part of the family. At first, Tatsuki didn't know what exactly Yuna was talking about, but looking at Hinata, who was currently clinging to Yuna, she slowly realized the situation. If it was just the twins being strong, that would be one thing, but even the woman standing next to one of them is strong as well, making it highly possible that she learned that secret technique. Becoming part of the family. Wait a moment, doesn't Yuna usually call Hinata her wife? Tatsuki glanced at Naruto, and after seeing the combination of embarrassment and awkwardness on his face, Tatsuki quickly came to a conclusion. "I need to become Naruto's wife." Her face flushed crimson as she gave Naruto another death glare, resulting in his expression becoming even more awkward. She liked Naruto, there was no doubt about it, but speaking about marriage this early in the game was a little too hasty for her taste. She wanted to reject this arrangement immediately, but somehow she couldn't help herself but go through all kinds of fantasies, ranging from them getting married to doing other stuff. As steam started slowly flowing out of Tatsuki's ears, Yuna almost laughed out loud, while Hinata and Naruto had to suppress a giggle as well. Yuna considered stopping Tatsuki from overthinking immediately, but her expression was simply too cute to do so immediately. So, after waiting around a minute, which somehow caused Tatsuki's face to become even redder, Yuna decided not to push this too far. She didn't want Tatsuki to faint, after all. Indeed, for you to be considered part of our family, you would need to have some form of a closer relationship with either Naruto or me. Just being friends is not enough. Let's see, if you could prove your relationship with a kiss, I'm satisfied. As Yuna said those words, Tatsuki was already mentally planning how Naruto and her would spend their retirement and what their children's children would look like, but as soon as Yuna finished speaking, she snapped back to reality. What? A kiss is enough? MHH. Yeah, what were you expecting? Tatsuki was dumbfounded by Yuna's words, and moments later, a small, almost unnoticeable snicker entered her ears. Tatsuki's face deadpanned as she looked at the source of the sounds, seeing Naruto covering his mouth with all his strength, desperately trying not to laugh. The pieces quickly snapped into place when she went over the whole conversation again. She didn't need to be a genius that understood that Yuna and Naruto tricked her into thinking about weird things by making their conversation as vague as possible. She raised her right fist and clenched it, resulting in it being covered in lava as her glare landed on Naruto. So this is how you want to play, huh? Very well, prepare to die. Naruto laughed out loud as he rolled backward, dodging Tatsuki's punch, which easily burned a hole into the ground. Ha ha ha, careful there, don't damage the school tilde. Instead of answering, Tatsuki raised her other hand and clenched it as well, resulting in it getting coated in lava as well. Do you know your crime, Naruto? Hee, my crime is teasing my cute tomboy girlfriend and making her all embarrassed thinking about our relationship tilde. Yet again, Tatsuki became flustered hearing Naruto's words as her face flushed crimson. For a brief moment, the lava covering her hands vanished, allowing Naruto to take advantage of the situation and close the distance between the duo, grabbing her hands. Tilde seems like your ability is influenced by your emotional state. That could be both an advantage and a disadvantage. Tatsuki tried to light up her hands again, but after she realized that she couldn't, she chose the only option her chaotic mind could come up with. She kicked upwards with one of her legs, cleanly aiming at the spot between Naruto's legs, but before the attack could land, it was blocked by one of Naruto's hands. Whoa, careful there. Where do you think our future children will come from if you damage that place, tilde? Tatsuki almost had a breakdown when she heard Naruto's teasing words, so, due to being unable to form a coherent sentence, she repeatedly hit Naruto's chest while cursing him. Idiot. Pervert. Stupid. Feeling Tatsuki's fist lightly landing on his chest, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle in amusement as he raised Tatsuki's head by her chin and gave her a kiss. For around half a second, she struggled to get away from him before her arms snaked around his back and hugged him in comfort. Yet again, I have to say that teasing tomboys is a lot of fun, tilde. Whoa, tilde, this place is so big, tilde, to think there would be such a massive place hidden underneath the store, tilde. Hearing Kisuke praise his own underground training hall, which was located underneath his little store, Yuna could only shake her head. I've seen bigger. Kisuke seemed genuinely shocked by Yuna's words as he looked at her with wide-open eyes. What? I wasn't expecting there to be someone who has a bigger one than me. Hearing Kisuke's ambitious words, Yuna couldn't help but chuckle in amusement while Naruto sagely nodded his head. Can't always have the biggest one in the room. Hinata couldn't help but facepalm as Naruto made the conversation even more ambiguous. This conversation is still about hidden training areas, isn't it? Sure, let's pretend it is. While Hinata simply rolled her eyes at Naruto's answer, Tatsuki couldn't help but facepalm. Ugh, seriously. A dick joke. How old are you guys? 5. Naruto shook his head when he heard Tatsuki's question before he resumed talking in a serious fashion. I'll let you know, Tatsuki, a good dick jerk is ageless. While Tatsuki glared at Naruto, Yuna nodded in agreement. Indeed, but it's important that the jerk's about the dick and that the dick isn't the jerk. A pained groan escaped Tatsuki's mouth as she held her head in pain due to Yuna continuing with the jerks. Suddenly, Tatsuki felt a hand land on her shoulder. She looked towards the owner and saw Hinata looking at her in sympathy. Since you are pretty much dating Naruto, you better get used to stuff like this, or you'll be in for a bad time. Although Tatsuki blushed a little when Hinata mentioned her dating Naruto, she still took her advice to heart and nodded her head. How are you dealing with this, Hinata? Hearing Tatsuki's question, Hinata's eyes became somewhat empty as she stared blankly to the front. I grew up with them, you get used to it. For some reason, that didn't make Tatsuki feel any better. Especially not after seeing Hinata's facial expression. Anyway, since everyone would be going to Soul Society together, Kasuke offered Yuna a place to train. Well, it honestly didn't matter too much for Yuna and her little group, as neither of them is likely to get any sudden power-ups in just a mere 17 days, but all of them were curious about what Kasuke planned to do with Ichigo, who apparently had lost his Shinigami powers. In addition to Hinata and Naruto, Tatsuki, who could definitely improve in these 17 days, and Ichigo, who needed this training the most, were with them as well. Apparently, Ishida, Orihime, and Sado will be training somewhere else. While Naruto and Tatsuki separated from the group to do their own thing, Yuna, Hinata, and Ichigo followed Kasuke towards a place where a young girl with a sad expression, an energetic-looking boy, and a muscular man with a mustache were already waiting for them. These three were Jinta Hanakari, Tessai Tsukubishi, and Yuru Tsumudia, Kasuke's employees. Before anyone could react, Kasuke jabbed the tip of his walking stick at Ichigo's forehead, causing him to collapse. Or rather, his physical body collapsed as his soul was ejected out of it. Instead of being in his Shinigami form, Ichigo's soul looked exactly like his physical body, to which he was currently chained. Hey, what are you doing? Ma, no need to yell. Since everyone is here, let's quickly get the show started. Although Ichigo scoffed at Kasuke's words, he quickly got up while dusting off his clothes. However, as he was standing up, he staggered a little. Whoa, I feel heavy. Indeed, this must be the first time you left your real body as just a simple soul. Currently, you do not possess any spiritual power, so you are like an average human soul. Ichigo couldn't help but frown when he heard Kasuke's words. He felt incredibly weak and could barely move his body. There was no chance of winning a fight like this. To fight Soul Reapers and save Rukia, this will obviously not do. The first step to getting your power back is improving your control over your soul by increasing your spiritual power. The more you have, the stronger your soul will become, and as soon as your soul has more power than your body, you have completed the first step. As Kasuke finished his explanation, Ichigo tilted his head in confusion. That sounds really complicated, what am I supposed to do? Kasuke, happy that Ichigo was eager to go, nodded his head as she pulled Yuru towards him. Well, first of all, fight and defeat Yuru here. An awkward silence followed Kasuke's words. Ichigo looked at him, then at Yuru, who appeared to be around 12 years old, and then back to Kasuke. He was just about to ask what the hell Kasuke was talking about when a spectator chimed in. You can do it, Ichigo. She appears to be around 12 years old, but I think you can take her on if you give it your all. Hearing Yuna's cheers, Ichigo threw her a seething glare before focusing on the little girl in front of him. After a few seconds of silence, Ichigo simply shook his head. There is no way I'm fighting such a young girl. Instead of responding to Ichigo's words, Yuru tossed a set of defensive equipment at Ichigo, confusing him a little. Please put these on, or you will die. Before Ichigo could fathom what Yuru had just told him, she appeared in front of him with her fist already reeled back, ready to turn Ichigo into blood mist. His eyes widened as he slightly shifted his body, barely evading the blow, resulting in Yuru punching the ground and causing a massive explosion. Oh? Did he die? Nah, he's fine, probably. As Kasuke was having that kind of conversation with Tessai, Ichigo rolled out of the dust cloud and started running away from Yuru, while holding the protective gear he initially tossed at him. How the hell do I put this one? It's easy, you just have to put it on your forehead and yell. Hearing what he was supposed to do, Ichigo briefly considered throwing the protective gear away, but another close dodge quickly made him change his opinion. Shit, fine. I'll do it. Do you know who this young master is? Do you know who my father is? I command you to protect me. Young Master Crown, activate. However, absolutely nothing happened. Whoa, I didn't think he would actually say it, Kisuke. As expected, due to the danger, he momentarily forgot about his shame, Yuna. Indeed. So, did you regret using my line about being a young master instead of yours about justice? Kisuke pondered Yuna's question for a brief moment before shaking his head in denial. No, that was pretty good. I haven't been in Soul Society for a while, so hearing stuff like that after such a long time is quite refreshing. While Yuna and Kisuke were happily chatting with each other, Ichigo realized that he had been tricked and flushed crimson. You bastards, stop playing now. Ugh. As Ichigo was yelling at Yuna and Kisuke, Yuru continued her assault, forcing Ichigo to dodge another blow. Shit, tell me how to put this on all. What the FCK are you doing? As Ichigo continued yelling at Yuna and Kisuke, he glanced at them, and what he saw almost made him trip. While Kisuke and his group seemed to watch Ichigo's struggle intently, Yuna's head was currently firmly placed on Hinata's thighs. While Yuna seemed to at least watch his actions, Hinata seemed to have completely lost all interest in this matter and was only occasionally feeding Yuna some popcorn while combing through her hair with her other hand. Unfortunately, Ichigo couldn't complain any further as he had to dodge another punch. While he was running away, Kisuke finally revealed the proper way to put on the protective gear, and as soon as Ichigo had put it on, he was ready to fight. Boom. Shit, are you joking? Won't this still kill me instantly? Or not? Rather than fighting Yuru head-on, Ichigo would rather not come in contact with a punch that could shatter a boulder, protective gear or not. However, as he was running away and dodging, he came to a realization. Wait, since I can run and dodge her attacks, I should be able to counterattack as well, right? Coming to that conclusion, Ichigo turned around and decided to face Yuru. He wanted to dodge her punch and defeat her in one swift counterattack. As her punch flew towards him, Ichigo's eyes sharpened, allowing him to barely dodge the attack and counterattack. However, Yuru reacted in time and tilted her head to the side, resulting in Ichigo only grazing her cheek. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as spiritual pressure exploded out of Yuru, while her face turned cold and emotionless. Before Ichigo could react, Yuru suddenly stood on the arm that had grazed her cheek with her right leg reeled back for a powerful kick. As her foot approached Ichigo, his eyes widened in shock due to Yuru's sudden speed burst. Too fast, can't dodge it. Boom. Another loud explosion occurred as Yuru's leg collided with a hand, and after the dust settled, the whole scene was revealed. Yuna had blocked Yuru's attack just before it could hit Ichigo, while Kisuke stood behind Yuru, grabbing her leg to soften the blow. Oh hi. To think you could catch Yuru's attack like that. That's quite impressive. Hearing Kisuke's praise, Yuna only scoffed in disdain as she slightly shook her hand. Rather than being impressed by me catching the attack, I'm more impressed by my hand actually feeling a little numb. This girl certainly isn't a normal human. Kisuke nodded his head in agreement before shrugging his shoulder. She certainly isn't, however, blocking that attack is still more impressive. You do realize that a normal human would have died instantly, right? Yuna scoffed in disdain as she returned to Hinata to retake the position on her lap. Normal? Please don't insult me like that. As if there is anything normal about me. Kisuke could feel his eyebrows twitch due to Yuna's words, but he didn't argue any further than that. Honestly, he couldn't help but agree with Yuna's statement. There really was nothing normal about them. In fact, there wasn't much normal about her whole little group in total. Meanwhile, Ichigo managed to get out of his near-death-induced state and gritted his teeth in anger. Shit, I know I lost, so let's go another round. I know I can win this. Kisuke chuckled in amusement when he heard Akaizo's motivation-filled words before simply shrugging his shoulders. There is no longer any need for that. The goal was never for you to win the fight but for you to get used to your soul form. Additionally, a soul grows stronger as it faces the risk of destruction, so just dodging the first attack would have been enough. Ichigo was surprised by Kisuke's words and quickly noticed that he could now move around much easier than he initially could. All that heaviness he felt at the start was gone now. However, there was something else he realized as well. Wait a moment. Dodging the first attack was enough. So you did all of that just to mess with me? While Kasuke simply opened his fan to hide his smile, Yuna chuckled in amusement before shaking her head and putting her hand on Ichigo's shoulder. Of course, that wasn't the only reason. Ichigo relaxed a little when Yuna claimed that there was more reason, but when Yuna continued her explanation, he could almost feel his blood boil. It wasn't just to mess with you, it was also to have as much fun as possible while doing so. Ichigo's anger exploded as he punched towards Yuna, who easily dodged the attack while chuckling in amusement. No need to be hasty, Ichigo. If you want to fight, we can fight after you regain your power. Indeed, that being said, let's start the next phase, shall we? Clang. While Kasuke asked whether they should continue or not, the sound of metal colliding with metal echoed over the training ground. While Ichigo wasn't paying attention, Tessai had approached his physical body with a massive axe and cleaved down on the chain of fate, connecting Ichigo's body with his soul. However, before he could sever it, a sword appeared and blocked the strike. What is the meaning of this? When Yuna realized Tessai's intentions, she moved instantly and blocked the strike, while Hinata moved pretty much at the same time. She was currently sitting on Tessai's shoulders while holding her sword to his neck. Both of them were oozing powerful spiritual pressure, shocking everyone present. Well, care to explain yourself, Kasuke? Kasuke couldn't help but shudder a little as Yuna's eyes zeroed in on him. Since the whole procedure to regaining his Shinigami power was rather dangerous, Kasuke wanted to do the whole thing without allowing Ichigo to think too much about what was going on, but now that plan was stopped by Yuna and Hinata, who both oozed pressure far beyond what Kasuke believed a human should be capable of. I knew they were special, but this is on a completely different level. Rather than interesting special, they are dangerous special. I should tread carefully here, or things might go south. Well, let's calm down for now, and let me explain the situation. Those that have their chains of fate severed will inevitably turn into a hollow. Or that is at least the common story going around, which isn't entirely true. There is a chance to not become a hollow after severing the chain, becoming a Shinigami. Yuna patiently listened to Kasuke's explanation, and after hearing the whole thing and thinking it through, she nodded her head in understanding. In addition to Kasuke's explanation, she found it rather weird that he suddenly wanted to kill Ichigo, so that helped make his words more believable. Very well, what do you want to do, Ichigo? This is your decision. Whether you trust Kasuke or not and whether you believe you can do it or not, it's all in your grasp now. Silence reigned the training ground for a few seconds before a look of pure determination appeared on Ichigo's face. Do it. The only chance I have to save Rukia is by taking this risk, so I'll take it. Yuna nodded in approval at Ichigo's resolve and slashed down her sword, cutting Ichigo's chain of fate with ease. Seeing that the deed was done, Yuna's eyes landed on Kasuke with a predatory smirk on her face, immediately causing him to take a step back. Well then, Kasuke. Could you tell me if this method to become a Shinigami works for everyone or if Ichigo here is a special case? Hearing Yuna's seemingly honey-glazed words, a shiver went through Kasuke's spine as he started pondering how he should answer this question. What should I do? Meanwhile, Naruto and Tatsuki were facing each other with serious expressions on their face. All right, Tatsuki, the greatest difference between the upcoming fights and the ones you have had so far is the willingness of your enemy to kill you. Although that hollow you defeated wanted to kill you as well, its strength was so insignificant that it barely mattered. Additionally, there is no way that a random hollow could use its killing intent or spiritual pressure to its advantage. Tatsuki nodded in understanding while not really understanding what the difference was. Wouldn't she just have to defeat her opponent? What was the point of talking about esoteric concepts like killing intent? Obviously, Naruto saw the doubt in her eyes and smirked a little. He lowered his stance, immediately alarming Tatsuki as her eyes sharpened. Then, Naruto jumped towards her and punched her stomach, just for Tatsuki to immediately react and dodge the punch. She swiftly counterattacked, but before her counter could connect, Naruto had already distanced himself from her. Well, that was a pretty normal exchange, right? Now, let's do the exact same thing again. Also, Tatsuki initially relaxed after Naruto retreated, her sense immediately sharpened again when she heard that he would attack again. Yet again, Naruto lowered his stance and charged Tatsuki a moment later. However, this time things were a little different, as just when he was about to throw his punch, his eyes became fierce and a powerful wave of pressure collided with Tatsuki, stunning her momentarily and allowing Naruto to land a hit. Well, he didn't actually land a hit but stopped his fist just before the collision, but it was obvious that Tatsuki lost this exchange, despite it seemingly going exactly the same as the first one. What was that? It felt like my whole body was suddenly engulfed in ice-cold water. Naruto hummed an acknowledgement as he removed his fist from Tatsuki's stomach. The presence of someone used to combat can become so intense that it can stun the less experienced. That is what you just experienced. Unlike humans, Shinigami have a very long lifespan, so there is a high chance that a lot of them will be able to put that kind of pressure on you. So, while experimenting with your new power and sparring against you, I will frequently put pressure on you so you can get used to it. Although Tatsuki was surprised that something like someone's aura actually existed, she still eagerly nodded her head. She could clearly feel that she was about to grow much stronger, so she couldn't help but be excited. However, despite her excitement, another question popped up in her mind. You said that it takes a long time to develop that kind of aura, how come you can use it then? A smirk appeared on Naruto's face when he heard Tatsuki's question. Obviously, he was hoping for her to ask that question. Well, as you have undoubtedly noticed, there is a big secret about Nasan, Hinata, and me, so if you manage to defeat a strong opponent within Soul Society, I'll tell you everything about us. Tatsuki's eyes gleamed with determination as soon as Naruto stopped speaking. Naturally, she noticed the weirdness surrounding the trio, but not she could finally hear all about it, greatly stimulating her drive to push herself further. Seeing the gleam in Tatsuki's eyes, Naruto nodded in satisfaction as a smirk appeared on his face. Well, how's that for a good motivation to improve? So you have really grown used to manipulating people, didn't you? Well, what can I say? I learned from the best Tilda. What should I do? Kisuke couldn't help but wonder how much information he should give to Yuna as her purple eyes stared at him, making him feel like she was directly looking into his soul. After pondering how to answer for a few seconds more, Kisuke decided to simply tell her the truth while warning her of the risks. It is possible for everyone to become a Shinigami, but Ichigo is a bit of a special case. While he is almost guaranteed to succeed, an average human is pretty much guaranteed to fail. Yuna hummed an acknowledgement, happy that she got the answer she was hoping to get. However, there was something else she was rather curious about. The first Shinigami she interrogated claimed that Shinigami and Hollow were the exact opposite, so she was curious if they could coexist or if combining them would lead to mutual destruction. The difference between yin and yang, which could be mixed, or fire and water that would mutually destroy each other. I see, however, there is still something else I'm curious about. When the chain of fate is cut, someone will either become a Shinigami or a Hollow, right? Are there cases of people becoming both? Although Kisuke didn't show it on his face, he was rather surprised by that question. After all, there reside people just like that in this very town. Again, he was rather reluctant to give out that kind of information, but considering that it was basically impossible for Yuna not to meet them at some point in time, he decided to just spill the beans. Currently, there are no cases of someone becoming a combination of both after their chain of fate was cut. However, there are cases of Shinigami gaining hollow powers and vice versa. Drawbacks. Kisuke really didn't like where this conversation was going. Somehow, he felt like Yuna would cut her chain of fate at any moment. So, he decided to inform her of the possible consequences. I don't know much about a Hollow gaining Shinigami powers, but if a Shinigami gets Hollow powers, they have to constantly internally fight their Hollow so it doesn't take over control. It's rather clear that you want to become a Shinigami, but I highly advise you against trying. Your chance of succeeding is basically zero for a normal human. Yuna frowned when she heard the first part of Kisuke's explanation while completely ignoring the second. The chance for a normal human was zero. Yuna didn't understand what that had to do with her. Why would you need to fight the Hollow? Shouldn't it be a part of you? Does cutting the chain initiate some kind of summoning that spawns an independent creature inside you? I can hardly believe that. While Yuna was thinking about the situation, Ichigo suddenly started screaming in pain. Yuna looked at the source of the scream and noticed a circular hole at Ichigo's previous location. What's that all about? That is the shattered shaft and... Your naming sense sucks. The gas inside the shattered shaft will. Shinigami training art, heavenly reverse erect shaft. Increase the pace at which the chain or fate will start with the encroachment. Instead of taking weeks and months, this will be done in 72 hours. As if the chain heard Kasuke's words, the last of its segments transformed, creating multiple mouths that started eating the chain, causing Ichigo a lot of pain. See, the first segment is already getting encroached. Yuna nodded her head as she looked at the wiggling Ichigo that tried to stop the chain of fate from eating itself. Is that gas only enough for one person, or can I partake in this as well? An ugly expression appeared on Kasuke's face when he heard Yuna's question. If she really wanted to take the risk, he wouldn't stop her, but losing her here would be a rather regrettable loss of fighting power. Although the gas is more than enough to work for multiple people, I highly recommend not doing this. A normal human will become a hollow. Yuna chuckled in amusement as she jumped into the hole without a second of hesitation, causing Kasuke to sigh deeply. Hee, normal human. Not sure what that has to do with me. Seeing Yuna's resolve, Kasuke could only shake his head in bitterness. I hope Ichigo won't take this loss too hard. Having him filled with negative emotions isn't exactly advantageous for his training. Wait a moment. Maybe Hinata can convince Yuna. From what I have seen, those two are pretty close. Clang. Before Kasuke could make this idea a reality, the sound of a chain getting destroyed came out of the hole where Yuna had just jumped in, resulting in another sigh from Kasuke. Too late, huh? She has already destroyed her chain. MHH. Wait a second. Weren't there two sounds just now? Kasuke curiously looked into the hole and almost fell in himself when he saw what was going on. Just as he had expected, Yuna had already cut her chain, but there, surprisingly, was another person who had done the same. Without him noticing, Hinata had entered the shattered shaft as well and had cut her chain. How the hell did she get in there without me noticing? However, what happened next was even more surprising to him, as Yuna's physical body suddenly stood up again, despite being without a soul, picked up Hinata, and then jumped out of the shattered shaft. Sigh, what a drag. What is she thinking, making me move around in this inconvenient body? Naturally, Kasuke was utterly dumbfounded that Yuna's body could move around, despite her soul not being present. His first thought was that she might have used an artificial soul, but he didn't notice her doing so at all. Who exactly are you? No, what are you? Yuna's body shrugged as it sat down cross-legged with an annoyed huff and closed its eyes. You can call me Kyubi. All people who I don't care about call me that. As for what I am a victim... Kasuke's eyes sparkled with curiosity when he heard Kurama's gruff answer. Not only was he interested in what exactly he was, but noticing his no-nonsense attitude, he immediately wanted to tease him. That was the kind of person Kasuke was. He loved messing with stiff people. Oha don't be like that come, let's talk and have some fun to kill some time. You seem to be living in Yuna's body, but you talk like a man. I wonder if you occasionally peek at her when she's in the shower. Hearing Kasuke's attempts at teasing him, Kurama briefly opened his eyes and gave Kasuke a look filled with nothing but pity and disdain before he closed his eyes again. He was used to Yuna, so Kasuke's words wouldn't affect him so easily. Seeing that his teasing words didn't cause the desired reaction in the slightest, Kasuke couldn't help but deflate a little. He was hoping he could at least have a flustered look or a blush, but he got barely any reaction at all, disappointing him greatly. Oh well, guess I'll just have to come up with something better. Meanwhile, inside the shattered shaft, Ichigo looked at Yuna and Hinata in bewilderment. Why did you do that? You do realize that you might turn into a hollow, right? Hearing Ichigo's question, Yuna scoffed in disdain. Isn't that obvious? A chain was binding me, it was only natural to get rid of everything restraining me. I would have done so much earlier if I had known of the consequences and possibilities. Ichigo was dumbfounded due to Yuna's words. He could not imagine why someone would take such a huge risk just to get rid of a chain. Just as he was about to ask further questions, Yuna and Hinata's chains changed and started the process of encouragement as well. Ichigo expected the duo to scream in pain, but to his surprise, neither of them was reacting to the incredibly painful procedure. What the hell? This isn't fair, why does the procedure hurt for me and not for you? MHH. It does hurt, but it's manageable. Ha! How can this be considered manageable? Yuna and Hinata briefly glanced at each other before simply shrugging their shoulders. Yuna's ridiculous age aside, Hinata had lived for quite a long time by now as well, so a little bit of pain wouldn't bother them. Anyway, instead of paying any attention to the pain, Yuna and Hinata both sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes. Moments later, the duo arrived in their respective mindscapes. Yuna in a snow-covered forest that had a massive abode in the middle of it, and Hinata in a large village that looked somewhat similar to Konoha with a similar-looking abode tower over the village. Yuna looked around and immediately noticed that things were changing at a slow pace without her input. The trees around her were slowly crumbling apart and turning into small boxes. Out of curiosity, Yuna walked up to one of those boxes and looked into it. Instead of containing anything physical, the box appeared to contain a memory of her and Karen in a rather compromising position. Well, Karen was the one in the compromising position, while Yuna stood next to her with a sadistic grin, whip in hand. This place is slowly falling apart, huh? Guess it's not surprising since I'm pretty much changing from physically being containing a spiritual one to a spiritual one controlling a physical one. From human to Shinigami. Guess I should control how this place breaks down to make it more efficient. She spent a few more minutes observing how exactly everything was torn down before making her move as well, systematically turning her mindscape into building blocks to reassemble it later. As she was the one controlling everything, she could easily tell the content of all the boxes she moved and found what she was looking for when she was about halfway done, a box containing a sword hilt. Well, this is rather obvious, isn't it? Ugh, pull it out already. Seeing this place getting torn down gives me the creeps. I fear I can't do that yet, Kurama. Although Kurama was currently controlling Yuna's physical body, most of him was still with Yuna. Considering Yuna's mindscape had been his home for a long time now, seeing it crumbling away felt rather uncomfortable. Naturally, he was rather unsatisfied with Yuna's answer. Why not? Isn't this what you were looking for, your hidden Shinigami power? Although Yuna nodded her head in agreement, she also shrugged her shoulder as she continued talking. Well, yes, but this isn't everything I'm gunning for. Through Kasuke's words, I came to the conclusion that Shinigami and Hollow might be opposites, but they are just the two sides of a coin. Although they are opposites, they are still part of the same coin. I believe that there is a set limit on how far Shinigami and Hollow can grow, as they are incomplete. Only by bringing the two sides into a balance can that limit be overcome. Frankly, this is perfect, as my human body had very little potential. In fact, the bodies of all three of us had very little potential. Nothing at all like the pure Uzumaki and Hyuga bloodlines we had in our previous lives. Although I have the confidence to reach the top even with inferior potential, but why not make the path a little less annoying by switching races? From human to Shinigami Hollow hybrid. So, before I draw this sword, my mindscape needs to be almost completely disassembled. I'm still not convinced that that is the correct choice, but I know you know what you are doing. Yuna hummed an acknowledgement when she suddenly noticed that something else had appeared in her mindscape. Or rather, it felt like it had always been there, but it was deeply hidden. Oh? What is this all about? As Yuna started looking for that somewhat foreign-feeling object that, weirdly enough, didn't seem all too foreign, she found what she was looking for. It was a small floating sphere that had a black and white coloration. MHH, what is this? This feels like an egg. How bizarre. Weren't you supposed to be a mammal? Where would an egg come from? No clue, maybe Shinigami lay eggs. Ugh, great, that image will stay with me for a while. You're welcome. Meanwhile, inside Hinata's mindscape, she had come to the same conclusion as Yuna and was currently slowly turning everything in her mindscape into small boxes. She had already found the box containing her Shinigami powers, so she went at it at a rather leisurely pace. However, as she was doing so, she suddenly felt something foreign in her mindscape. Just like in Yuna's case, it felt foreign, yet it wasn't. After looking around for a few minutes, Hinata arrived at her destination, a small lake with a boulder protruding out of the water at about its middle. On said boulder, a humanoid-looking woman was resting with an absent-minded expression on her face. The most notable feature about her was that her whole body seemed to be made out of water. Seeing the unfamiliar woman in her mindscape, Hinata couldn't help but frown. Her first instinct was to hide her presence and get rid of the woman, but she decided against that, as she felt no hostility from her. Instead of immediately going for the kill, Hinata approached her with calm steps, casually walking on top of the water surface. The moment Hinata's foot made contact with the water, the woman jerked up and looked toward Hinata, completely dumbfounded. Impossible, how could this bloodline possibly produce another Shinigami? Just how many centuries has it been? Hearing the woman's words, Hinata couldn't help but frown a little. Hearing the word bloodline, Hinata briefly considered investigating her parents some more, but considering the woman mentioned centuries, she quickly discarded that idea. Who might you be, and why are you in my minscape? The woman's eyes widened when Hinata spoke to her directly. She was already happy that Hinata could notice her presence, but she was not expecting her to be capable of seeing and talking to her as well. I was not expecting this meeting. My name is #% and I'm your Zanpakuto spirit. Hinata frowned due to not being able to hear the woman's name, but she shelved that topic for later as there were more important things to discuss. Oh, I didn't know that Zanpakuto had a spirit, but considering how familiar you feel, I can believe you. It's a little weird, but you are clearly a part of me. Additionally, I would like to know why I couldn't hear your name. Ah, how silly of me. Since this is our first meeting, you obviously can't perceive my name yet. Don't worry, as we get to know each other better, you will soon be able to hear my name and unleash my real form. Hinata nodded in understanding despite not being entirely sure what the unknown woman meant by unleash my real form. She still wondered how she was here, despite Hinata not being a Shinigami yet. That's all fine and dandy, but how come there is already a Zanpakuto spirit residing within my minscape, despite me not being a Shinigami yet? At first, the woman got confused by Hinata's words, but moments later, she realized what was going on around her, causing her eyes to widen. Shit. Someone severed your chain of fate. Quickly, you need to fight your Shinigami powers, or you will turn into a hollow. Hinata couldn't help but chuckle when she heard the woman's voice as she lifted up the box she was holding. Well, no need to panic, I already found them. However, this isn't the right moment to activate them yet. How about you answer my question in the meantime? The woman visibly relaxed when she heard that Hinata had already found her Shinigami power, but she couldn't help but frown that she didn't want to activate them yet, as she saw no reason to delay that. Nevertheless, she decided to humor Hinata as she could tell that there was still plenty of time before Hinata would turn into a hollow. Fine, I don't know your reason for delaying such an important event, but I'll humor you for now. I don't know how many generations ago it has been, but one of your ancestors was a Shinigami, so the moment you were born, I was as well. Unlike humans and Shinigami, we Zanpakuto spirits inherited some of the memories from our ancestors, so the moment I was born, I immediately realized that it had been a long time since someone from this bloodline awakened as a Shinigami. Regrettably, there was nothing I could do about that, so all I was capable of was wait here, hoping for a chance to meet you. As she was talking about what she had experienced so far, the woman's face grew gloomy, but moments later, a happy smile appeared on her face. Surprisingly, you somehow got a chance to awaken your Shinigami powers, allowing me to finally interact with someone, ha ha ha. Hearing her Zanpakuto spirit happily laugh just because she could finally interact with someone, Hinata shook her head sadly and approached her with measured steps. Before she could say anything else, Hinata had arrived in front of her and started petting her head. You did well enduring all these years. No need to worry, from now we'll be fighting side by side. The woman choked a little before a pout appeared on her face. Why are you treating me like a child? I'll let you know that I'm just as old as you. Hinata chuckled in amusement at the woman's words. Despite her words, she happily lowered her head, allowing Hinata to pet her head more easily. Tell me your name again. Sorry, but I think that's a bit early. Hearing the doubt in the woman's voice, Hinata only smirked before becoming more demanding. Say it. The woman paused for a moment before simply shrugging her shoulders. It's not like she would lose anything by telling Hinata her name, so she simply did it again. My name is Undyne. Hinata's smirk widened as she nodded her head and resumed speaking. I see. Nice to meet you, Undyne. My name is Hinata. Nice to meet you, let's get along. The woman's head shot up as she looked at Hinata in disbelief, and moments later, a massive smile appeared on her face. Yep, nice to meet you, let's get along tilde. Just like that, Hinata met her Zanpakuto spirit for the first time. Meanwhile, Kasuke was watching the situation in the hole with a dumbfounded expression. While everything was normal in Ichigo's case, things couldn't be more abnormal in Yuna and Hinata's. While the encroachment for Ichigo's chain was proceeding as planned, Yuna and Hinata's were advancing at an insane pace. Rather than the 72 hours Kasuke claimed this process would take, it would probably be finished in about 4. Worst of all, Kasuke didn't even know whether that was something good or something bad. Why is it going so fast? He was only talking to himself, but someone actually answered him, surprising him a little. The duo is actively disassembling their souls, that's why it's going so fast. Kasuke couldn't help but be shocked when he heard Kurama's explanation. Why would they do that? Because the initial process of the soul breaking down is deliberately slowed down to prevent a collapse, but safety measures like that are not necessary. Kasuke frowned deeply when he heard Kurama's explanation and looked at the meditating duo. Isn't that dangerous? It would be for a normal person, but these two know more than enough to navigate through the situation safely. Kasuke's frown deepened, and after a few seconds of silence, he resumed talking. You didn't seem to have much knowledge about souls when you came here. Why is the situation suddenly so different? The assumption that we didn't have much knowledge about souls is incorrect. What we didn't have much knowledge about is Shinigami. Although Kasuke nodded in understanding, he still wasn't really satisfied with that answer. Honestly, he wanted to know how a young girl that hasn't even reached the age of 18 yet could have such esoteric knowledge in general, but he knew that he wouldn't get an answer to that. Well, at least not a truthful one. Meanwhile, in Yuna's moonscape, everything around her was falling apart while she sat cross-legged on the ground, inspecting the black and white egg. Definitely not hostile. Rather than hostile, this thing is clearly a part of me. Yuna, your soul is collapsing rather fast. I get the feeling this egg will hatch as soon as I become a Shinigami. Oi, Yuna, things are getting rather dangerous. I wonder what will come out of it tilde. Yuna. Yeah, I know. Soul's collapsing this, soul's collapsing that. As Yuna said that, she slowly stood up and dusted off her clothes, followed by her picking up the box that currently had a sword hilt poking out of it. Oh well, might as well get ready. Finally. Hearing the mixture of relief and annoyance in Kurama's voice, Yuna couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. Then, she placed her right hand on the sword hilt and closed her eyes, preparing herself to pull out the sword at any time. A few more seconds passed before Yuna felt a new presence inside her moonscape, causing her eyes to sharpen. Feeling that it was time to act, a powerful aura erupted out of Yuna as she pulled the sword out of the box, resulting in all the small boxes moving in tandem to reconstruct the whole moonscape. Although the end result would look identical, it would be completely different as well since her soul would no longer be tied to a physical body. Simultaneously, cracks appeared on the small egg, and a few minutes later, the creature inside was fully hatched. Ga tilde. It was a small female-looking humanoid figure. She had 2 pairs of wings, one pair was black-feathered, while the other one looked like white bat wings. There was a halo flying above her head, but instead of the usual pure white, it was pitch black. In contrast to that, she had 2 small, white devil horns on her forehead. Overall, her whole figure was a chaotic mixture of black and white color, which was even reflected by her skin, which had equally chaotic coloring. The only exception to this black and white color scheme were her eyes, which were deep purple, matching Yuna's own. My, aren't you a cutie? As Yuna said that, she picked up the little girl with one hand while using the index finger of her other hand to pat her head. Ga tilde. Can't speak yet, huh? Well, considering you were just born, that's not much of a surprise. Ga tilde. As Yuna was petting her head, the little girl flailed her arms around while happy sounds escaped her mouth. Clearly, she was enjoying getting her head pet. I'm calling the police. Geez, chill, big brother Kurama. Be big brother. Yep, henceforth, you are this little one's brother. Nonsense. Ga tilde. Hearing Kurama's words, the little girl looked up at him while sadly tilting her head, causing Kurama to stagger a little. Even if you look at me like that, I... Ga tilde. Ugh, as I say. Ga tilde. Ga tilde. Ha tilde fine, I give up. Ga tilde. Seeing Kurama losing an argument against a newborn, Yuna couldn't help but chuckle in amusement, causing the little girl to refocus on Yuna. Well, I'm not sure how this will play out, but we need to give you a name. We can't call you little girl all the time. MHH, considering how you look, how about we keep it simple and choose Chaos? Ga tilde. Seeing Chaos happily flail her arms while loudly exclaiming, Yuna quickly realized that she seemed to be satisfied with her new name, causing her to nod in approval. Ara tilde, aren't you forgetting something? Hearing another voice, everyone moved their heads to look at its source. While Chaos only tilted her head in confusion, a smirk appeared on Yuna's face, while Kurama sighed deeply while face-palming. Without another word, one of Kurama's tails moved and wound around Chaos, removing her from Yuna's hand. Come, little girl, I'll show you around the mindscape. Although Chaos didn't really get why she was suddenly picked up, the moment she was engulfed in Kurama's fur, she started exclaiming in happiness again, making Kurama chuckle. He was just about to depart when he gave Yuna another glance. Don't overdo it. Do you want me to lie or not make that promise in the first place? Say I'm leaving. As soon as Kurama was out of sight distance, loud moans and wet slapping sounds started echoing through the mindscape, causing Kurama to sigh again and again. Seriously, this is the fourth time this has happened, and I'm not even counting Yuna's first live. People really like those meet the other you scenarios, don't they? Gah! Don't worry about it, little one. Oh well, now I at least have someone who can suffer with me. I really hope you grow up fast, Chaos. Meanwhile, Hinata's mindscape was slowly falling apart as well, while Hinata and her sword spirit Undyne sat side by side and chatted. Is it really safe to let everything crumble like that? Wouldn't it be much safer to just pull me out and become a Shinigami? Hearing Undyne's words, Hinata simply shook her head in denial. Maybe in the short term, but in the long term, waiting till the last moment will be advantageous. Undyne nodded her head in understanding despite not being happy about Hinata's decision. However, won't this risk turning into a hollow? Seems like you are misunderstanding something. The end result won't be that I become a Shinigami. The end result is becoming a Shinigami hollow hybrid. Naturally, Undyne's eyes widened in shock when she heard Hinata's words. Absolutely not. You would have to constantly fight it for control, and in case you lose the fight, you would stop being yourself. This is where you are wrong. There is no point in fighting it. That hollow is part of me, so there is no reason to reject it. Undyne paused when she heard Hinata's claim. She never really thought about it, but Hinata's words made sense. Nonetheless, she wasn't sure if this was a good idea. Are you really certain about this, Hinata? Yep, trust me, Undyne. The duo held eye contact for a few seconds, and after seeing the confidence and determination radiating out of Hinata's eyes, Undyne's shoulders sagged in defeat. Fine, I'll trust you. Hinata nodded her head as a happy smile appeared on her face. Moments later, she slowly stood up while preparing to pull the sword representing her Shinigami powers out of the box. Just like Yuna, Hinata suddenly felt another presence within her mindscape and immediately pulled out the sword, resulting in the collapse of her soul stopping. See, I told you it would work out. Hearing Hinata's words, Undyne could only shake her head as her gaze wandered in a certain direction. You might have become a Shinigami, but the hollow problem is still there. However, just when Hinata was about to answer, a thin blade pierced through her back, causing Undyne's eyes to widen. Hinata. However, instead of showing much of a reaction to the blade piercing through her body, Hinata slowly turned her head and looked at her attacker. It was basically a copy of herself, but this version of her had a mostly white color scheme. Yo, Hollow Hinata. Nice to finally meet you. Hollow Hinata's eyebrows twitched in irritation, and moments later, she sighed deeply while pulling her sword out of Hinata's back. You truly accepted me without a shred of doubt, huh? You do realize that you are a little insane, right? Hearing her copy's question, Hinata couldn't help but chuckle a little. Honestly, I can't deny that. While chuckling mirthfully, Hollow Hinata sheathed her sword and raised her hand for a handshake. Very well then, let's get along, partner. Oh. Let's get along. While the duo was shaking hands, Undyne could only look at them in bewilderment. She didn't understand how Hinata could be this trusting of someone who had just stabbed her. No, not only did she get stabbed, she even accepted the attack. Sai seems like I'm in for a wild ride. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Keisuke was utterly dumbfounded by what was happening in front of him. Around 5 minutes ago, incredible spiritual pressure started radiating out of Yuna, while a hollow mask started forming on her face. The short while it took her to get there aside, so far, everything was as Keisuke had predicted. However, this is where things got weird. As soon as the mask finished forming, Yuna's clothes turned into the typical Shinigami outfit, but nothing more happened. Yuna still sat cross-legged on the ground, her body unmoving, while a fox-like hollow mask covered the upper half of her face. To make things even more confusing, the same happened with Hinata around 10 minutes later, baffling him even more. Initially, the only difference between the duo was the form their mask took. While Yuna's looked like a fox, Hinata's looked like a rabbit. However, after another few minutes, things became even stranger as she leisurely stood up, removed the mask from her face, and made it vanish, reminding Keisuke about a certain group of people who could do the same. The real question is whether she can willingly resummon the mask or not, and to what degree she can control herself while wearing it. However, the strangeness of the situation didn't end there as Hinata quickly noticed that Yuna was still sitting on the ground. She glanced at Yuna in surprise, and moments later, she shook her head in disbelief. Additionally, Keisuke could barely hear her say, "No way." Moments later, she stomped her foot on the ground in anger while glaring at Yuna. Then, a pout appeared on her face as she puffed up her cheeks and crossed her arms under her chest. Following that, she turned around and walked away from Yuna with a somewhat depressing atmosphere surrounding her. However, after a few steps, she gave Yuna another glance, resulting in a light blush appearing on her face. She glanced at her again and again, and every time she did so, the blush would intensify. That continued for about 30 seconds, and then Hinata apparently decided what to do and sat down behind Yuna, so their backs were touching. A perverted-sounding chuckle later, Hinata closed her eyes again, seemingly going back to meditating. What in the world did I just witness? The 5 stages of grief in fast-forward and with a strange ending. Keisuke could only tilt his head in confusion when he heard Kurama's explanation. What does that mean? Ma, don't worry about it. While Keisuke still didn't understand the situation, Naruto could be seen walking towards them with Tatsuki flung over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Damn it, I can walk on my own. Let me down already. Sure, I totally believe you can walk by yourself. Shit, honestly, what kind of freak are you? How do you not even sound winded after fighting for hours? Naruto chuckled in amusement and almost patted Tatsuki's butt out of reflex. Luckily, he remembered that he wasn't that close to Tatsuki yet. I just know how to conserve my strength properly. Bullshit, no one can conserve their strength to such a ridiculous degree. Well, I can tilde. A few seconds later, the duo reached the waiting group, and as soon as Naruto set Tatsuki on the ground, she collapsed backward and lay on the ground, causing Naruto to chuckle in amusement as she was clearly not capable of walking by herself, which earned him a glare from her in return. Yo, I heard someone is dispensing free power-ups, so I came over. As Naruto said that, he looked inside the whole. Yuna, Hinata, and Ichigo were currently in and immediately had a wry smile on his face when he saw Yuna and Hinata sitting back to back. Is that what I think is currently happening down there, Kurama? Kurama growled due to Naruto happily revealing his real name before shrugging his shoulder. Why are you even asking? I think it's pretty obvious. I guess that's true, huh? It would be weirder when it didn't happen. However, to think Hinata would jump into the fray as well, she sure likes getting bullied tilde. Meanwhile, Keisuke couldn't help but be surprised that Naruto actually knows whatever is currently controlling Yuna's body, and apparently, he is even close enough to it to be told its real name. Things are getting more and more mysterious about that little group of 3. Just how many secrets do they have? Oi Naruto, why are you call Yuna Kurama? Hearing Tatsuki's question, Naruto simply shrugged his shoulders. Well, because that's the name of the one currently controlling her body. The real Nasan is down this hole. Tatsuki, who still couldn't move and, as such, could not look into the hole, looked at Naruto in bewilderment. However, she quickly remembered the situation where there were 2 Ichigos running around and quickly accepted Naruto's explanation. I see, nice to meet you, Kurama. Naruto's mate, huh? Nice to meet you. Mate. Oh oi, don't say unnecessary stuff, stinky fox. While Naruto was yelling at Kurama, Tatsuki's face became crimson when hearing the word mate. Although she was pretty much Naruto's girlfriend by now, the word mate held a completely different meaning. Excuse me Tilda, I don't want to interrupt your lover's quarrel, but could someone explain to me what exactly is going on down there? Hearing Kasuke's question, Naruto simply shrugged his shoulders before his soul came out of his body, resulting in his physical body falling to the ground. Nope. Before Kasuke could even fathom what was going on, Naruto flicked his wrist, resulting in a wind blade cutting through his chain of fate, giving his soul the freedom to jump down the hole toward Yuna and the rest. Why is everyone treating cutting their chain of fate so casually? Because we have the skills to do so. Yet again, Kasuke was surprised as the one who spoke to him was Naruto. Or at least the speaking used Naruto's body to do so. So just how many surprises are in store for me? What am I supposed to call you? Well, since Naruto already revealed my name, I might as well give you the real one. You can call me Kurama. Yet again, even more question marks appeared above Kasuke's head as he clearly didn't believe that the entities that could control Yuna and Naruto's bodies had the same name due to a coincidence. Shouldn't there be a limit to how many secrets a single person has? Ichigo has so many special circumstances surrounding him, but somehow that random group of three that simply appeared one day seems to outperform him in that regard. Should I change my plans? That thought appeared in Kasuke's mind for the first time in a long time. However, he quickly discarded the idea due to one simple reason: just being monstrous wasn't enough for what he perceived to be the final stage of his plan. Every single puzzle piece had to be in the correct position for everything to work out. I'll see how they develop from now, and while doing so, I'll think up possible alternative plans those three might be able to help with. Since Ichigo is plan A, those three will be my plan B for now. Meanwhile, inside Naruto's mindscape, everything around Naruto was crumbling away as he leisurely strolled around, his goal already in his mind. He had detected his hidden Shinigami powers rather early, so he was currently walking toward them while assisting in the disassembling of his soul to quicken up the process. He had seen the state Ichigo was in and would rather not be stuck lying on the ground doing nothing for a full 3 days. Anyway, around 5 minutes later, he found what he was looking for, a small box that had the handle of a sword coming out of it. So these are my Shinigami powers, huh? So why does it have to be a sword? I have no clue how to use swords. I really hope something can be done about its form, or I would rather have the sword uselessly dangle from my side while using my bare hands to fight than suddenly learn how to use a sword. As he inspected the box and waited for the perfect moment to pull out the hilt, he noticed another presence that felt somewhat foreign while simultaneously feeling familiar. Is there something else? As he said that, he walked toward the source of the feeling and quickly noticed a small yellow and black egg that did not belong in his mindscape. What the hell is that? I don't think it's anything bad, but how in the world did this get in here? However, before he could inspect the egg further, he felt that the moment had come to pull out the sword, and after doing so, the world around him started to reconstruct itself while cracks appeared on the egg. Oh? Something is hatching. How interesting, Tilda. It took a while for the unknown creature to free itself from the egg, but as soon as it was done, Naruto couldn't help but stare at it with curiosity. It was a yellow feathered eagle with 3 black stripes going from its head toward its wings and tail feathers. Oh? I wonder what kind of creature you are. Tilda. MHH. I guess you can't talk yet. Oh well, nice to meet you, little bird Tilda. As Naruto said that, he started petting the bird's head with his finger, resulting in it squinting its eyes in pleasure. Oh? What is the meaning of this? How do you not pay attention to this young master? Do you even know who I am? You are courting death. While Naruto was petting the freshly hatched bird, another voice interrupted him. Naruto glanced at the source and noticed a somewhat similar-looking copy of himself glaring at him with arrogance. However, the difference between the two was that Naruto wore simple trousers and a shirt, while the figure was dressed in extravagant clothes that seemed to ooze the feeling of someone being rich. A smirk appeared on Naruto's face as he turned towards the figure, and while doing so, his clothes quickly changed, matching the person who had just appeared. You speak quite big, peasant. Do you even know who I am? You are courting death." After Naruto said those words, tense silence reigned the place, but after around 10 seconds, the silence was broken. Fa ha ha ha. Both Narutos started laughing like madmen simultaneously. Ha ha ha, as expected of me, that was hilarious. Ha ha ha, indeed. After a few seconds of loud laughing, the serious atmosphere returned as both of them eyed each other seriously. Moments later, a smirk appeared on the duo's faces as they shook hands. "I'll be in your hands from now on, partner." "Oh. Let's get along." This is so weird. While Naruto was befriending his inner hollow and Yuna and Hinata were doing something else, Keisuke continued observing the trio with nothing but curiosity in his eyes. From what he could tell, Naruto was currently going through the same process as Yuna and Hinata did, and just like them, it went far faster than it should. As for Yuna and Hinata's situation, he could only conclude that Hinata was helping Yuna with her hollow somehow. If that were to be the truth, and Naruto was about to go through the same process, there would be another 3 visit to bolster their forces for the coming storm. Wait a moment. Visitor Shinigami with hollow powers, but could these 3 really be considered to be such beings? It's more like they gained their Shinigami and hollow powers simultaneously. Well, it doesn't really matter what they are called, the only important thing is their potential combat strength. After pondering the situation a while longer, Urahara simply shook his head with a wry smile on his face. There was no point in thinking about that right now, as there would be plenty of chances to test what these 3 were capable of. A few hours later, a powerful presence radiated out of Naruto for a brief moment, similar to what happened to Yuna and Hinata previously. Although his hollow mask resembled Yuna's with a yellow and black color scheme, unlike her, he immediately took it off and made it vanish. Why does the mask look similar to his sister's but acts more like Hinata's in the aftermath? As more and more mysteries kept popping up, Naruto rested his hand on the sword that was attached to his waist with a plain-looking sheath. He didn't know how to use a sword. Ugh, do I really have to learn how to fight using a sword? That's rather bothersome. Should I really just ignore it and continue fighting barehanded? Guess I'll consult Nasan about this. As if she heard Naruto's thoughts, Yuna started stirring and slowly opened up her eyes, closely followed by Hinata doing the same. "Ma, why did you want to stop so early, Hinata? Things were barely getting started." Hearing Yuna's words, Hinata couldn't help but smile wryly as a small blush appeared on her face. "This isn't the time for that, Yuna. We just got to power up and we should investigate the change as soon as possible." Yuna chuckled in amusement when she heard Hinata's explanation and swiftly retorted her words. "Hee, despite that, you still participated." Hinata's blush became more pronounced as she awkwardly averted her eyes and hastily came up with an excuse. "Cough, I was just waiting for Naruto to finish." Sniff, to think my wife would pay attention to my little brother in a situation like that. What kind of weird fetish is that? Instead of blushing further, Hinata's face became deadpan as she answered Yuna's question. "It's the fetish where I don't want to be stuck doing that while there are important things to solve." Yuna nodded her head in understanding before a sad expression appeared on her face. "Although I'm not one to kink shame, that's not a fetish I can get into." Hearing the conversation between Yuna and Hinata, Naruto could only smile wryly. As he had expected, those two have gotten hot and steamy within Yuna's minscape. Whether there were 2, 3, or even 4 people involved, Naruto could make a rather educated guess about that as well. Considering Yuna's personality, it was honestly not hard to guess. Anyway, he quickly approached the bickering duo and started talking to them. "Well, anyway, shall we get out of here? I believe there are a few questions we would have liked to have answered by a certain shady merchant." As soon as the duo heard Naruto's words, they nodded their head and focused their gaze on Keisuke, who immediately had a shiver going down his spine. "See you later, Ichigo." "Oh yeah, I almost forgot." "See you later." "Good luck, Ichigo." Just when they were about to leave, Yuna remembered that there was a 4th person in the hole, so she gave him a small goodbye, which was quickly followed by Naruto doing the same and Hinata wishing him good luck. On the other hand, Ichigo could only grit his teeth in anger due to how easily those 3 overcame this trial. While he hadn't even done the first step yet, those 3 were already done with it. He gritted his teeth for a brief moment before swallowing his pride and opening his mouth. "Please wait a moment." Could you give me some advice on how to overcome this nonsensical situation? Yuna pondered Ichigo's question briefly before simply shrugging her shoulders. You have to find your inner world, the deepest depth of your soul, and locate your Shinigami powers there. As far as I'm aware, that's the only way. As soon as she finished speaking, the trio vanished from their position, leaving a dumbfounded Ichigo behind. No matter how he thought about it, he could understand the meaning of Yuna's words, but he also remembered that all three of them appeared to be meditating the whole time. Maybe I should try out meditating. However, I have never done that. How am I even supposed to start? Ichigo was just about to sit down cross-legged, imitating the trio posture, when another link of his chain of fate transformed into mounts and started eating itself. Oh shit, here comes the pain. Unfortunately, Ichigo couldn't just ignore the pain like the others did, making it almost impossible for him to keep his concentration, resulting in proper meditation being pretty much impossible, even if he were to know how to do it. What should be mentioned as well was that Tatsuki was currently not here. Due to the heavy training she went through, her clothes were drenched in sweat, making her rather uncomfortable, so she went back home to shower and get changed. She had already told Kasuke that she would be back tomorrow, which he didn't mind. Seeing new and unique abilities and how they developed was always fascinating for Kasuke. Meanwhile, the trio appeared in front of Kasuke in a flash, causing him to squint his eyes. I know about Yuna learning Shunpa, but how come all three of you can use it? Naruto simply shrugged his shoulders when he heard Kasuke's question and started talking in a leisurely tone like his answer wasn't a big deal. Well, since Nasan learned it, she obviously would teach it to us as well. No big deal. Kasuke could only shake his head in bewilderment when he heard that answer. One person learning it pretty much instantly is already ridiculous, but how come there are three people in front of him who could do so? Seriously, can't these three even show a smidgen of not being abnormal in every regard? Perhaps I really should ditch Ichigo and go with these three instead. As that idea popped up again, Kasuke denied it immediately yet again. Those three definitely were monstrous geniuses, no questions asked, but Kasuke believed that wasn't enough. For example, Chur Hitsugaya, captain of the 10th Division, was believed to be an incredible genius as well, but despite being much older than the trio, Kasuke didn't believe for even a second that he could match Aizen. Being abnormal simply wasn't enough. One had to be abnormal, even from the viewpoint of someone abnormal, to push through what the future held, and Ichigo, as the son of a division captain and a pure Quincy, had that kind of abnormal potential. Yes, Kasuke did not doubt that the trio would reach an incredible level in the future, but he didn't believe that someone born from two ordinary humans could ever reach the necessary level to fight what was about to come. Anyway, there was no point in thinking about these matters before he actually knew what he was working with. Well, as you said, you went through this trial without a hitch. Honestly, I find that impossible, but I was proven wrong. I'm uncertain what kind of training you went through in the past, but it undoubtedly helped you in this situation. Instead of answering Kasuke, the trio simply nodded their head in agreement, making him smile wryly. As he had expected, they didn't want to reveal too much about themselves. Anyway, all three of you seem to have questions you would like to ask, and considering what you had just done, I have a pretty good idea what this is about. The trio nodded their heads yet again before Yuna started speaking. Indeed, I don't know about the other two, but while I was searching for my Shinigami powers, I found a weird egg that gave me a familiar feeling, and as soon as I became a Shinigami, the egg hatched, revealing a small creature. Hearing Yuna's words, Kasuke's eyes shone with interest. He had a very good idea of what that creature was, but the trio's case was undoubtedly unique in that regard. Although I can only guess, I think that creature is your Zanpakuto spirit. Usually, those spirits are born when their respective Shinigami is born, so we never got a chance to observe them in their infant stages, as observing the soul of a freshly born infant is rather dangerous. However, to think they would hatch from an egg, how fascinating. And to think I would chance upon three of those cases simultaneously, how marvelous. Aizen, yes, I am aware that it isn't like that in canon. However, before Kasuke could continue gushing any further, Hinata raised her hand, motioning him to stop talking for a moment. Sorry to burst your bubble, but my Zanpakuto spirit was already grown when I met her. She said that some distant ancestor of mine was a Shinigami, thus granting me a spirit from birth. Kasuke's eyes almost started shining with curiosity when he heard Hinta's words. Ichigo's case was rather special, so he couldn't gather too much data about it, but he didn't expect that even if you had two human parents, you would still have your own Zanpakuto spirit from birth. Fascinating. If you awaken your Shikai, could you show it to me? Shikai tends to be similar to the ones used by other family members, so there might be people from your lineage that still live within Soul Society. However, hearing Kisuke's request, Hinata tilted her head in confusion, which was mimicked by Yuna and Naruto. What's a Shikai? Kisuke froze for a moment, not expecting that question, but moments later, he realized that no matter how abnormal these three were, they couldn't know things they had never heard of before. Sorry about that, I got a little too excited. Currently, your swords are in their sealed states. If you and your Zanpakuto spirits trust and acknowledgement, it will sooner or later be able to tell you its name. As soon as that happens, you will know what to say to release it from its seal. Hinata's eyes shone when she heard that, while simultaneously, information in regards to unsealing Undyne popped up in her head. So it's like that. In that case, I might as well try it, right? MHH. Try? Try what? Before Kisuke could ask further questions, Hinata slowly unsheathed her sword and swung it slowly in a circular arc. Drown all of creation, Undyne. Heavy spiritual pressure erupted out of Hinata as 5 small orbs of water formed behind her, and her sword turned transparent blue without any further changes. Kisuke's chin hit the ground as Hinata had apparently unlocked her Shikai form instantly. Hinata, on the other hand, was curiously inspecting her sword and the 5 orbs hovering behind her. She lightly slashed down her sword, resulting in a water slice shooting out of it, leaving a deep gash in the ground. Next, she put her focus on one of the orbs, resulting in a water beam being shot that left a perfectly circular small hole in the ground while the orb grew a little smaller. If she had to make an estimate, 1 orb was enough for about 20 shots, bringing her to a total of 100. Seeing Hinata experimenting with her power and learning her different abilities so easily, Kisuke was yet again bewildered, while Yuna and Naruto only watched Hinata's show with curiosity. It took him a few seconds, but when Kisuke managed to get out of his shocked state, he immediately started talking up a storm. Fascinating. To think you would learn your sword's name immediately. That aside, a water-type Zanpakuto, huh? Honestly, I can't of anyone who possesses a water-type Zanpakuto, but it has been a while since I have been in Soul Society as well. Additionally, it's not like I know every Shinigami's individual ability. What I'm TR. While Kisuke was going full nerd mod over Zanpakuto and their spirits, Hinata was continuously inspecting her sword, trying out what she could do and what she couldn't do. This isn't a water-type Zanpakuto. After trying out a few things, Hinata quickly found out that Kisuke's assumption she had a water-type Zanpakuto was incorrect. You aren't a water-type Zanpakuto. You are a water support-type Zanpakuto. You don't grant me the ability to control water, you improve what I already can do. Correct. After all, what is the point in allowing you to manipulate water when you can already do so? Hinata chuckled in amusement when hearing Undyne's question before nodding her head in agreement. Indeed, there is no point in that. While Hinata was communicating with Undyne, Kisuke realized that he had gone researcher mode, causing him to cough awkwardly as he resumed speaking. Anyway, I'm rather curious about how your sword will develop in the future. In fact, I'm rather curious how all of your swords will develop in the future. Hearing Kisuke's words, Yuna could only shrug her shoulders with a wry smile on her face. You say that so easily, but let's not talk about telling me its name. Currently, my Zanpakuto spirit can't even talk. Naruto nodded in agreement, as his spirit was in the same condition, immediately reigniting Kisuke's researcher spirit. Interesting, so Zanpakuto go through a certain amount of growth as well and aren't even capable of speech when they are born. So much new to learn tilde. Seeing that Kisuke was about to go on another tirade about Zanpakuto, Yuna simply shook her head and stopped him by raising her hand. We can discuss this further tomorrow. It's already late, and I'm rather hungry. Kisuke almost pouted when the interesting research material in front of him decided to leave, but he didn't stop them. He still had to oversee the process of Ichigo's trial, despite doubting that anything could go wrong. So, without further interruptions, Yuna's Shinigami body dove into her real one, instantly fusing the two together. Phew, I'm finally out of that human body. Pa, you should be feeling honored to be allowed to reside in my divine body. Sure, whatever. I'm gonna take a nap, I haven't had one for over 10 hours. Hearing Kurama's announcement, Yuna's face deadpanned. You straight up slept the whole time you controlled my body. That doesn't count since it wasn't in my uncomfortable body. Damn lazy fox. Damn perverted woman. Damn right, I am. Simultaneously, Naruto took back control of his body as well, resulting in an almost identical conversation, while Hinata returned as well and immediately checked if Yuna had sneaked something on her while she wasn't using it. At first glance, she found nothing, but that didn't mean anything yet. Anyway, see you tomorrow, Kasuke. Make sure Ichigo doesn't die on us while we are gone. Oi. Ha ha ha, no worries, he's in the best of hands, Tilda. While Ichigo was protesting, Kasuke simply assured her with a mischievous smile that might have unhinged some people or made them uncertain, but Yuna only smirked back at him and raised her hand. Snap. Splat. As the trio leisurely walked out of the building while somewhat suppressing their laughter, Kasuke wiped the cake out of his face with a bewildered expression. There were two questions in his mind. Why? How? Unfortunately, neither of these questions will be answered anytime soon. Anyway, the duo reached their home around 10 minutes later, and as soon as they entered their shared living room, a serious expression appeared on Yuna's face. Hinata, please let me hold your sword. As Yuna said that, Hinata blushed heavily as she started wiggling around while wrapping her arms around her body. Oh my, Yuna, didn't I tell you not to request stuff like that in front of Naruto? While Naruto's chin hit the floor due to Hinata making a joke like that, Yuna couldn't help but raise her eyebrows while a smirk appeared on her face. Hinata, silly, I'm asking for your Zanpakuto, not your other sword. Hearing Yuna's retort, Hinata could only double facepalm while sighing deeply. Sigh, when have I fallen so low to make a joke like that? Yuna couldn't help but giggle a little while patting Hinata's head. I'm so proud of you, Hinata. Hinata could only groan in defeat when she heard Yuna's weirdly sincere-sounding praise. Oh, and on a side note, the Kido spell to form a DI. Cuff sword was still in development, so neither of the duo could show each other their swords for now. Anyway, jokes aside, I would like to take a look at your Zanpakuto as long as your Zanpakuto spirit allows it. Hinata nodded her head as her Shinigami form left her physical body and unsheathed her sword. I have already asked her beforehand since I was expecting you to be curious. She agreed to leave my side momentarily, but only if I stay in the same room, and it's you two I gave her to. Yuna nodded her head as she inspected the blade carefully. Now that it went through Shikai for the first time, it no longer looked like the standard Zanpakuto she was used to. Both the blade and the hilt now had a blue tint, while a small blue crystal that looked like a water drop was embedded into the end of the hilt. She gave it a few light swings and nodded in approval. Without a doubt, a beautiful, well-made sword. That you for your praise. Oh? You can not only hear me but even answer me. I was not expecting you to be capable to talk to someone not designated as your wielder. I'm not, but it seems like your connection with Hinata is close enough for me to communicate with you. He tilde fascinating tilde. Yuna spent a few more seconds looking at the finer details of the sword before nodding in satisfaction. There was clearly still a lot to learn about Zanpakuto spirits, but Yuna didn't want to blatantly mess around with Hinata's sword. She would have more than enough time to hash out the finer details after her own grew more mature. Thanks for allowing me to take a closer look. Naruto, are you interested as well? Hearing Yuna's question, Naruto could only roll his eyes. Nei-san, what are you talking about? I pretty much know nothing about swords, and let's not even talk about spirits inhabiting swords. You might as well give her to a toddler and ask for their opinion. Yuna chuckled in amusement at Naruto's words and simply nodded her head. It was not like they had been together all the time in her previous lives, so Yuna guessed that Naruto had tried his hands on different combat styles. Apparently, swords were not part of those experiments. So, without further ado, Yuna handed her sword back to Hinata, who happily took it and returned it to its sheath. Phew, being held by someone else feels unusual. If it's Yuna and Naruto, it's probably still fine, but seriously allow no one else to hold me. No worries, Undyne. I would never do anything you wouldn't want me to do. Seemingly satisfied with Hinata's words, Undyne hummed in satisfaction as Hinata's gaze returned to Yuna. Well, did you find something out? Although Hinata and Naruto had gathered their fair share of experience in their previous lives as well, compared to the ridiculous amount of time Yuna had lived, their few thousand years were nothing in comparison. So, despite their wealth of experience, they would still occasionally consult with Yuna about matters that initially seemed too otherworldly for them to understand. Seeing the curiosity in the duo's eyes, Yuna smirked a little as she made a peace sign. Indeed, I have discovered two matters of interest. The duo instantly put all their attention on Yuna as they eagerly awaited whatever she would say. In these kinds of significant situations, it was rare for Yuna to mess around, so they were looking forward to what she had to say. First of all, I'm pretty sure that Shikai is not the final for a Zanpakuto could take. Could you please ask Undyne for more information about that, Hinata? Hearing Yuna's words, Hinata paused for a moment as she had a small conversation with Undyne, but after only around a minute, Hinata shook her head. She said that there is indeed more to a Zanpakuto than just the Shikai, but for now, she is unwilling to reveal more. I assume the better I get to know her, the more she is willing to tell me. Yuna nodded her head in understanding, already expecting something like that to be the case. Getting overwhelming power within a short time frame was never a good thing, so it made only sense that Zanpakuto were unwilling to instantly reveal all their secrets to their wielder. Very well, and the second thing I discovered is something entirely different. Finally, after over 15 years, I have found out what kind of existence Kurama is in this world. The room grew quiet instantly, making it so silent that even the drop of the pin could be heard as Hinata and especially Naruto listened to Yuna's words with all they had. In this world, our two Kuramas are obviously no longer chakra constructs, as the concept of chakra no longer exists. The duo simply nodded their heads, already fully aware of that being the case. Yuna chuckled in amusement as a twisted grin split her face in half. In this world, Kurama is the Zanpakuto spirit. Zanpakuto spirit. Naturally, Hinata, Naruto, and even Kurama himself were rather surprised by that revelation. However, Naruto quickly realized that there might be a little problem. However, I do believe our swords are tied to our freshly hatched Zanpakuto spirits, and we won't be able to use them together with Kurama. Hearing Naruto's guess, Yuna simply nodded her head, agreeing with Naruto's theory. Indeed, we need a Zanpakuto without a Zanpakuto spirit to make proper use of Kurama's power in this world. Does something like that even exist? Hearing Hinata's question, Yuna closed her eyes, seemingly deep in thought. After around a minute of silence, she reopened her eyes and simply shrugged her shoulders. Well, who knows? For now, we should ask Kasuke if he knows anything about Zanpakuto without a Zanpakuto spirit, and if he doesn't, then we'll just have to learn how to make one ourselves. Hinata and Naruto both nodded their heads after hearing Yuna's words. If it doesn't exist, just create it yourself. Easy. Will it really be so simple? Meh, it will work out somehow. Generally speaking, creating something with fewer functions is easier than something with more, so creating a Zanpakuto that doesn't have a spirit should technically be easier. If you say so. Early the next morning, the trio, plus Tatsuki, made it back to Urahara's shop, where Ichigo was still trapped inside the hole. Seeing Yuna and Naruto look down on him with teasing smirks, he could do nothing but glare back at them. As soon as everyone was present, Yuna asked the question she and Naruto were dying to ask. Yo, Kasuke, just out of curiosity, are there Zanpakuto without a Zanpakuto spirit? Although Kasuke's eyebrows rose in curiosity when he heard Yuna's seemingly random question, in the end, he decided to simply answer her. There are. Actually, they are pretty common as they are used by trainee Shinigami that haven't awakened their power properly yet. Unlike real Zanpakuto, the ones without a spirit are somewhat easier to create. See, I told you so. Yeah, the great Yunasama was right with her assumption tilde. Hee, worship me more tilde. After hearing Kasuke's words and a quick squirrel with Kurama, Yuna nodded her head in understanding. In that case, is it possible for you to get me 2 of them? Kasuke squinted his eyes as he inspected Yuna, wondering what she wanted to do with 2 defective blades. After thinking about it for a few seconds, Kasuke made a decision. I can easily get you 2 spiritless Zanpakuto, and I won't even ask you for money. Instead of money, I want to know what you wish to do with those 2 blades. MHH, what a weird demand. Very well, I agree. As for what we want to do with them, I think you can make a good guess with the information we have revealed to you so far. Kisuke scrunched up his face when he heard Yuna's words. He was a little dissatisfied that Yuna didn't answer him directly, but he actually liked figuring stuff out himself, so he gave it a try. Let's see, the greatest flaw these two blades would have is their missing Zanpakuto spirits. Without them, the swords are pretty much normal, somewhat decently made swords. The only way to make them useful is by adding a spirit to them, but where is that spirit supposed to come from? As Kisuke was pondering, he suddenly widened his eyes in surprise as he came to a realization. This Kurama person you allowed to control your body is a Zanpakuto spirit. Hearing Kisuke's outburst, Yuna nodded her head in approval. Correct, and don't ask where we found him, that's an S-rank secret, you know tilde. Kisuke briefly wondered why Yuna suddenly developed a sound tick, but he shoved that matter aside as his curiosity was sparked. Yururu, bring me 2 of our spare Zanpakuto. He quickly gave an order to Yururu, one of the people assisting in his shop, to fetch the 2 swords. He was very eager to see what would happen and if Yuna and Naruto really could turn a spiritless Zanpakuto into a proper one. Around a minute later, Yururu returned carrying 2 ordinary blades and handed them to Yuna and Naruto, who eagerly took them. Well, we have the sword now, but what are we supposed to do with it? Hearing Kurama's words, Yuna scoffed in disdain. To her, it was pretty obvious what to do next. Don't ask silly questions, Kurama. If you get a new sword and want to activate its hidden features, there is only one thing to do. As she said that, she raised the sword and cut the palm of her hand, allowing her blood to flow down the sword. When in doubt, pour your blood on it. There is no way something this ridiculous would actually. Before Kurama could finish talking, he suddenly felt a slight connection with the Zanpakuto Yuna was holding, while the blade itself seemed to change as well, becoming slightly longer, while the hilt turned white. A slight change, representing that the Zanpakuto now held a Zanpakuto spirit. You have got to be joking. That actually worked. When in doubt, pour blood on it. Ugh, you don't have to repeat it, I got it. Initially, Naruto was rather shocked due to Yuna suddenly cutting her own hand, but as soon as he saw the sword in her hand changing, his eyes started shining in admiration. As expected of Nasan, she instantly saw through the correct method to bind the sword to her. Honestly, I have reached a point where I don't even know anymore whether what she is doing is actual skill or if she's laughably lucky. Nasan knows what she is doing. There is no way she did something stupid like cutting her hand before carefully considering the situation. Sure, let's pretend that to be the case. While Naruto was bickering with Kurama, he mimicked Yuna's actions and cut the palm of his hand, allowing Kurama to become the Zanpakuto spirit. As soon as he was done, Yuna and Naruto felt a rather particular stare on them as they both turned around and saw Kisuke looking at them with stars in his eyes. If he had a tail, it would, without a doubt, be wagging right now. Well, I wonder if you could show me what your Zanpakuto can do tilde. Seeing the look he was giving them, Yuna couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. It was rather obvious that Kisuke was dying to know how such an unusual Zanpakuto spirit would manifest its power. Fine, since you helped us with this, I won't be stingy and show off a little. Naruto, you're with me. Pondering Yuna's words for a short moment, Naruto nodded his head in agreement as he placed his still-drawn Zanpakuto in both of his hands while pointing its tip upwards. Sure, let's show off a little. I'll be going first. As he finished speaking, his spiritual pressure rose significantly as strong wind started blowing into the underground hideout. Tear everything into shreds, Kurama. Wait a moment. Where did that phrase come from? I thought it sounded cool, so I added it. What the hell? Don't just add random stuff. Despite the duo's argument, Naruto's Zanpakuto started glowing as it was rapidly changing. Initially, it looked like it was straight up melting away, but after a short moment, the seemingly melted Zanpakuto wrapped around Naruto's hand, forming a pair of yellow gloves that were ornamented with what appeared to be carvings of wind blowing. Seeing the change in his sword, Naruto couldn't help but be excited. This was exactly what he was hoping for, causing him to sigh in relief. Phew, I was really praying that Zanpakuto could transform into something that isn't a sword. I really didn't want to learn how to use a sword. Seems like my prayers were answered and I got the perfect weapon for me. As he said that, he punched forward, causing a powerful wind bullet to be shot out of his fist, which quickly blew a hole in a nearby wall. Whistle, not bad at all. Suddenly, controlling the wind is much easier. Good stuff. Meanwhile, Kasuke couldn't help but be fascinated. Naruto clearly activated his Shikai form for the first time just now, but it seems he already had good control over it and could exert quite a bit of power at the same time. Truly fascinating. He seems to have a great affinity with Kurama, otherwise he wouldn't be able to use this much power so effortlessly. While Naruto was experimenting with his new power, Yuna decided to give it a try as well, as she raised her Zanpakuto and lightly stabbed the tip into the ground. Well, I guess it's my time now, huh? Strong spiritual pressure erupted out of her as the ground her sword was stabbed into started freezing while the temperature in the room dropped around Yuna. Freeze all of creation and consume it, Kurama. Shit, don't add random stuff. That's impossible for me, and you know it. As Yuna and Kurama were chatting, the temperature around Yuna kept growing colder, while her Zanpakuto became significantly bigger, causing her to smile a little as she raised it. Yep, this is perfect. She slashed down her sword, causing a massive ice blade to erupt out of it, leaving a deep gash in the ground and wall. This wasn't just any sword, this was her sword. It felt exactly like the one she usually created when things were about to get serious. Meanwhile, Kasuke could only squint his eyes and look at Yuna in wonder. He thought that Naruto's power was already pretty absurd, but it seemed like Yuna went even further. That's almost on the level of a Bankai, that ridiculous. Wait a moment, can they use Bankai as well? There is no way, right? Right. Gulp, by any chance, do you think you can go further and use Bankai as well? Hearing Kasuke's question, the duo closed their eyes as they tried to feel if there was more they could do than just call Kurama's name, resulting in them using Shikai. Moments later, a smirk appeared on the duo's faces as they opened their eyes simultaneously, causing Kasuke to shudder a little. Nope, this is the limit for now. Yep, same for me. Obviously, Kasuke didn't believe them for even a second. That smirk they wore told him everything he needed to know, causing him to click his tongue in annoyance. Sorry, Ichigo, I'll probably have to ditch you. These two are getting more and more out of hand. So many plans, and all of them have to be ditched. Oh well, for now, I'll wait to see how Soul Society plays out and adjust everything accordingly. I wonder how Aizen will react to the trio's presence. A slight smirk appeared on Kasuke's face as he imagined Aizen getting seriously flustered while Yuna and friends crashed through all his plans, smashing everything apart. Oh well, I'm looking forward to it. Another day passed and it was finally time for Ichigo's do-or-die test, as the 72 hours he had to get his Shinigami powers were slowly running out. Despite that, no one was currently paying any attention to him, as Yuna was currently fighting Hinata while Naruto was sparring with Tatsuki, who was rather annoyed by how easily the trio got a power-up while getting nothing herself. Obviously, she wanted to go through the same process, but Naruto vehemently denied her, telling her that he swore that there was a good reason why he was doing so while promising to tell her very soon. Anyway, Yuna and Hinata were not that great a matchup at first glance, as Yuna could simply freeze Hayata's water. However, that was actually the case, as Hinata could reverse the process, turning the ice back into water. Frankly, the fight in their previous lives and this one were rather similar, as it would always develop into a tug-of-war for control over the ice and water in the air. Unfortunately, Hinata would usually lose those, but since they were currently only trying to get used to their new power, Yuna was somewhat holding back to make the match more even. On Naruto and Tatsuki's side, a rather one-sided match took place as Tatsuki simply couldn't compare to Naruto in skill. Previously, that was somewhat offset by Naruto having to be careful of Tatsuki's magma-covered hands, but now that Naruto had a pair of well-fitting gloves to protect him, that was no longer such a big problem, annoying Tatsuki greatly. Kasuke, on the other hand, occasionally kept an eye on Ichigo while spending most of his time watching the other four fight. Frankly, it was abnormal how well they fought while displaying nothing but confidence. Considering Ichigo's recent loss, Kasuke was rather certain that his mental state would be far away from what Yuna and the rest were currently displaying. Not even Tatsuki, who Kasuke didn't consider part of the super monster group of Yuna, Hinata, and Naruto, showed admirable amounts of determination and confidence, despite being by far the weakest of the little group of four. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard from the hole Ichigo was currently in, and moments later, powerful spiritual pressure radiated out of it, making Kasuke wary. As expected of some with potential as monstrous as Ichigo. This spiritual pressure is insane. Maybe Ichigo is really the one I should put my money on. As Kasuke's plan who to prop up was yet again questioned by himself, a mask started slowly forming on Ichigo's face, showing that he was resisting the hollowification. It's different from the trio. While those three kami formed their masks without the slightest interruption, Ichigo was struggling with it and fought it with all his mind and body. What did those three do? Did they seriously just accept their hollow? That's ridiculous. An explosion occurred as Ichigo shot out of the hole and landed in front of Kasuke, resulting in him taking a combat stance. Ichigo raised his hand and pulled out his still broken sword. However, instead of attacking, he smashed the hilt of his sword against his mask, shattering it in the process. Phew, I'm finally out of there. Seeing that everything went well, a happy expression appeared on Kasuke's face as he pulled out his little fan to hide his mouth. Congratulations. You succeeded in becoming a Shinigami and passed the second test. Hooray! Hearing Kasuke's fake cheering, a tick mark appeared on Ichigo's forehead as he smashed the hilt of his sword in Kasuke's face. Hooray, my ass. I almost died just now. You should have prayed that I never come out of that hole because while I was down there, I swore one thing to myself. In case I get out of there, I'll definitely kick your ass. Hearing Ichigo's proclamation, Kasuke couldn't help but smirk. Oh hi. That's quite convenient as the third lesson is for you to knock my head off my head. There is no time limit tilde. As soon as Kasuke stopped speaking, Ichigo swung his blade, forcing Kasuke to bend sideways, barely dodging the blow, which left a small nick in his hat. Oh tilde, not bad at all tilde, you managed to leave a nick despite your broken sword tilde. Confidence radiated out of Ichigo as he pointed the tip of his sword at Kasuke. That's right, forget about the matter of no time limit, I'll finish this in 5 minutes. Hearing Ichigo's words, the atmosphere around Kasuke changed as he grasped the end of the walking stick he was usually carrying around. He tilde, is that so tilde? He pulled on it, revealing a hidden blade within the walking stick. You really think so? Very well, let's do it. Ichigo couldn't help but gulp down some saliva as ridiculous amounts of pressure started radiating out of Kasuke. What the hell, wasn't he just a shady merchant? What with this pressure? Before Ichigo could realize the trouble he was in, the tip of Kasuke's sword appeared in front of his face, causing his eyes to widen as he barely managed to dodge the attack. Despite almost getting stabbed, Ichigo kept up the cocky act. Not bad for only having such a small sword. Oh, my tilde, I was praised. As Kasuke was speaking in a sing-song voice, Ichigo was repeatedly forced to dodge his strikes, turning the whole situation into a weird game of cat and mouse where Kasuke would chase after Ichigo and slash at him while Ichigo was constantly running away. How long do you think he will last, Naruto? Meh, it's not looking too good, I give him 5 minutes, Nasan. Excuse me, the popcorn is ready. Would any of you like some, Yuna, Naruto, Tatsuki? Is it really okay for us to watch the situation like this? Ma, don't worry about it, Tatsuki. Thanks for the popcorn, Hinata. While Ichigo was running for his life, Yuna and her little group had somehow brought a couch here as they were currently spectating what was happening with Ichigo. You bastards, I'll kick your asses later. Despite Ichigo cursing at them, Yuna simply waved her hand at him while Naruto gave him a thumbs up. Go for it. You can do it. Suddenly, Kasuke slashed down his sword at the distracted Ichigo, leaving a small bloody gush behind, making Kasuke frown. What are you getting distracted for? Do you think this is a game? Despite his words, Kasuke genuinely wondered where Yuna's group had gotten that couch from, but he decided to ponder those matters later. For now, he had to get Ichigo into shape. It seems like I'm still not taken seriously. Very well, let's do this then. Awaken Benaheim. Awaken Benaheim. As these words left Kasuke's mouth, things became rather unsightly as he chased after Ichigo, making it look like a scene of a man chasing after a dog with a stick. As Ichigo continued rolling around, frantically trying to block Kasuke's strikes, Ichigo gritted his teeth and raised his Zanpakuto, blocking Kasuke's attack with the small part of his broken Zanpakuto that was still present. I applaud you for no longer running away, however, are you looking down on my Benaheim? As these words left Kasuke's mouth, he put more strength into his Zanpakuto, resulting in it easily cutting through Ichigo's, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Seeing that he couldn't block Kasuke's Zanpakuto, he immediately started fleeing again as Kasuke continued rushing after him while taunting him. See? Your sword is nothing special. Just a bloated mess of uncontrolled spiritual power. So what if you have a lot of spiritual power? If you can't control it, it's useless. While Ichigo continued dodging Kasuke's strikes, he was occasionally forced to redirect one of his strikes, and after another minute of cat and mouse, only the hilt of Ichigo's Zanpakuto was left. Well, now the blade is completely gone. What will you do now? Since the victory condition is knocking my head down, you can still do it with just a hilt, however, if you continue fighting me with that toy. Powerful spiritual pressure erupted out of Kasuke, causing Ichigo to tremble as he instinctively took a step back. That will kill you. A shudder went through Ichigo's spine as he immediately started running away, closely followed by Kasuke, who clearly was toying with him from an outside perspective. Meanwhile, Tatsuki frowned deeply as she spectated what was happening in front of her. Initially, she still found watching the chase rather fun as well, but now she thought things were going too far. Isn't this too much? Ichigo seems absolutely terrified. Hearing Tatsuki's concerned words, Yuna simply shrugged her shoulders. It's definitely too much, but that's the point. What we are about to do is extremely dangerous, so there can be no hesitation. The incident of him easily getting defeated and almost losing his life left a deep scar on Ichigo, and since time is limited, Kasuke decided to use a rather forceful method to help him with his trauma, throw him into the cold water without any preparations, hoping he will just start swimming. A deep frown appeared on Tatsuki's face as she pondered Yuna's words. Although she could understand what Yuna meant, that didn't mean she approved of the method used. Isn't this dangerous? Couldn't this make the situation even worse? Yuna nodded in agreement as Naruto shrugged his shoulders and answered Tatsuki's question. Indeed, quick-fix methods tend to be riskier, but it seems like Kasuke is confident that Ichigo will be able to push through the situation. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, the atmosphere surrounding Ichigo changed as his chaotic spiritual pressure stabilized while simultaneously growing stronger. Oh? Seems like he found the light tilde. Indeed, I wonder what his Zanpakuto will look like tilde. Zangetsu. As soon as Ichigo yelled out his Zanpakuto's name, a dense beam of spiritual pressure shot at Kasuke, which he easily dodged by sidestepping, and moments later, the dust settled, revealing Ichigo's new sword. Frankly, it looked pretty basic as it was only a rare blade with a hilt and no guard. As its base, it was relatively wide, even wider than Ichigo's initial sword, but it became thinner the further one went to its tip, making it look a little like a beast fang. Seeing that Ichigo finally managed to hear his Zanpakuto's name, a happy smile appeared on Kasuke's face as he got ready for combat. Oh, tilde, much better. Now that you have your sword back, we can start the third test properly. However, instead of answering him, Ichigo glanced at his sword, Zangetsu, and shook his head. No, I'll finish this now. You should be able to dodge this, right? Personally, I don't think I'll be able to control this. As he said that, he raised Zangetsu above his head while holding it with both his hands, resulting in incredibly dense spiritual pressure condensing at the Zanpakuto's edge. Realizing what was about to happen, Yuna shook her head as she pointed her finger upwards, resulting in a sheen of ice forming between her little group and the fighting duo. Simultaneously, Kasuke's eyes widened in shock as he took a defensive position. Scream, Benihime. A blood-red shield formed in front of Kasuke as soon as he finished talking while Ichigo slashed Zangetsu down at the same time, resulting in another powerful slash filled with spiritual power flying at Kasuke. The shield and the slash collided, causing a powerful explosion ending with Ichigo's attack getting redirected by Kasuke's shield. Unfortunately, it was directed towards Yuna's group, where the ice shield Yuna had prepared was already waiting. Yet again, Ichigo's attack slammed into a shield, but after a few seconds, it simply fizzled out, leaving a gash in the ice. My, that's quite the powerful move. Not bad, Ichigo. Ichigo couldn't help but frown at how easily Yuna blocked his attack, but in the end, he decided not to bother with that. After all, they were all in the same boat, and there was no point in having a conflict at this point in time. Fortunately, as Ichigo's attack passed Kasuke, it slightly grazed his head, resulting in it flying off his head, marking the third test as passed. That was quite dangerous. If I hadn't blocked it with Benihime's shield, I might have actually lost an tilde. As those words left his mouth, he briefly glanced at Yuna, who blocked the attack seemingly with ease, causing him to frown. Then he lightly shook his head and redirected his gaze at Ichigo, who fell asleep leaning on his sword. What's with all these scary kids around? I really don't know what I'm supposed to think about this. Oh well, congratulations on passing the third test, Ichigo. Just like that, a few more days of training passed and the initial 10 days training period ended. The remaining 7 days were needed for Kasuke to create a path to Soul Society. In those remaining days, Yuna and Naruto would continue nurturing their newly hatched Zanpakuto spirits in the hopes that they would at least reach Shikai before they had to leave. Hinata, on the other hand, spent most of her time getting used to her Zanpakuto spirit, while Tatsuki and Ichigo spent most of the time increasing their combat awareness while simultaneously getting used to their new powers. However, none of that matters much to the current Tatsuki, as she currently was at Naruto's house, sitting next to him on a couch while watching TV. When Naruto invited her over, she expected Yuna and Hinata to be there as well, but the duo was apparently on a date, leaving Naruto and Tatsuki alone in the house, resulting in Tatsuki being nervous as hell. She was constantly fidgeting around, while her face was constantly changing from light red to crimson and back. Additionally, despite the TV running for quite a while now, Tatsuki had not picked up a single word that was spoken due to her mind constantly wondering. It's just the two of us. What is going to happen? Are we going to do it? No, it's way too early. Then why did I bring protection? Eno, calm down, Tatsuki, I'm sure nothing will happen. Even if Naruto wants to do it, he will stop if I tell him to, right? But won't he dislike that? And maybe it won't be so bad. Might be fun, right? No, it's too early for me. Much too early. I'm not ready yet. Then why did I bring condoms? While Tatsuki was close to a mental breakdown due to nervousness, Naruto had slightly different thoughts. Man, seeing her fidgeting around like this is so cute, Tilda. I'm pretty sure your personality wasn't always this bad. Even at the end of your last life, it wasn't like this. Well, what can I say? Seeing Tatsuki trying to act mature while occasionally blushing like a schoolgirl in a teen drama caused something dark to awake inside me. Why you're in a Yuna? Not that dark. Geez, you're overdoing it, Kurama. True, that would be outrageous. As he was bickering with Kurama, he gave Tatsuki another glance, and seeing her crimson face, he couldn't help but smirk as a concerned expression appeared on his face moments later. Are you all right, Tatsuki? Your face is all red. Do you have a fever? As those words left his mouth, he gently moved Tatsuki's head towards his so their foreheads touched, causing Tatsuki to blush even harder. I am fine. Let go already. I'm not sure about that. Your forehead does seem to be a little too warm, Tilda. Get away from me already. As she said that, she lightly pushed Naruto away from her before lowering her head. Shit, what am I doing? Why did I push him away like that? Naruto was just concerned about me, and now he surely will be angry at me for pushing him like that. As those thoughts of concern rushed through Tatsuki's head, she slowly raised her head to get a glimpse at Naruto's current facial expression, and when she saw it, she froze in place. He was smirking. The puzzle pieces quickly clicked into place, and not even a few seconds later, she glared at Naruto with a fierce expression. You tricked me. Hearing Tatsuki's accusation, a smug expression appeared on Naruto's face as he leisurely leaned back on the couch. Yep, your face as I was teasing you was adorable, Tilda. Tatsuki showed a mixed expression to Naruto's words as the previous glare was still present, but now it was mixed with a light red blush. Why are you always teasing me like that? You better have a good answer, or I'll deal with you. While threatening Naruto, she menacingly clenched her fist at him, making him chuckle. Now, no need to pack out the big guns. I tease you because you always show me a cute expression when I do so. That's honestly all there is to it. Despite usually like a tomboy, Tatsuki was greatly pleased with being called cute, and Naruto calling her fists big guns certainly stoked another part of her ego as well. So, her glare was quickly replaced by a cute pout, causing Naruto to nod in appreciation. Fine, I forgive you if you invite me to dinner. Sure, I'll bring you somewhere nice and fancy. Hearing Tatsuki's demand, Naruto replied instantly and agreed. eating at a fancy restaurant to forgive him. Wasn't that a win-win situation? He would get to eat at a fancy restaurant, his girlfriend would forgive him, and he could go on a date with his adorable girlfriend. That wasn't two birds with one stone, it was three. As the duo returned to a relaxed state, Naruto could feel that Tatsuki was slowly sinking into a state of unrest, causing him to frown. He might enjoy teasing her, but that didn't mean he genuinely cared for her as well. So, without waiting any further, Naruto's hand snaked around her and landed on her shoulder, causing her to twitch a little, resulting in a chuckle of amusement from Naruto, earning him another glare from Tatsuki. However, before she could complain, he lightly pulled her towards him, making their shoulders touch. Something is bothering you. Tell me so I can fix it. Tatsuki couldn't help but be startled by how fast Naruto picked up that her mood was getting worse. She squinted at him, trying to find out his trick, but all he could see was him looking at her in concern. The duo held eye contact for a short moment before Tatsuki sighed deeply and leaned closer against Naruto. "Sai, how in the world did you pick up my concern so quickly?" Hearing Tatsuki's question, a wide grin appeared on Naruto's face as he gave her a thumbs up. "Because I'm just that awesome." Tatsuki rolled her eyes at Naruto and fell into silence. She was currently pondering how best to say what she wanted to say without showing any weakness, but after around 3 minutes of doing so, she gave up and simply resumed speaking. "What we are about to do? I mean, Rukia's rescue mission, that's going to be incredibly dangerous, won't it?" Naruto hummed an acknowledgement before simply shrugging his shoulders, clearly not bothered by the inevitable danger. "Yeah, it will." Tatsuki pouted at how easily Naruto admitted to that while not seeming bothered in the slightest, so she continued asking, "Aren't you afraid? I don't mind being wounded, but there is a genuine chance that one or even all of us will die. How are you so nonchalant about this? Yes, albeit small, there is a chance that some of us will die. However, why would I be bothered by that? I am confident in myself to overcome whatever obstacle appears in front of me. Additionally, not only am I there, but Nei-san and Hinata are as well. If we three go all out, nothing can stop us." Hearing Naruto's arrogant words, Tatsuki couldn't help but look at him in bewilderment. A small blush crept up her cheeks as she looked at Naruto's eyes, which seemed to radiate domineering confidence and determination. I have never seen him act like this. Not bad at all. That heroic look filled with determination suits him quite well, he. While those thoughts crossed her mind, a somewhat sloppy expression briefly appeared on her face, which unfortunately was noticed by Naruto, resulting in a massive smirk. "What, have you fallen for me again, Tatsuki?" Initially, Tatsuki was slightly dazed by his words, but a few seconds later, she realized that her face briefly turned indecent, making her hide her face while her whole body shook lightly. If you tell anyone about what just happened, I will punch you." Ha, relax. My girlfriend's cute moments are exclusively reserved for me, so no one will know. Tatsuki huffed due to being called cute again but didn't comment further as she was satisfied with Naruto's answer. She did, however, snuggle a little closer to Naruto, fully leaning into him while sighing in contentment. "This damn idiot, why is he always teasing me?" Despite her inner complaints, she couldn't help but smirk happily as she hugged Naruto back, making him smile as well. "I wonder how else I can tease her, Tilda. You really have changed her." Another day later, Yuna and Hinata were sitting cross-legged in their shared bedroom with their backs touching each other. For a normal person, it would look like they were simply relaxing against each other's backs, but the truth was far from that. A more spiritually aligned person could see energies constantly shifting between the duo. Basically, Yuna was allowing Hinata's Zanpakuto spirit, Undyne, to absorb minuscule motes of spiritual energy from Kurama, while Undyne was allowing Yuna's freshly hatched Zanpakuto spirit, Chaos, to do the same to Undyne. Unlike Undyne, who only started cooperating with Hinata a few weeks ago, Kurama did so pretty much since Yuna's birth, skyrocketing his spiritual pressure far beyond what Undyne had at her disposal. So, even if Undyne absorbed some of it, Kurama would, at worst, lose about a week of training, while Undyne could get months' worth of energy, greatly boosting her power before things get dangerous. So, while Undyne was constantly absorbing Kurama's dense spiritual pressure, she could easily share some with Chaos, producing the same results as Kurama and her, just on a lower level. As for why Chaos didn't directly take some from Kurama, She simply wasn't skilled enough to handle Kurama's comparable ridiculous amounts of spiritual power, so Undyne was a much better candidate to nurture her. How are you doing, Chaos? Can you still take more? Tilda more. Can take. Tilda. Don't overdo it, Chaos. I fine, big brother. Tilda. What a heartwarming family I have living inside me, Tilda. How nice, Tilda. Ugh, I can't even complain as I somewhat accepted the role without a complaint. Tilda, big brother, nice. Ugh, thanks, little Chaos. Yuna couldn't help but chuckle in amusement at Kurama smoothly becoming Chaos' big brother and put her attention on Hinata instead. How is Undyne doing? Chaos said she is still fine. Hinata waited a few seconds, seemingly listening to something before she answered Yuna's question. She says she is still fine for now, but she will probably be exhausted after about another hour. Got it. Funnily enough, while Yuna and Hinata were seated like this, with their Zanpakuto spirits sharing energies, Undyne could speak directly to Yuna, but she preferred to continue only communicating with Hinata. Apparently, it was something about not cheating on their partner or something like that. Chaos had the same view, while Kurama couldn't care less. Yuna could only conclude that that kind of view had something to do with being born as a Zanpakuto spirit. Anyway, Yuna shelved those thoughts as her mind drifted back to herself. Undyne says she can endure another hour. What about you, Chaos? What is hour? Oh right, you are rather new to this. It's about the time it takes for a quickie to end. One might reprimand Yuna for using such a vulgar method to describe a time span in front of someone newly born, however. Quickie, okay. Yuna's attribute of causing chaos wasn't the only thing Chaos had inherited. Somehow, the freshly born Chaos was a pervert that took great interest in Yuna's night activities. Although Kurama usually tried all attempts to take a peek, Chaos' name certainly was well chosen as she quite frequently found a way to slip through Kurama's defense attempts. In conclusion, she was a perverted troublemaker. Yuna couldn't be prouder. Another few days passed and it was the day of departure towards Soul Society, so everyone was gathered underneath Kasuke's shop. Whoa, to think there would be such a huge place hidden underground. Hearing Oriheim's exclamation, Kasuke immediately gave her a thumbs up. Such a good reaction. Very nice. As Oriheim was awkwardly scratching her head due to the sudden praise from Kasuke, Yuna's eyes locked on her target, a black cat. She immediately walked towards the cat and squatted down in front of it with a wide smirk. Such a splendid pussy. The cat's face deadpanned as it opened its mouth and answered Yuna with a surprisingly masculine voice. That jerk is getting old. Maybe for you, but not for me. Seeing the interaction between Yuna and the cat, Oriheim tilted her head in confusion. Did you know Mr. Yoruichi beforehand, Yuna? Yuna's eyebrows rose due to Oriheim calling Yoruichi Mr., but considering how deep her voice was while in cat form, Yuna could understand the misunderstanding. Well, I have met him a few weeks ago and had a naked conversation. Anyway, I have to say, I'm not really into man, but I wouldn't mind getting crushed by those thighs. Question marks popped up above Oriheim's head as she had no idea what a naked conversation was, not realizing that Yuna's words were meant literally. As for the second sentence, Oriheim had even less of a clue what that was about. It seems to be completely detached from the conversation. Meanwhile, if Yoruichi's head wasn't covered by dense black fur, everyone could have seen her blushing. Her combat style was heavily geared towards speed, so she paid a lot of attention to her legs, so she was rather proud of them. Especially her well-defined thighs were to her liking. Anyway, let's leave Nasen's fetishes aside and get this thing on the road. Are we ready to go, Kasuke? Okay, we can start. Everyone gather, and please pay attention. As soon as Kasuke finished speaking, 4 massive stone blocks that were covered in paper tags exited what appeared to be black portals and connected with each other, forming a huge square. Following that, Kasuke proceeded to inform the group in front of him how this tunnel world gate worked and what dangers the journey towards Soul Society entailed. First of all, after entering, it would convert the bodies of everyone who didn't have a Shinigami form into something similar, as only souls could enter Soul Society. Next, he explained that the gate led to the void between the human world and Soul Society and that it could only stay open for mere 4 minutes. After those 4 minutes are over, the gate will close, trapping everyone inside the void. Finally, there was the Koryu, something like a cleaner between worlds that would paralyze everything it touches, which would make it impossible to reach Soul Society in time. While everyone was simply listening to Kasuke's explanation, Orihan, the timidest in the group, couldn't help but have some doubts. Is this really fine? Can we really make it? Hearing Orihan's words, a smirk appeared on Tatsuki's face as her hand landed on Orihan's shoulder. Hee, of course, we can make it. Worst case, we'll just push through with our guts alone. Before Orihan could comment on Tatsuki's rather weird claim, Yoruichi spoke up as well. That's right. Never forget the heart and the soul are connected. The state of your heart is crucial. Never really got all that heart demon stuff, but I know about it, Tilda. Yoruichi heard Yuna's comment but decided to ignore it and continue speaking. Have no doubt. Have no fear. Do not stop and do not look back. Always move forward. Only those that can do that are allowed to follow me to Soul Society. Before anyone else could comment on Yoruichi's words, Ichigo stepped forward with determination burning in his eyes. You are preaching to the wrong people. The moment all of us came here, we had already made up our minds. Are you sure about that, boy? If you lose, you will never come back. Ichigo's confidence waved not the slightest as he looked back at Yoruichi. Isn't he simple then? We just have to win. Ha, that's right, Ichigo. And in case things go south, I'll just blow up the whole city, ha. While everyone was giving the crazily laughing Yuna weird out looks, Hinata and Naruto, who knew she wasn't bluffing, could only shake their heads. Nei-san, the objective is rescuing Rukia. Yuna momentarily choked on her own laughter before regaining her bearing. Yeah, I totally remembered that and was just playing around. Sure. Anyway, moments later, Kasuke stabbed his walking stick at Ichigo, causing his Shinigami form to pop out, and moments later, Yuna, Naruto, and Hinata revealed their Shinigami forms as well. Hey! Why do your clothes look different? Unlike Ichigo, who was dressed in the usual black and white Shinigami uniform, the trio's clothes had a completely different color pattern. Yuna's clothes were pure white with blue snowflakes on the seams. Hinata's were blue with purple water patterns on the seams, while Naruto's were a light orange with a black Uzumaki symbol on the back. Well, Ichigo, I see no rules why we wouldn't wear different clothes. No, isn't our Shinigami form like our soul or something? How can we just change what we look like? Wouldn't that change our soul or something like that? Yuna simply nodded her head at Ichigo's question, dumbfounding him. That's correct. Just change your soul a little and you can easily change your clothes. You changed your souls. Naturally, Ichigo was surprised by that. Despite being a Shinigami, he honestly didn't know much about souls, but he was fairly certain that changing your soul was a bad thing. However, 3 examples of that not being the case were standing right in front of him now. Damn, I want to change my outfit as well. I'll ask them how to do it when this whole mess is over. Anyway, moments later, Kasuke activated the portal toward Soul Society, and the group of 9 went through it and entered the void between the 2 realms. In front of them, a path was visible, while the rest of the place was filled with a black gooey substance that seemed to be constantly moving around. No time to gape, we need to hurry. Hearing Yoruichi's command, everyone quickly started moving, but after running for about 2 minutes, a problem appeared. It was a massive moving object that seemed to be covered by the same goo as everything else, and it was currently moving towards the group. Oh Tilda, is that one of those cleaner things Kitsuki was talking about, Tilda? Hearing Yuna's carefree statement, Yoruichi briefly glanced back and couldn't help but curse under her breath when she noticed what was approaching them. Shit, hurry up. And remember, you can't let that thing touch you. So, everyone accelerated even further, but unfortunately, the cleaner was slowly getting closer. Just when it was about to touch Orihan, she activated her hairpin, causing 3 small fairies to appear, which swiftly moved into a triangle formation, forming a shield and stopping the cleaner. The moment her shield made contact with the cleaner, Yuna could feel temporal ripples erupting from the point of contact, causing her eyebrows to raise. Time. I don't think it's dangerous, but we might lose a few days of time. Oh well, miss me with that, I'm going in first, Tilda. You just don't want to lose any time you can spend messing with people. I never claimed that not to be the case. So, without waiting any longer, she injected spiritual power into her legs and shot away from the other. CYA later, I'm going in first tilde. As soon as Yuna started using her spiritual power, the goo on the walls started moving towards her feet, clearly attracted by her spiritual power. However, Yuna was too fast to be caught like that and managed to reach the exit before the weird time wave could affect her, and, what only appeared to be a few seconds later, the rest of the group left as well. However, unlike Yuna, the wave of messed up time wave had washed over them, resulting in them actually arriving in Soul Society 7 days after Yuna. The moment it became clear that everyone had arrived safely, Yoruichi looked around and immediately noticed Seirei, the main city of the Soul Society. However, she immediately noticed that things were a little off. Is that a penis? That's indeed a penis. Hearing Yoruichi's question, Naruto followed her gaze and immediately noticed a massive ice penis growing out of the middle of Seirei. However, that wasn't everything Yoruichi felt was off. Look, it looks like a big chunk of the outer wall is broken over there. Wow, that part of the city looks like it's frozen, that's so cool. Look closer, it's even snowing over there. While everyone was fascinated by whatever was going on in the city, Yoruichi had only one question. What the hell happened here? Hearing her question, Naruto could only shake his. Neisan happened. Yoruichi couldn't help but look at Naruto in bewilderment, but a moment later, she realized that Yuna was indeed not there. Moments later, she realized what had likely happened. The void between the two words has a messed up time flow, so the collision with the cleaner must have caused a temporal misplacement. June noticed that, so she went ahead of us to dodge the phenomena. After Yoruichi finished her analysis, Naruto simply shrugged his shoulders while a few others had steam coming out of their ears. Yep, that's like what happened. If I had to make a guess, she arrived here 1 week early. MHH. 1 week. What do you base that on? The scale of destruction? Seriously? Seriously? Sighing deeply, Yoruichi simply shook her head as her gaze fell back on Seirei. Oh well, all the chaos will probably make it easier for us to infiltrate, so let's go. Meanwhile, 7 days ago when Yuna arrived at Soul Society and immediately checked out her surroundings. She was currently standing in a rural village while a massive city bloomed not too far away. Yeah, I'm definitely going there. So, without further delay walked towards the center of Soul Society, Seirei. However, her steps suddenly paused as she let her sense wash over her surroundings, noticing that if she were to get any closer, a massive wall would drop from the sky. She briefly wondered what the idea behind making the wall hover was, but she discarded that thought path rather quickly. Guess someone wanted this to be fancy, what a waste of resources. Before advancing any further and possibly triggering any hidden mechanisms, Yuna began to scout her surroundings while her senses were taking in any information they could get. After doing so for a short while, Yuna nodded her head in approval. Okay, I think I know what to do. It will be a rather delicate process, but I think I've figured it out. Somehow, my guts are telling me there will be nothing delicate about whatever you plan to do. Anyway, around 5 minutes later, a young woman could be seen carrying a massive boulder over her head while running towards Seirei at an insane pace. One might wonder why it took Yuna 5 minutes to choose this kind of approach, but those 5 minutes were spent looking for an appropriate boulder. Yes, the classic charge them with a boulder in hand strategy. A truly subtle classic. I know, right? Tilde frontal assault. Ha ha ha, that's right, chaos. While Yuna was chatting, Seirei's wall started descending quite far away from Yuna, undoubtedly making it to the ground before she could reach it. However, this was where the boulder came into play. It's Yuna time. While she was yelling, she tossed the boulder toward the place where the wall would land, and just when the wall was about to touch the ground, the boulder landed underneath it, stopping it in its tracks. Unfortunately, all the wall segments were connected, so as soon as one of them tilted, the one next to it tilted as well, causing quite a few segments to fall over. Oh, isn't that too much? Did you really want to cause that much damage? Yuna kept silent for a brief moment before answering Kurama's question. Oops, Teihei tilde. Sigh, I thought so. Anyway, the door is open, so let's see what's going on in there. The door isn't just open, it's in shambles on the ground, while a big part of the surrounding wall is damaged as well. Minor details. As the duo continued bickering, Yuna continued running, and a few seconds later, she went past the damaged wall, completely ignoring the massive guy who was cursing up a storm due to someone damaging his gate like that. I really wonder who would do something so outrageous. Oh, your memory can't be that selective, right? Is that a challenge? Ugh, don't bother. However, as soon as she had entered Seirede properly, his steps paused as an ugly expression appeared on her face. I'm being watched. Well, you leveled their F-sking wall, so they have all the right in the world to monitor you. Yuna hummed an acknowledgement before shaking her head in denial. No, this is different. The malicious intent isn't only directed at me but at Seirede as well. Not sure what is going on, but someone or something is lurking in the shadows, watching at least this part of the city. I'll definitely need to keep an eye on this. Wow, you actually sound serious. Ugh, I can feel the power of fate. I think I'm getting diarrhea. Who gets diarrhea from feeling fate? I do. Right. First of all, Yuna wanted to get a better grip on the city structure, so she did what every sensible person would do. She kidnapped a guy that looked like a wimp and questioned him, allowing her to get a general overview where which division resides. Well then, what should I do first? Mess with the noble clans or go to the 11th division to have a little death match or two? You still remember why you are here, don't you? Ha, of course I do. It's to have F. Cough, I meant it's to rescue Rukia. Sigh. While the duo was chatting, Yuna was constantly observing her surroundings, and while doing so, her head snapped toward a certain location. Oh my, what do my old eyes see over there? Big TIDs. That's right, chaos. Those are some really big TIDs. Sai, please get me out of here, father. Sorry, Kurama, I fear not even the sage of the 6 paths can help you. Finishing her short internal conversation, Yuna took a step, instantly appearing in front of the pair of breasts she had previously spotted. Obviously, a woman was attached to that pair. She had long curly blonde hair, big breasts, blue eyes, big breasts, and a beauty mark under her mouth. Oh, and big breasts. Hello beautiful, interested in joining my all-girls harem? Very smooth. The woman was surprised by Yuna suddenly appearing in front of her and asking such an outrageous question. However, after only a few seconds, she managed to stabilize her mind and answer Yuna. Well, directly joining into a harem is a bit much, no. However, I wouldn't mind having some fun. Lieutenant Matsumoto. Suddenly, another person spoke directly next to the woman Yuna now knew was called Matsumoto. WN. I didn't notice him approach at all. I wasn't expecting to meet someone with such a high stealth capability. He literally was standing next to that woman the whole time. Hell, when you appeared, the two were even talking with each other. Oh. So it's like that. Books . Don't be like that, Lieutenant Kiba . Everyone is so stiff and formal in Seirede. Before things can even get heated, everyone already talks about marriage and the future. I just want to have some fun and not commit to a relationship. Hearing Matsumoto's words, Kiba couldn't help but facepalm. You wanting to have fun is one thing, but you don't even know this woman. How can you agree so easily? As I said, everyone is so stiff . It's just some casual fun, okay . Hearing Matsumoto's words, Yuna had to intervene to correct one of her misunderstandings. Sorry to interrupt the conversation, but there is something you are misunderstanding. This isn't just something casual because once you go Yuna, you never go back. Matsumoto couldn't help but raise her eyebrows due to Yuna's statement. Are you seriously telling me that I would fall for you after we have some fun together once? No, that's wrong. At first, you will only have some fun and play around, but the more time you spend with me, the more your desire grows to spend more time with me. I'm simply too beautiful for anyone not to fall for me. So despite being blessed with such beauty, sometimes I feel cursed. Do my women really love me, or are they just after my beauty? What am I even saying? Of course, they love me. I'm awesome. As Yuna was praising herself again and again, Matsumoto couldn't help but grow more and more dumbfounded, and as soon as Yuna was done speaking, she retorted. You are the most narcissistic person I have ever seen. Thank you, I'm doing my best. Matsumoto couldn't help but chuckle in amusement due to Yuna's answer. She expected her to get angry due to being called narcissistic, but Yuna actually accepted that label and was even proud of it. It was clear to Matsumoto that the person in front of her was very weird, but that didn't necessarily mean something bad. She was weird, yes, but she was also rather amusing. Wait a moment, I didn't notice since the conversation flew so smoothly, but who exactly are you? You are speaking rather casually despite talking to two lieutenants. I don't remember someone with such a flashy outfit being at a point where they could casually speak to a lieutenant. Hearing Kiba's words, Yuna could only shake her head. No matter where she went, people were always talking about rank and speaking formally and stuff like that, which was something she had never done once in her life. Well, she occasionally did it mockingly, but that was beside the point. Well, if you are worried about my rank and stuff like that, you honestly don't have to bother. After all, I'm an intruder and have nothing to do with your internal ranking. Hearing Yuna's words, a heavy silence descended on the trio as Yuna simply waited for one of them to continue speaking, while Matsumoto and Kiba were rather stunned by Yuna's words. It took both of them a few minutes to reboot their brains, and as soon as they did, they drew their swords and pointed them at Yuna. You are under arrest. Oh. Roleplay. Nice, I'm into it. However, could Kiba leave? I'm not really that into Mantilda. Yuna chuckled in amusement as she drew one of her swords with a slight smile on her face. Oh well, jokes aside, it's time for your debut, Chaos. Tilda fight. Seeing Yuna pulling out her sword while simultaneously making a joke, Matsumoto couldn't help but chuckle a little herself while Kira frowned deeply. Why is she so relaxed despite standing in front of two lieutenants? Maybe she doesn't know who we are. No, we have both called each other by name and rank, so she should know who she is facing. In that case, she is confident or arrogant. Since you've already drawn your sword, it's clear that you plan on resisting, so we'll have to use force. As soon as he finished speaking, Kira vanished from his position and appeared in front of Yuna with his sword already swinging downward. Well then, let's see what a lieutenant can do. Clang. A loud metallic sound was produced as the two swords clashed, Yuna easily blocking Kira's downward strike. However, the moment his sword was blocked, Matsumoto appeared next to them and slashed at Yuna horizontally. You might think fighting 2-on-1 is dishonorable, but I don't care about stuff like that, Tilda. Fortunately, Yuna saw the attack coming and slightly twisted her blade, resulting in Kira's sliding away, resulting in his sword blocking Matsumoto's, while Yuna's moved and stopped just before cutting off Kira's head. That was pretty unimpressive. Are you perhaps looking down on me? As she said those words, power spiritual pressure erupted out of her and engulfed the duo, making them sweat. Yuna moved her sword, but instead of cutting off Kira's head, she casually rested it on her shoulder as she looked at the duo in boredom. Well, at least show me your Shikai before I defeat you. I'm curious and have only seen weird feeling ones. Seeing that Yuna had taken away her blade, the duo quickly jumped backward to gain some distance from Yuna. Neither of them had expected to meet such a powerful, unknown figure. They briefly glanced at each other before nodding their head. Growl, Hainiko. Raise your head, Wabasuki. As soon as they finished speaking, both of their Zanpakuto went through a change. While Kira's got bent at its tip twice, forming a rectangle with one side missing, Matsumoto's straight up turned into dust. Seeing the duo's Shikai forms, Yuna couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Okay, I take that back. It seems like Shikai are always a little weird. As she said that, she blocked Kira's weirdly formed Zanpakuto, and as soon as the two swords collided, Yuna's eyes widened in surprise. Due to Kira only using a light strike, he was immediately ready for the next one, but instead of clashing again, Yuna used the palm of her hand to lightly change the trajectory of the sword while moving her body to dodge the attack fully. While doing so, the dust Matsumoto's sword turned into engulfed Yuna, and as soon as Matsumoto made a slash with her bladeless hilt, Yuna could feel an attack coming and moved her body to the side, barely avoiding a slash wound. Whistle, those are some nasty abilities, Tilda, especially your, it's disgusting. Doubling the weight of what your attack is nasty business. I wonder if it doubles every time or if you only add the base weight, Tilda. Kiba's face grew solemn when Yuna instantly figured out the ability of his Zanpakuto, while Matsumoto wasn't looking good either due to Yuna actually dodging her first attack. The first one tends to be a freebie. Well, since you showed me your Shikai, I guess I should at least show you mine as well. As she finished speaking, she pointed her Zanpakuto at the duo with a twisted grin on her face. Unleash pandemonium on this world, chaos. As Yuna finished speaking, her sword twisted and distorted, with rigged edges everywhere, while not a single straight line could be seen, making it look like a large saber with a twisted and sharp edge on both sides of the blade. Additionally, its color scheme was twisted as well, as the whole sword turned into a twisted mess of black and white, making it impossible to see a pattern. Seeing Yuna's Shikai, the duo couldn't help but frown. Although it didn't necessarily look evil, there was a certain uncanniness to the sword. It felt like it didn't belong here. Well then, shall we? As soon as those words left Yuna's mouth, she disappeared from where she stood and reappeared in front of Kiba, slashing her sword down, seemingly seeking to clash with him. Obviously, Kiba would oblige, as this was the easiest way for him to make Yuna's Zanpakuto too heavy to use, but the moment they clashed, he regretted that decision. It felt like Yuna's weighed a few tons as it collided with his own, making him groan. How can she swing something so heavy? However, the next moment she raised her sword as if it was as light as a feather and slashed toward Matsumoto's dust, causing it to clash with her flying slash, blocking it. Yet again, she put her focus on Kira, making him frown. Although he would rather not directly block Yuna's strike again, he could still reflect it by using some strength. So, as he angled his sword to deflect some of the blunt force, Yuna's sword landed on his yet again. However, this time, the attack felt like it weighted more or less as much as a normal Zanpakuto, resulting in Kira using too much strength, making him stumble. Yuna would have probably cut him right there if it wasn't for Matsumoto blocking the attack for him. And just like that, the trio continued fighting, with Kira mostly on the offensive, while Matsumoto would defend. However, the more they clashed, the more Kira wanted to curse as he couldn't get a read on Yuna at all. What is her Zanpakuto's ability? Is it just to change its weight? Have I really encountered an enemy that perfectly counters my ability? No, there is something about this. She uses the change in weight too clumsily and randomly. While Kira had an internal dialogue, Yuna had her own inner dialogue. Oh tilde, this is pretty interesting. Ga tilde wanna do more. Boring. Ha ha ha, well, it can't be helped, chaos. You are still young, after all. Soon, something new ga. Sigh, I don't think there is anyone else in existence who can make use of such an outrageous ability. That's right, I'm that awesome tilde. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the fight was in a bit of a lull, as Matsumoto and Kiba were standing next to each other while breathing heavily, and Yuna was busy ogling Matsumoto's cleavage that she so graciously displayed and was now covered with a thin sweat film, while her breasts were moving up and down due to the heavy breathing. Such a nice view, tilde. Ga big TIDs. Big TIDs. Meanwhile, Kira managed to catch his breath and glared at Yuna. Your Zanpakuto's ability allows you to freely change the weight of your sword, right? Shit, to think I would encounter the perfect counter to my sword. Hee, nope, that's not my sword's ability, tilde. Hearing Yuna's answer, Kiba froze. If that wasn't her ability, then how come she could still wield it despite clashing with my Wabasuk for hundreds of times? Seeing the confusion on Kira's face, Yuna couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. MHH tilde, I'm probably the villain in this situation, so I guess it's time to explain what my sword can do, hee. While Matsumoto and Kira were dumbfounded by Yuna's words, Yuna resumed speaking. My Zanpakuto's name is Chaos. As the name implies, she's a rather chaotic Zanpakuto. Or rather, she's the most chaotic Zanpakuto in existence. The weight is random. The hardness is random. And soon, other properties will be added as well. Unfortunately, she is still rather young, tilde. The duo was briefly stunned due to Yuna's words. After all, that sounded utterly useless. Who would want a weapon that would constantly change weight and hardness? That was outrageous. However, Matsumoto quickly snapped out of her daze and answered the most important question. Do you know what kind of change will happen? Obviously. Hearing Yuna confirm her guess, Matsumoto sighed in relief. If someone knew when the change was coming, then she imagined that it should be possible to incorporate that kind of ability in a proper combat style. Unfortunately, Yuna wasn't done speaking yet. I randomly know 1 to 10 seconds ahead what will change. Yet again, Matsumoto froze as she looked at Yuna in disbelief. Is she messing with me? That is too much of a drawback. And let's not forget that she has to keep track of all these things during mid-combat. No matter how I think about it, that's too much. Contrary to Matsumoto's thoughts, Yuna had a different opinion. I can't wait for things to get more outrageous. Imagine the look on an opponent's face when a fire sword suddenly turns into an ice blade or something like that. Careful there, or you might have to redirect some of the brain power dedicated to perverted things to combat. There is no way that could happen. I have more than enough to spare. Meanwhile, Kira had managed to digest everything Yuna had told them so far, causing him to frown deeply. That's impossible. There is no way you can keep a tab on so many factors and still fight at 2-on-1 against 2 lieutenants. Yuna could only chuckle when she heard his words. No, you can't do that. I, on the other hand, have what it takes to do it. I'm that good. Kira wanted to answer Yuna's arrogant words, but he was interrupted by her before he could say anything. Anyway, the amount of data I have collected is satisfactory, so let's end this. The duo's eyebrows rose due to Yuna's words. Although they were getting pushed back, neither of them thought that this would happen anytime soon. However, before either of them could say anything, Yuna vanished, causing the duo's eyebrows to rise in surprise. Before either of them knew what was going on, Yuna appeared behind Kira and inflicted a huge gash on his back. If she had to guess, that would probably take him around 2 to 3 days to heal, depending on how good the healers in Seirede were. He fell to the ground, blood flowing out of his mouth and wound, while glaring at Yuna, causing her to shrug. What are you glaring for? That wound is far from fatal, and you will be back on duty soon. As soon as she finished speaking, her gaze landed on Matsumoto, who had already returned her sword to its original form and was raising her hands in surrender. If she fought a hollow, she would readily fight it to the death, but Yuna clearly wasn't after her or Kira's life, so what was the purpose of risking her life in a hopeless battle? Matsumoto knew her limits, and fighting an opponent that could move so fast that she couldn't see them was outside of that. Does the previous offer still stand? Hearing Matsumoto's question, Yuna chuckled in amusement while sheathing her chaos. Sure, but only if you want to actually do it and not only come with me to save this guy over here. I'll make it clear, whether you accept or not, your fellow lieutenant here will live. Matsumoto nodded in understanding, slightly happy that Kira's life was guaranteed before her gaze became serious. As I said, I wouldn't mind having some fun, Tilda. Oi, what are you doing, Lieutenant Matsumoto? No matter how I look at it, this is outrageous and certainly against the rules. Yuna could only shake her head when she heard Kira's words as she walked over to Matsumoto and lightly pushed her hands behind her back so Yuna could hold onto both of her arms with one hand. I'm taking her as a hostage, please explain the story to your higher-ups properly. Obviously, Kira wanted to protest, but before he could do so, Matsumoto slightly bent over, causing her breasts to jiggle while slightly revealing her cleavage to Kira. Please do it for me, Kira Tilda. Seeing Matsumoto's swaying breast, a flush appeared on Kiba's face as he averted his eyes. Fine, whatever. Get lost while I hope someone will find me soon so I can get medical attention. Stop whining and be a man. CYA Tilda. Sorry about that, Lieutenant Kiba, I owe you one Tilda. And just like that, the duo walked away nonchalantly, leaving a bleeding Kiba behind. Seeing Matsumoto happily walking away with an intruder, Kiba could only smile wryly while shaking his head. What a weird day. Meanwhile, Yuna's gaze briefly landed on Matsumoto as she asked her a question. You know any good place we can use? I don't mind outdoors, but in the long run, I want something more comfortable, dash. Matsumoto simply nodded her head while waving Yuna's worries away. No need to worry, as a lieutenant, I have plenty of income, so I have my own place. Oh, nice. I can't wait to sink my face into your breasts. Yeah, I noticed you staring. Wasn't trying to hide it. I noticed that as well. Personally, I don't mind, but are you always acting so outrageous? Yuna wagged her finger at her before she resumed talking with a smug voice. It's only outrageous when the other party thinks it is. Considering your deep cleavage, you clearly use your assets as an additional tool to distract your enemies, so it would be weird for you to hate when I do what you want me to do. As soon as Yuna finished speaking, Matsumoto's steps halted as she looked at Yuna in disbelief. Wait a moment, are you actually smart? Yuna couldn't help but chuckle in amusement when she heard Matsumoto's question, while a slight blush appeared on Matsumoto's face as she realized that that question was rather rude. Sorry, No need to be sorry. I'm fully aware of the way I act and how people perceive it. Oh, and don't get me wrong, that battle-hungry face I showed you wasn't a facade. I do love to fight. Seeing that Yuna wasn't angry, Matsumoto sighed in relief while a relaxed smile appeared on her face. However, a few moments later, she realized something else and couldn't help but chuckle a little, causing Yuna's eyebrows to rise. What's up? Hee, nothing, it's just that no one ever told me they can't wait to sink their face into my breasts, so I couldn't help but chuckle at the boldness. What? That's outrageous. How is it possible that no one ever told you that? Are all men in Serete eunuchs? Rather than eunuchs, I think they simply have enough common sense not to say that to a woman they have just met. That's common sense. Yep. As expected, that shit is totally useless. Hearing Yuna's words, Matsumoto could only chuckle in amusement. Meanwhile, in another part of Serede, a kind-looking man with ruffled brown hair was patiently waiting for a certain group to appear in Serede. He had noticed a temporal fluctuation within the zone between the two worlds and had calculated where and when Ichigo's group would arrive in Soul Society. Considering he was the only one that knew that people would be coming, he was confident that no one else had noticed. A few minutes later, a young man with a treacherous facial expression entered the room. Captain Aizen, it seems intruders have appeared. Aizen's eyes widened slightly, as he had not predicted for people to be here already. Did he miscalculate? Or maybe not everyone was caught up in the fluctuation. Please tell me what happened, Jin. Instead of answering, Jin took a piece of paper and showed it to Aizen. On the paper was a photo of the current state of Serede's outer wall, fully revealing the damage Yuna's boulder had done, causing Aizen's eyebrows to twitch briefly. Well, that certainly is one way to get into Serede, but who came up with such a crude method? There is no way Urahara Kitsuki would allow something like this, and neither would Yoruichi Shihin. Who is the intruder? Hearing Aizen's question, an awkward expression appeared on Jin's face. They had spy cameras all over Serede, but somehow that intruder managed to dodge all of them. Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. We neither know who it is and not even how many there are. I'm not sure what is going on, but whoever got into Serede either knows it like the back of their hands or is an absolute master of stealth. Hearing Jin's explanation, Aizen briefly pondered the situation, and after around a minute, he opened them again while a small smirk appeared on his face. Or both. I see, Yoruichi Shihin has taken it upon herself to scout the situation beforehand. She used a crude method of entry to draw more attention to the gate, to distract the people to make it easier for her to roam the inner city. It's not a method the Yoruichi Shihin I know would use, but it has been a while, so who knows? Personally, that is the only theory I can come up with right now. Hearing Aizen's words, Jin nodded in agreement. He had come to the same conclusion, as, in his opinion, only a previous member of Serede's stealth force could infiltrate the city so flawlessly. Would you like me to do something to counter her actions? Hearing Jin's question, Aizen briefly fell silent as he pondered what kind of ramification her presence could have, but after thinking about it for long enough, he simply shook his head. She can scout however much she wants, she won't find anything of significance. We have been hiding out moves from all of Serede for decades now. There is no way a single person can unmask us in a mere week. The only weak point we have left behind is the Central 46, which is now filled with corpses, but, as the group making decisions for Serede, access is highly restricted, so it's impossible for her to get in there. On a side note, the only reason Aizen could enter it so easily and kill everyone without any outsiders noticing was due to his outrageous ability to control the 5 senses of everyone that has seen his Shikai release. Meanwhile, at Division 13, a single woman with long black hair and almost white eyes was diligently swinging a Zanpakuto up and down. Clearly, she was immersed in her training. Oh, you are as diligent as ever. You really aiming for that third seat position, aren't you? The woman twitched slightly when she heard someone talking to her, and as soon as she realized who it was, a kind smile appeared on her face as she bowed lightly. That's only natural, Captain Yukatake. It's only a question of time before I get the lieutenant position. Hearing the woman claim the man, Captain Yukatake, couldn't help but laugh in a happy tone. Ha ha ha, a commendable attitude. I'm looking forward to your achievements. Thank you very much. After this small exchange, Yukatake left, leaving the woman to her training and her own thoughts. As expected, choosing the 13th Division was the right choice. Considering what will happen in the future, this should be the safest path to choose. While these thoughts passed her mind, she continued swinging her sword while being careful not to swing it too fast. Seriously, what did I do to be caught in this mess? My first life ended abruptly, so I was rather happy to get a second one, but why the hell am I at my third life now? My second life ended happily, okay. I peacefully died of old age surrounded by my children and grandchildren, so why do I have to go for another run? So I wonder if my wife at least managed to have a peaceful afterlife. Just like that, the woman continued swinging her sword at a measured pace while internally chanting a few words after every swing. Don't notice me, Aizen. Don't notice me, Yawok. Don't notice me, Aizen. Don't notice me, Yawok. Don't notice me, Aizen. Don't notice me, Yawok. Several hours later, in a decently sized house, two naked women could be seen lying next to each other on a bed. While one of them was breathing a little haggard, the other one had a leisurely smile on her face as she was playing with the lock of the first woman's long blonde hair. What kind of freak stamina do you have, Yuna? Hearing the blonde woman's question, Yuna chuckled in amusement as she shrugged her shoulder. In regards to stamina, few are my match, and in regards to stamina on the bed, no one can compare to me, Matsumoto. After Yuna issued her claim, Matsumoto didn't comment any further. Considering how long they went at it and Yun seemingly being good to go a few more hours, she half believed Yuna's claim to be true. Seeing that Matsumoto didn't reply, Yuna chuckled in amusement and got off the bed. She grandly stretched her back, giving Matsumoto a good show. Naturally, Yuna noticed that Matsumoto was watching her, resulting in a grin. Like what you are seeing? Yep, good stuff. Unlike Hinata, who initially was rather shy, Matsumoto had no trouble being naked or seeing her partner naked, so Yuna could only shrug at the failed teasing attempt. Oh well, I guess you want to catch some sleep. Matsumoto simply nodded her head at Yuna's question. She was pretty exhausted and definitely needed some sleep. Yeah, I'm tired. What do you plan to do now, Yuna? Kira should have made his report by now, so people will know what you look like. Ma, no worries. I'm not that easy to catch. As for my plans, I'll either go and bully a few nobles or invade the 11th Division. As soon as Yuna finished speaking, a heavy atmosphere covered the room as Matsumoto looked at Yuna in disbelief. Be bully nobles or go to the 11th Division? What the hell are you thinking? Aren't you here to save Rukia? Hearing Matsumoto's words, Yuna paused for a minute before frantically nodding her head. Ah, yes, I'm definitely here to save Rukia, ha ha ha. I totally didn't forget about that, ha 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 cough. Matsumoto's face deadpanned when she saw Yuna's reaction. No matter how she looked at it, Yuna completely forgot about Rukia. Yuna saw how Matsumoto was staring at her and couldn't help but chuckle a little. Ma, no need to look at me like that. The rest of my group will arrive in about 6 days, so I might as well have some fun and enjoy myself a little before they are here. How in the world is bullying nobles and attacking sea raids most combat-orientated division fun? Yuna tilted her head in confusion when she heard Matsumoto's answer, as if she couldn't even grasp what she was talking about. How is it not fun? I mean, bullying pompous nobles are obviously one of the best things one can do. As for the 11th Division, I simply like fighting, so I think it's a good target. Seeing Yuna looking at her like she was the weirdo, Matsumoto could only roll her eyes at Yuna. You do realize that both of these things have a high chance of killing you, right? After hearing Matsumoto's question, Yuna couldn't help but start laughing as she walked back towards the bed and patted Matsumoto's head. Ha ha ha, you are pretty funny, Matsumoto. Me dying just from messing with some nobles and a powerful military division. Truly hilarious. Matsumoto's face deadpanned as she realized that trying to convince Yuna with reason and logical arguments seemed to be pretty much impossible. The only way for her to sway Yuna's plans would be to suggest something she found more interesting. Matsumoto was pretty sure that a few more rounds under the sheets would qualify, but she was too exhausted for that. Sorry about that, noble clans. I'm sure you will be fine and probably, oh well, good luck. A few minutes later, Yuna left Matsumoto's house, and as she was walking, she decided on what to do next. Yep, I'm gonna bully some nobles first, Tilda. Saya can't help but pity them a little. Ma, what is there to pity? They are nobles, Kurama. They exploit those they consider to be born with inferior blood while being nothing special themselves. Even if you claim that you have no idea whether that is actually true or not. No matter what you say, you have only met a single person from a noble clan so far, and he could at least back up his attitude with his strength. Well, what can I say? There are nobles, after all. It's only natural for them to be trash. Just because I met one decent one doesn't change anything. In that case, what if the nobles of this city are actually decent people? Hearing Kurama's question, Yuna couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. That's one funny joke, Kurama. People with a lot of political sway are pretty much guaranteed to get corrupted by the power they hold, so I have not a mote of doubt in me that the nobles of this city will be trash as well. At least most of them will be. Very well, then. Let's take a look. Yep, and what better place to infiltrate than the gathering place of all the big shots? Central 46, here I come, Tilda. Meanwhile, Aizen was yet again in a room filled with monitors as he was reading through the newest report regarding the person who invaded C-Rate. Naturally, this report was provided by Kira. Fascinating. How did she manage to become a Soul Reaper? That should be impossible. No matter how he thought about it, a normal human becoming a Soul Reaper was impossible. In his opinion, the only reason why Ichigo could become one was that his father was one as well. The more information I collect about her, the more fascinating she becomes. Does she have a Shinigami down her family line, or is she simply a freak incident? What about her brother? Did he become a Shinigami as well? How is she strong enough to easily defeat two lieutenants simultaneously? The more he read about Yuna, the more curious he became about her. By now, he pretty much had decided to take her to Hueco Mundo as soon as he could no longer stay in C-Rate. While Aizen was deep in thought about Yuna, another man entered the room and glanced at the pondering Aizen. Captain Aizen, I heard a lieutenant was kidnapped by the intruder. Should we do something about that? Hearing the man's question, Aizen simply shook his head with disinterest. No, I don't care about the kidnapped lieutenant. Just leave her be, Jin. Hearing Aizen's words, Jin almost lost control over himself before regaining his calm instantly. Unlike Aizen, he cared about Ranjaku Matsumoto a lot and really would like to search and rescue her. However, he also knew that asking for that would have been a bad move, as that would reveal to Aizen that Jin actually cared about one of the Soul Reapers within C-Rate. He couldn't allow that to happen. He had to keep his image as an uncaring monster until he finally got his chance to retaliate against Aizen for taking part of Ranjaku's soul all these years ago. Unlike what Jin expected, Aizen saw the flash of emotions passing through Jin's face, causing him to smile inwardly. He always knew that Jin would one day betray him. Initially, he didn't know why Jin desired him to be dead, but now that he briefly saw Jin displaying some emotions for Matsumoto, he could at least form a guess. Simultaneously, Aizen came up with a few ways to possibly use Matsumoto's unknown relationship with Jin to his advantage. Man, what the hell is this? I came all the way here to bully some nobles, and when I arrived here, all of them were dead. That's kinda anyong. Now I have to seek out the noble clans individually. Seriously, how rude can they be? Aizen was about to continue talking with Jin, but before he could do so, an unknown voice echoed out of one of the screens monitoring all of C-Rate. Aizen and Jin's heads immediately snapped towards the relevant screen, and on it, they saw a young woman with red and blue hair leisurely walking into a courtroom filled with 46 dead bodies while a pout was on her face. She actually went towards the Central 46. Why? Hearing Aizen being flustered for once, Jin couldn't help but chuckle in amusement while pointing at the monitor. She already said her reason, Captain. She wants to bully nobles. Aizen's head snapped towards Jin, and he looked at him in disbelief. Although Yuna did indeed say that, he didn't believe for even a second that someone would break into one of Seireite's best-guarded buildings for such a childish reason. Moments later, Aizen got out of his daze and stood up with a serious expression on his face. He immediately walked towards the door while leaving a few words behind. "Let's hurry. We need to capture her before she can mess anything up. I don't want the deaths of the Central 46 to be known yet." Meanwhile, Yuna was leisurely riffling through a bunch of closets and drawers while inspecting their contents. "Oh, this letter has confidential written on it. Let's take a look, Tilda." After swiftly ripping open the envelope, she started reading its content and could only frown due to what she had read. Apparently, Shinigami, who were considered to be future threats, tended to be looked away before they could even do anything forbidden. Nasty busness Tilda imprisoning people for things they haven't even done yet is not very nice. However, as she continued reading, her frown grew more and more stern, and as soon as she finished reading, she balled up the letter and tossed it away. Preemptively imprisoning people is one thing, but a few of these so-called nobles actually pulled some strings to get a few people shipped to the research department to test all kinds of things on them. Moyui Kurosucha, huh? I might have to grant his division a little visit as well. I really should have a nice and kind conversation with him. Oh, what do we have here? To think the intruder would go so far as to slaughter our government body. Suddenly hearing a voice, Yuna gave the duo who had just arrived a small glance before putting her focus back on searing through a different cupboard. "Aizen and Jin, huh? Nice to meet you, I guess." Aizen briefly paused his steps when Yuna casually identified him, but in the end, it didn't really matter. "You know us. I'm impressed." Yuna hummed in acknowledgement as she opened another envelope that had confidential written on it, causing Aizen's eyebrows to twitch in irritation. "If I plan to invade a place, I'll obviously gather information about its big shots first. Seems like what I heard about you is true, Aizen." "Oh? And what have you heard about me?" "Well, I heard you are a kind man that is always ready to help others. Overall, a good person." Aizen nodded his head at Yuna's explanation. That was exactly the image he wanted to portray while still living in Seireite. He really wondered why Yuna even brought that up, but before he could do anything else, Yuna's next words caused him a massive shock. "As the person who killed all these nobles, you are obviously a good person." Naturally, Aizen was surprised at how Yuna confidently stated that he was the culprit. Despite there being no evidence, she somehow seems to be absolutely certain that her words were correct. Aizen could feel no doubts in her words. However, Aizen was a master at tricking people, so he was not someone who would lose their composure from simple guesses. That's quite the accusation from the one being alone in this bloody place while reading documents she shouldn't read. Yuna simply shrugged her shoulders as she tossed another letter aside while searching for more interesting things to read. It couldn't have been me who killed these people, as all of them had been dead before I even got into Soul Society. Every half-decent medic could tell as such. Additionally, I noticed someone monitoring this place, and as soon as I entered, you two arrived here. Rather suspicious, no? Although Aizen still had a calm expression on his face, he couldn't help but feel slightly helpless with the current situation. It's not like he could just not come here after Yuna invaded this place. He had to act, otherwise, things would have spiraled out of control. Honestly, I don't even know why I am holding this conversation. I should have just knocked her out the moment I entered this room. However, before Aizen could make his words come true, Yuna dropped another bomb. Geez, I wonder why someone would spy on this place. Tilda. Well, obtaining information about the actions of the political leaders is always a good thing, but I feel this whole setup is a little too dangerous. Almost like the person who secretly installed those spying methods didn't plan to stay here much longer. For example, someone who plans to betray Seireite anyway. Yuna's words caused Aizen to freeze up. Despite Yuna's words being well-structured and logical, Aizen couldn't believe how she managed to see through his intentions with such ease. Well, just the act of killing the Central 46 was already a massive act of betrayal, but even finding out that he was the one responsible due to him coming here was pretty insane. Obviously, Aizen was not someone who faltered easily, so he quickly continued speaking with an indifferent smile on his face. Impressive fantasies you are having there, but I'll still have to capture you. Even if you weren't the one who killed these people, you still broke in here and read important documents. You need to be captured. Yuna couldn't help but chuckle in amusement when Aizen easily dismissed her theory as her having a vivid fantasy before she shrugged her shoulders in indifference. Well, I would rather not get captured, so how about I offer you an alternative solution? Aizen frowned a little when he heard Yuna's words, but after thinking about them for a while, he motioned Yuna to continue speaking. Frankly, over the course of occasionally monitoring her together with Ichigo, Aizen had become very curious about Yuna, a character that seems to defy all his expectations. Let me join your side. That should be fun, Tilda. Aizen was taken aback by Yuna's offer, but after thinking about it for a short moment, he actually grew a little fond of that idea. He had planned to kidnap her at some point in time anyway, so her coming with him by her own will was actually a good outcome. However, Aizen was not someone who would willy-nilly accept new people in his ranks. Why would you want to join me? Aren't you here to rescue Kuchika Rukia? I do want to rescue her, but considering the central governing body of this place had been dead for a while, you have been calling the shots in here, correct? Clearly, your plans involve Rukia in one way, so I was wondering whether a part of your plan involved Rukia's death, and if it doesn't, aren't things fine? As for why I would want to join you, this side seems to have a lot of dirty clothes inside their closets. As she said that, she dangled another confidential letter in front of her face. This one writes about sending a group of Shinigami to the rowdier part of Soul Society to get rid of the trash. Aizen's eyes widened as he realized what Yuna was talking about. He has been a captain for a while now, so he naturally was aware of the darker aspects of Soul Society. I see, she is still young, after all. After breaking in here and reading about a few dirty secrets, anger built up within her against Seirei. No matter how frightening her thought process is, she is still young and emotional. Since she concluded that Seirei were the bad guys, who plans to go against them, must be a good or at least better guy. So the only worry she still has is about her friend, who is supposedly going to get executed. In conclusion, as long as I don't cause Rukia's death, she will be on my side. How interesting. I guarantee you that my plans won't end with Rukia's death. In case everything I planned for succeeded, she will be, at worst, temporarily weakened. Hearing Aizen's guarantee, Yuna sighed in relief as a smile appeared on her face. That's good. In that case, let's work together from now on. Oh, but I won't be joining you just yet, I still have a few things to do within Seirei Tilda. Indeed, let's cooperate. However, there is still something else that needs to be done. Yuna watched Aizen with curiosity as he pulled out his blade. Shadow Kaika Swajutsu. As Aizen said his Zanpakuto's name, the mist started filling the room, causing one's senses to be distorted. Well, what do you think about my Shikai? Yuna frowned when she heard Aizen's words before simply shrugging her shoulder. Water illusion type, huh? No offense, but I prefer more direct types. Hearing Yuna's answer, a small smile appeared on Aizen's face as he sheathed his Zanpakuto. Is that so? Too bad. I'm actually quite fond of it. As he finished speaking, he turned around and left, leaving Yuna behind. Complete hypnosis was a success Tilda. Although she has a compelling reason to go against Seirei, there is no way I'll trust her blindly, so this should serve as a good backup strategy. Meanwhile, Yuna looked at the back of the leaving Aizen and Jin and couldn't help but smirk. Interesting, he can at least control my sight and sense of touch. I wonder if he can affect the other three senses as well. He left a sliver of his spiritual power in my body, which I assume serves as the anchor for his ability. I'll leave it there for now so he won't be alarmed, but I think I can pull a lot of fun stuff with this, Tilda.